Wednesday, August 28th. German planes are reported to have resumed mass daylight attacks on England. In Berlin, the official news agency claims German planes raided industrial points in England last night. And in Rome, Italian raiders are said to have bombed oil and railroad stations at Haifa, in Palestine. The British raided Lombardy and Piedmont areas in Italy. And in Vienna, a meeting among German, Italian, Hungarian, and Romanian foreign ministers takes place tonight to discuss the Balkan crisis. Now the news direct from the German capital.
This is Berlin. The German Foreign Affairs Minister, Herr von Ribbentrop, acting with Count Ciano, his Italian counterpart, has invited the Hungarian and Romanian foreign ministers to a special conference to be held in Vienna. These conversations will open tomorrow. Count Ciano and Herr von Ribbentrop are meeting in Vienna tonight at 6 p.m. The Foreign Office press conference this morning shed some further light on this visit. First, the Axis foreign ministers will meet this evening and discuss the whole situation. Then the Romanian and Hungarian ministers will be called in. At the Foreign Office this morning, the spokesman emphasized one point. He said that Germany did not want to be placed in the position of an arbiter. Well, the Vienna conferences are supposed to finish by Friday, and on that day, Hungarian and Romanian foreign ministers will return to their respective capitals, and with a good idea of just how the Axis powers, who now dominate Europe, think about the Balkan question. And the question of Transylvania may be finally settled. The official news agency has just put out an advance report on the operations of the German Air Force over England last night. According to this source, German planes bombed automobile works at Derby, more works in airplane factories at Birmingham. The same report claims that the Spitfire factory at Birmingham was hit. As you know, the Spitfire is the #1 British pursuit ship. And the German planes also attacked the ports of Southampton and Chatham last night. And the day tells us that the naval docks at Chatham were set on fire. This morning, here in Berlin, we had a pint-sized air raid alarm about 9 a.m. But it only lasted 3 minutes, which is hardly time for some people to get out of bed and get dressed. During the 3 minutes, there was no evidence of British air activity over the city. Incidentally, in some big factories, posters have been put up announcing that the work will continue through air raid alarms. Or, it is pointed out, the necessary wartime production must continue. And the Association of National Socialist Women in Berlin has issued an appeal for voluntary women workers for the factories. The organization explains that volunteers are needed for 6-week periods so as to provide some vacation for the regular workers. The question of the Nordic race, or the Aryan race theory of National Socialism, is a confusing one for outsiders. And this situation isn't helped much by an explanation of what a real-time Nordic, wartime Nordic is supposed to be. This explanation is published in the last issue of Der Schwarzkorb, the weekly newspaper of the Schutzstaffel, or the SS men. Its main theme is this. It is a mistake to try to identify the real Nordics by the fact that they wage war against Germany. And per se, the Dutch, British, Norwegians, and Belgians are not Nordics because they wage war against Germany and were the allies of the Jewish race. On the other hand, writes this paper, the Italians, who are not Nordics, have proved to be more Nordic in their attitude than the other nations mentioned. The decisive point is the method that determines the Nordics, says this paper. So the paper claims that the problem of races cannot be solved by mere theories, for the important thing is what, in this paper's viewpoint, is the voice of blood, end of quote. The Winter Relief Campaign will open on September 1st this year, a month earlier than usual. This is a collection for the German poor is an annual affair in Germany. There is a report here in the papers that all German soldiers who were taken prisoner in France have now been returned to Germany. This is Edmund Hargrich, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
And from New York, we switch you to the British capital for the latest news reported by Eric Seferite. Go ahead, London.
This is London. London has a new word for the isolated night flights of German planes which keep the people awake. They now call them jitter raids. And they tell us this morning that last night's jitter raids on London did no military damage at all. A number of houses were flattened out, gas mains and sewage works were damaged, and one garage smashed in. These single raiders were over 100 different areas during the night. There were no mass attacks anywhere, and most of the bombs fell from a very great height. In the northeast, however, A passenger train is reported to have been machine gunned. The train went on slowly until it could stop for protection in a tunnel, and no one was hurt. This morning, raiders are reported over the southwest and Wales, and later 23 heavy German bombers were over a southeast town, flying very high and escorted by a large number of fighters. They bombed objectives a short distance inland and then flew back. A hurricane shot down one of these Messerschmitts. The pilot bailed out and the plane crashed into an orchard. The German was captured. The Germans are now said to be dropping a new type of incendiary bomb. It's of cheap manufacture, and they're using them by thousands. It is oblong in shape, made of thin metal, and contains paraffin and pitch. Obviously, some changes must be made in the system of taking cover in London at night. Nobody, despite the danger, will long be willing to spend hours every night underground. They will do as they did in Barcelona and Paris, simply stay in bed. The Ministry of Home Security will make a statement in a day or two with new suggestions. Today, an official at the ministry answered a few questions. He said the government is not yet ready to advise people to stay in bed just because they don't hear gunfire or explosions. 2 or 3 nights' experience with these new raids is not enough. Factory workers will get some sort of special warning. Watchers on factory roofs will be organized. They will wait until a plane seems close and danger appears imminent. Only then would they give the signal to leave tools and take cover. This official said people cannot be compelled to take cover, nor can they be prevented from leaving public shelters whenever they wish. But he asked that people not set bad examples by continually popping in and out of shelters just to see what's going on. The wardens in shelters are urged to keep plenty of drinking water on hand. The official urges Londoners to carry iron rations, such as chocolate or a package of nuts and fruit. These, it suggested, could be carried in gas mask cases. Smoking is still to be forbidden in shelters, no matter how long the wait. The air in underground rooms is usually poor as it is. He advises mothers to take a half-hour nap after lunch. They are told they should not waken sleeping children while the sirens are still sounding. They sound only for 2 minutes, during which time the mothers should gather up gas masks and clothes. They ought to waken their children only during the silent period after the alarm. The British submarine Spearfish is now given up as lost. It is long overdue. The Spearfish men won fame early this year when they attacked the Nazi pocket battleship Admiral Scheer. They came to the surface to find the Scheer a short distance away in a dead calm. They torpedoed the boat and later reported that she could not possibly have reached home. Commander Forbes of the Spearfish was awarded the DSO for this attack. General de Gaulle said the other night that the Pétain government is handing over 800 French warplanes in Africa to the Axis powers. This morning, the London Times reports that this allegation is confirmed from reliable people in Tangier. Originally, there were 1,200 modern French warplanes in North Africa. Only a few score are left. The others are now being flown in small formations to east, near Marseille, and there handed over to Italians and Germans. A communique from Cairo this noon announces an air raid over Alexandria and Port Said. This took place early this morning. We are told there were no casualties and no considerable damage. This is the first report of an air raid over Port Said since the war began. This is CBS in London. We return you now to Columbia, New York.
And here in New York is Linton Wells to give you more news and his analysis of the latest developments. Mr. Wells.
As Edwin Hartridge told us from Berlin this morning, Hitler and Mussolini are moving swiftly to prevent the Balkan powder magazine from blowing up. Yesterday, word leaked out that for 3 days there had been serious border fighting between Romanian and Russian troops in northern Moldavia, and that the disturbances had spread westward to Transylvania, resulting in clashes between Romanian and Hungarian forces. The reasons for the Russo-Romanian border incidents are rather obscure, although the Romanians accuse the Reds of having violated their territory again, indicating a Soviet intention to grab off additional areas besides Bessarabia. Latest reports say that the Reds and Romanians have stopped fighting temporarily. The Romanian-Hungarian flare-up follows last week's breakdown of diplomatic negotiations instigated by Hitler. the aim of which was to force Romania to cede a large slice of Transylvania to Hungary. The Hungarians charged that a Romanian plane shot down one of their bombing planes over Hungarian territory, which led to border fighting by land forces. Whatever the present causes, age-old Balkan hatreds are responsible, and they are not easily quieted in these days of tension. Nevertheless, Hitler and Mussolini have set the machinery in motion to keep the Balkans at least relatively quiet, and thereby avoid a situation which may imperil their warfare against Britain. While pressure reportedly is being brought to bear upon Russia, Romania and Hungary, through diplomatic channels leading from Berlin and Rome to Moscow, Bucharest, and Budapest, the Nazi and fascist foreign ministers have rushed to Vienna for a command conference with Romanian and Hungarian high officials tonight. Foreign Minister Ribbentrop will preside at this meeting, which will be held in Vienna's ancient Belvedere Castle tonight. And there are indications that if his and Count Ciano's settlement efforts fail, Romania will be summarily ordered to capitulate to Hungary's territorial demands under threat of immediate invasion by the Nazi forces. This, of course, is really the move Hitler and Mussolini want to avoid more than anything else. It might conceivably lead to a nationwide rebellion in Romania, spread throughout southeastern Europe and the Near East, and possibly disturb Russo-German relations. But this much is certain. Every diplomatic effort will be exerted to ensure peace in the Balkans by negotiation, supported, however, by a clearly indicated Rome-Berlin intention to fight to maintain that peace if necessary. As Eric Severide reported from London a few minutes ago, Britain has made a formal charge that the German Air Force has embarked on an indiscriminate terroristic bombing campaign to destroy civilian morale as well as military objectives. This charge would seem to have considerable foundation in fact, judging by the widespread night activities, jitter raids, as Eric Severide terms them, of the Nazi Air Force, and as our Berlin correspondent has freely reported from time to time. The German flyers appear to be trying to make as great nuisances of themselves as possible by dropping bombs indiscriminately over the countryside in an effort to disturb the sleep of the inhabitants of the British Isles and thereby impair their working efficiency. This British accusation, incidentally, has been backed up by a high English Army officer with whom I've been talking. He left England just a fortnight ago and has been acquainting me with the situation there. And I know him so well that I can place considerable credence in what he tells me. He says that the morale of the British public is higher than he has ever seen it at any time in his life. That from Land's End to the Moray Firth, in North Scotland, the people collectively have no shadow of a doubt over the outcome of the present war, which they think will be a British victory. That, of course, is natural. He says that while the German Air Force has done considerable damage and will continue to do so, it has in no wise interfered with British production of essential war supplies. In fact, he insists that British aircraft production will equal that of Germany by the end of this month, and that the English planes are infinitely superior. My English military friend declared that 4 out of every 5 German planes shot down over the British Isles carry no instruments at all. This bears out the recent statements that Nazi air squadrons are playing the game of following the leader, whose plane is equipped with a set of instruments but no radio, and frequently this proves disastrous for the Germans. He also said that the efficiency of the German flying personnel is not what it was because youngsters are being sent out in high-speed planes with just a few hours of training, which makes them easier prey for the RAF. But his most interesting statement was that the RAF has discontinued the training of pilots because it has 25,000 in reserve and considers that they will be ample to achieve a victory over Germany. And as for an invasion of the British Isles, my friend says that the south and east of England, for a distance of 20 miles back from the coast, contains the greatest mobilization of fortifications and well-armed men the world has ever seen.
And with this analysis by Linton Wells from New York, Columbia concludes this morning report of European developments. We listen to Edwin Hartridge reporting from Berlin, Eric Severide reporting from London. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Friday, August 30th. Unconfirmed reports from Vienna and Bucharest say that Romania has accepted terms by Italy and Germany for a settlement of the territorial dispute with Hungary. So far, there is no official statement. German bombings of British areas continue. London had a 40-minute air raid alarm this morning. It is reported that bombs fell on the outskirts of the city. Berlin reports the bombings of docks at Liverpool and Bankhead. Rome says Italian planes raided a British military base in North Africa. Now the news direct from London and Berlin. Afterwards, an analysis from New York by Linton Wells. First, a report from the British capital by Edward R. Murrow. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We had an air raid alarm about noon today. It didn't last very long, only about 50 minutes. You know as much about what happened as I do. The streets appeared almost normal while the warning lasted. Watching from a rooftop, I could see no signs of planes and no anti-aircraft fire, although it is reported that the guns were in action in one London district. It is stated that a big fight over the southeast coast is now taking place at a high altitude. Last night, the 8.25 million people of Greater London got their first full night's rest in nearly a week. The sirens were not sounded for the small number of German planes which buzzed overhead just before dawn. A few bombs fell on the outskirts of the London area and in adjoining districts, damaging some suburban houses and injuring a number of people. Apparently, the London authorities didn't think it worthwhile to break the rest of London's tired citizens, nor to halt production of war supplies in the metropolitan area. Outside London, in the northeast and the Midlands, many fire bombs and some high explosive projectiles were dropped. But the Air Ministry reports little damage and says most of the bombs fell in fields. However, in Wales, private houses were damaged and one southeast coast town had 3 raids. An entertainment hall on the seafront was set afire. It was the northeast coastal district that received the brunt of last night's raids. Anti-aircraft guns were in action for hours against waves of German planes which toured wide areas in relays. 3 roads were badly pocked with bomb craters, and England's convivial folk were deprived of 2 more public houses by high explosive bombs. About 30 incendiary bombs hit a hospital in this region. All but one patient had gone to the shelters. A convalescent sailor remained with the man who was too ill to be moved. When a firebomb fell into their room, the sailor picked it up with blankets and tossed it out the window. Dr. Goebbels appears to have taken over from Marshal Goering last night. The German radio had promised Londoners their longest and heaviest raid of the war for last night. Some people expected it to happen. They listened for the sirens, and sometimes imagined they heard them. Perhaps that's one reason the Germans didn't come. During the last 5 days, the people of London had been undercover 7 times for a total of 21.5 hours, and they were undercover for a little less than an hour again today. These raids on London have caused very few casualties, but the disruption of production and transportation facilities has been considerable. The nights are growing longer, and the time may come when the raids will last 14 or 15 hours. There is considerable discussion in the press of the necessity for a revised policy in connection with the air raid warnings. Several papers advocate some kind of graduated scale, something like a few short blasts on the siren to indicate that just a few raiders are over, telling people who haven't anything better to do that they should take, but not stopping factories and transport. This morning's press continues to devote its headlines to Wednesday night's raid on Berlin. The claims and counterclaims in this air war sound like echoes. Berlin says the British raiders hit nothing but private dwellings and killed only a few civilians. The Wilhelmstrasse says the purpose was to terrorize the public. London says pretty much the same thing about the German raids on this country. I've heard no case of London's man in the shelter complaining about the civilians who were killed in the Berlin raid. An insurance London is quoting death or personal injury to civilians during air raids. This insurance scheme operates on a coupon basis, each coupon being good for 1 month. For example, if you were working in a British factory, you could buy a coupon for $1, insuring you for the month of September. If you were killed by a bomb, your heirs would get $1,000. This insurance is available to everybody, except members of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the auxiliary services. On the basis of experience so far, the individual's chances of escaping death by bombs are considerably better than 1,000 to 1. It sounds like a profitable scheme for the insurance company. I return now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Moscow. Soviet Russia has sent a strong protest and warning to Romania against provocations by Romanian troops along the new Romanian-Soviet frontier, the official TASS agency announced early today. Now dispatch from Rome. Flying in successive waves over the British North African base at Marset Matruh, Egypt, Italian air formations yesterday dropped hundreds of bombs, striking military sheds, warehouses, and railroad yards. Now the news direct from the German capital.
This is Berlin. Berlin is tightening up its air raid precautions against the possibility of further British attacks on the capital. The police are now checking the names of all people in the shelters during an air raid, and by this method, they expect to find those persons who should have come down into the shelter instead of staying in their apartments or in bed. The air raid wardens have now been given police powers. and the public is instructed that they must be obeyed in... Last night, when I arrived home from the studio, I found a special warning from the hotel management in my room. It asked all the guests to go down to the basement shelter when the next alarm comes, and they may not stay in their rooms or in the lobby or the bar. And the notice pointed out that this concerned the personal safety of all. And the papers this morning accused some Berliners of using their flash, lighting cigarettes indiscriminately during the last alarms. Guarded against, they add. Here's the gist of the High Command communique just issued regarding the activities of last night and yesterday. The German Air Force has reported to have attacked airfields in the counties of Lincoln and Suffolk, while industrial plants at Felixstowe, Weybridge, and in Wales were also raided. The High Command reports here that the harbors of Dundee, Rife, Hartlepool, and Liverpool were also bombed, and large fires were observed at Liverpool, it is further claimed. And during all the operations, the British lost 2 planes over the Ruhr district and 19 in air battles elsewhere, for a total of 21, plus 6 barrage balloons, while the Germans lost 7 planes, according to the communique here. A U-boat is reported to have sunk 21,000 tons of enemy shipping. The Foreign Office has just reported that the discussions in Vienna have come to a successful conclusion, and a more detailed communique regarding just what has been settled will be issued later in the day. As you know, since 9 o'clock this morning, Herr von Ribbentrop and Count Schiano, the Axis foreign ministers, have been in conversation with the Hungarian Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, and also the Romanian Foreign Minister. They have been meeting in Vienna to settle, if possible, some of the boundary problems between Hungary and Romania. The first anniversary of the Polish War is to be celebrated by the Germans and German authorities in Poland tomorrow and Sunday. In all the important towns and cities of the German part of Poland, the main squares will all be rechristened Adolf Hitler Platz as part of the ceremonies. All Germans are ordered to hoist swastika flags, and band concerts will be given. The Germans in Warsaw will reap some small dividends for being citizens of the conquering country. According to a decree published in the Warsaw Zeitung, Germans will be charged a lower fare than Poles when traveling in Warsaw streetcars. Henceforth, Germans will pay only 15 groschen for one trip, while the Poles pay full price of 25 groschen. And we have some news from occupied Holland. Henceforth, by order of the German military authorities, no private automobile traffic will be allowed from 10 in the evening until 4 in the morning. Another decree forbids any promenading on the Netherlands coast from sunset until dawn. Herr Hitler has ordered that a state funeral is to be held in Berlin today for Dr. Paul Nipkow, prominent German scientist and the inventor of a device that made possible television. He was 80 years old and is reported to have invented this device when just a young man. This is Edwin Harpich. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
And here in New York is Linton Wells with more news and an analysis of late developments. Mr. Wells.
From the Germans this morning, according to the United Press, there is a hint of unsportsmanlike conduct on the part of the British. This news agency says that German Air Force officials have charged the English with the perfidious practice of painting their RAF planes with a secret type of varnish, which makes them invisible in the light of searchlights. It is asserted that, after a British plane had been shot down recently, the Germans held it in the ray of an automobile headlight, and it immediately became invisible. The Nazis intimate that this sort of thing isn't cricket, any more than the British bombings of Berlin are, which all inspired German papers denounce as unjustified slaughter of innocent civilians. The United Press quotes British spokesman as characterizing the Nazi invisible paint story as a lot of nonsense, adding that it sounds like an excuse for the German searchlights failing to pick up RAF machines. And as for the unjustified slaughter of innocent civilians during RAF attacks on Berlin, the British wonder a bit about reconciling it to Nazi aerial attacks on civilian centers throughout the British Isles. The mapmakers should be pleased by reported new developments in the Balkans. At Vienna, the foreign ministers of Germany and Italy, Ribbentrop and Schiano, have been laying down Nazi fascist law to the foreign ministers of Romania and Hungary, Manolescu and Kazaki. And as a consequence, as Edwin Hartridge told us from Berlin a few minutes ago, it appears that a so-called satisfactory formula for settlement of the Romanian-Hungarian territorial dispute has been reached. The formula undoubtedly is satisfactory to all parties except Romania, which has no choice in the matter. It is understood that Germany and Italy have arbitrarily awarded Hungary 15,000 of Transylvania's 22,000 square miles, besides the so-called Zekler area, which extends from 60 to 90 miles into Romania and has some 500,000 Hungarian residents, which means that Romania will probably be just a shadow of her former self after the boys get through carving her up. But there are developments in another direction which threaten the entire existence of King Carol's domain. It was announced in Moscow today that the Kremlin had formally demanded that Romania provide an early and satisfactory answer to Russian protests against alleged recent and current Romanian army provocations on the Bessarabian frontier. The Kremlin said bluntly that Romania will be held responsible for consequences if Russian casualties cause the situation to take a grave turn. Some observers say this reminds them of a situation wherein a massive thug has not only robbed and beaten a Lilliputian victim, then is threatening to murder him, simultaneously justifying his act to onlookers by charges of unprovoked attack. In any event, this would appear to be a prelude to a Russian move into Moldavia, which would bring the Red Army to the border of Transylvania, and if the Italo-German cession plan goes into effect, on the backdoor steps of Hungary. It would also put the Russians into Galatz, a strategic point of the Danube, dominating the Dobruja, which Romania is being forced to cede to Bulgaria. If this is done, there will be little left of Romania except the southern province of Wallachia, and Yugoslavia wants some of that. These are the developments which may have caused King Carol to hold an urgent all-night cabinet and crown council session. But it is more likely that it was held chiefly to ratify the Italo-German settlement of Hungaria's territorial claims, pursuant to demands from Berlin and Rome for quick action, because the longer the Balkan pot simmers, the more chances there are of it boiling over, which would prove extremely upsetting to German and Italian plans vis-à-vis Britain. While the fate of Romania appears to be sealed, Germany and Italy cannot help but be disturbed by Russia's uncompromising attitude. There are apparently reliable reports that Hitler has sent an emissary to Stalin to inform him that southeastern Europe, as it will stand after the Hungarian and Bulgarian settlements, is an Italo-German sphere, particularly German, and that the Russians must not extend their present Balkan frontiers. Just what Hitler and Mussolini propose to do if Stalin rejects this Nazi viewpoint and orders the Red Army into Moldavia is not clear. But however much the British may hope for it, a rupture of Russo-German relations does not appear to be on the calendar, not at least until Germany has emerged from this war as victor or loser. Then the fireworks between Germany and Russia will start. In the meantime, Hitler will probably reconcile himself to continued Russian penetration into areas which will improve the position of the USSR, even though Soviet occupation of Moldavia will be a continued threat to his supplies from southeastern Europe and enable the Russians, by occupying Galatz, to control the mouth and lower reaches of the Danube. That the acute situation between Italy and Greece is no less serious is indicated by official advices from Athens, announcing the calling of further reservists to the colors. Turkey continues to be the X of the Eastern Mediterranean equation, but Ankara is keeping a vigilant eye on the situation and maneuvering its large mobilized forces in anticipation of an Italian move into Greece.
And with this analysis by Linton Wells from New York, Columbia concludes another regular morning report of European developments. Edward R. Merrill reported from London. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, August 31st, the last day in the first year of the war. And this morning in both London and Berlin, air raid alarms sounded one warning after another. In the Balkans, Romania has become just half the country it has been in post-World War days. North Transylvania has gone to Hungary, and southern Dobruja is expected to be turned over to Bulgaria, a settlement of Romania's territorial question marks dictated by Germany and Italy. Now the news from Europe Direct, London and Berlin, afterwards a report from our own national capital. First, a report from the British capital by Larry Lesseur.
Good morning. This is London. Most of the people of this world's largest city spent almost half of the last 24 hours underground in air raid shelters. There were 3 daylight warnings yesterday and one at nightfall, which lasted between 6 and 7 hours until almost dawn. Londoners trooped wearily upstairs to their beds when the all-clear sounded, only to hear the wail of the sirens drowning out the noise of their alarm clocks, waking them for work this morning. Just about an hour ago, that hair-raising wail sent them to the shelters again. They'd only just emerged. All through the night, we could see anti-aircraft shells burst in the sky and heard the deeper crump of bombs dropping at many points in Greater London. Planes buzzed overhead, and the long fingers of searchlights lapped the skies all night. Several times I saw planes caught in their beams, and the yellow flash of anti-aircraft starring the night sky. It was a display of pyrotechnics such as London never before witnessed. Many residents are calling the present phase of the war not the battle for Britain, but the battle for London. That is, between their sleepy yawns. Latest Air Ministry figures report 62 enemy aircraft brought down in the attack by 600 planes on this country yesterday. 10 of them actually crashed in London itself. One of them fell within sight of people going home in the subway. The Air Ministry adds that 19 British fighters were lost, but at least 10 of the pilots of these were saved. 13 different towns in southeast England were hit by high explosives yesterday. We don't know yet what the civilian casualties are. Bombs fell in at least 7 areas of London, and the anti-aircraft guns of London were in action. The British press regards the German proposal that 64 vessels be used for rescuing Nazi pilots brought down on the sea, be provided with Red Cross markings to give them immunity from attack, as an indication that Germany is losing more airmen than she can afford. The proposal was made to the Swiss government, and it's been rejected by Britain. The official British announcement says that His Majesty's government is surprised by the request, because the German government has repeatedly attacked British hospital ships in circumstances which admitted no possible mistake as to their identity. It would appear that the Germans are greatly concerned over the loss of so many of their pilots. In their life jackets, the German pilots are known to be carrying a large amount of dye. This leaves a bright green patch on the water surrounding the floating man. Now, British pilots use the same color dye in their life preservers, so that when a pilot is shot down in the channel, rescue ships of both nations do their utmost to pick up the drowning man, not knowing his nationality. London is pleased this morning about one thing at least, that the residents of Berlin also spent some sleepless hours. The raid on the German capital was said to be the most intense of the war. It was the third time in 5 nights that Berlin citizens were forced to race for the air raid shelters. The German radio says that civilians were severely injured, but no military objectives were hit. The sirens are just beginning to sound now, if you hear them. Ed Moore has just telephoned from Dover. He said that 4 German fighter planes roused the town at dawn this morning by shooting down barrage balloons. New balloons, however, are already mounting into the sky. One of the Dover war correspondents was struck by a machine gun bullet this morning. However, it merely bounced off his tin hat, doing him no injury. In the German raids this morning, 13 are already claimed to have been shot down. About 200 bombers and fighters came over the southeast coast and then fanned out. There's an air raid on in London at the moment. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lasser reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Rome. A high command communique said today that Italian planes had bombed and hit a British cruiser in the Red Sea and had bombed British mechanized units in the Dar el-Ember zone in Egypt. Now we've heard from London. In just a moment, we take you back across the ocean for the latest news reported from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. Last night we had another British air raid over Berlin. It came as something of a surprise. For in the previous raids, the British always arrived about 12:30. So when 1 o'clock came last night, most of us figured we would have a quiet night. But somewhat later, the sirens sounded, accompanied by the fire of anti-aircraft guns. The raid lasted over 2 hours. And here is some information that American reporters who went to the scenes of the bombing have to report. German officials in Berlin told them that the damage inflicted was greater than that of Thursday night's raid. Incidentally, last night, like Thursday, was a very clear and starry night. But the Berlin police chief told the Americans that the damage done to Berlin by British bombing attacks is so far insignificant, considering the possibilities of modern aerial warfare. In the southeast section of Berlin, which has been raided before by the British, the Americans saw 8 buildings that were hit. And one of these includes the main Berlin fire station. One of the bombs dug a 10-foot crater in the street outside the firehouse. In the northwest section of Berlin, where the great Siemens work is located, minor damage was inflicted. It was reported here. And about a half a mile south of the Enter der Linden, which is the heart of Berlin, 4 houses were hit by incendiary bombs. The nearby church and hospital were hit by bomb fragments, but no damage was done, according to these eyewitness reports. One Berliner told the Americans, and this seems to be confirmed from other sources, that the British planes seemed to come in 3 waves. This eyewitness reports that he saw one British plane flying as low as 1,200 feet. It was clearly visible, and from this low altitude it discharged its cargo. British planes apparently do not carry large explosive bombs, probably not over 200 pounds each, plus their cargoes of incendiary bombs. This is due to the long flight that they have to make from England to Berlin and back again. The official communique this morning reports that several British planes flew over the Berlin area and dropped explosive and incendiary bombs in different places. The bombs started fires and damaged buildings, mostly civilian buildings, the official report states. 3 people were seriously injured in the raid, while 3 others suffered minor injuries, according to the last checkup. Some of the foreign correspondents went out on an inspection trip after the raid with propaganda ministry officials. And this is commented upon in the Bankhead Mittag this noon. This paper writes, quote, "The foreign correspondents will prove that the British are directing their attacks exclusively against non-military objectives in the city of Berlin," end of quote. This morning, we have a day-and-day report which seems to indicate that the Germans are having another big air offensive against England today. The official news agency says the German bombers and pursuit ships took off in the early hours of this morning in mass formation. The Germans state that their planes raided military objectives in Hertfordshire. Other mass formations of German planes reported that they have succeeded in breaking through the balloon barrage and have only been partially hindered in their flights over London itself. Other planes claim to have successfully attacked airfields north of London and destroyed hangars and other buildings. So far, the Germans report that they have shot down 25 British planes, while 6 German planes are lost. Heavy air fights are reported. This morning, we have pictures of the proposed new order in the Balkans resulting from the Vienna Conference. Incidentally, the new agreement, sponsored by Germany and Italy, there is a clause which gives the Reich the guarantee that German minorities in both Hungary and what's left of Romania will be protected. This is Edwin Harkrich. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and such is the news this morning from Europe. Now we'll hear the latest reports from our own national capital by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
A night of German planes over London, a night of bombs, and you could hear the air raid warning again as Larry Lasser spoke. Now, what the damage may be from those raids of last night and yesterday, no one here could safely estimate. But until yesterday, the judgment of several American officials in key places for the receipt of private information was that no overwhelming damage had been done to British industry. One official who was in touch with British and Canadian diplomats and with the reports from American Army and military attachés abroad puts the German airplane losses at a ratio of 3 against the British 1. If that information is correct, it is not so far away from the official British figure. But it is absolutely contrary to the figures consistently made public in Berlin. Thus, in a sense, this judgment in American official circles tends to support the confidence of the British ambassador, Lord Lothian. I saw him when he came out of Secretary Hull's office last evening. Then he said happily, "We have won the Battle of Britain for this autumn." The French ambassador has been another visitor at the State Department. He was not a happy visitor yesterday. When he first came to Washington, his country was a power. Its army was described by experts as the best in Europe. But they had overlooked some of the fundamentals of a modern army. Now the ambassador is saying goodbye to officials here. He is returning to consult with the peace government of what is left of his country. Then he is to be transferred to Brazil. One of the fundamentals most of the experts overlooked was strength in the air. Both the administration defense program and its critics here have been emphasizing the common desire to build up American power in the air. Condemned by Senator Byrd of Virginia for the scarcity of combat planes ordered in the last 100 days, the Army has placed a contract to double its force of long-range bombers. Contracts have been placed for 687 big bombers and interceptor planes designed to fight enemy bombers. Orders for more than $300 million have been placed in the last 24 hours for combat planes and engines. Agreement was reached for the production of 20,000 high-speed airplane motors and 14,000 propellers yesterday. The attention of the State Department has been turning again to the Far East. Despite all the denunciation of Russian policy in the recent past, and despite the rape of Finland, the seizure of territory from Poland and Romania, and the total absorption of 3 small nations on the Baltic, there are very plain indications that the State Department is now trying to be polite to Soviet Russia. Conversations as to general problems have been privately conducted with the Soviet ambassador here. A trade pact with Russia was recently signed. The export of tool machinery, hitherto held up, was facilitated. The chartering of American ships to carry goods to Russia had been discouraged. Recently, the impediment was removed. In State Department circles, the explanation is that we are simply trying to see if there is room to settle some differences. But it is quite obvious that no such approach is being made to Japan. Here again, the explanation is that we have tried to be polite and moderate in the case of Japan, but that in return we have been only slapped. Among observers, this deduction is being made. The State Department is exploring the possibility of a counterweight to Japan in the Far East through an improvement of relations with Russia. Well, other nations have tried that game with Soviet Russia. They have not succeeded, unless they had a few small nations and other spoils to throw to the Soviet. This is the last day in the federal government for James A. Frawley, Postmaster General, better known to thousands and thousands as Jim. His successor will probably be Frank Walker, businessman, friend of the president, former treasurer of the Democratic National Committee, and former chief of the National Emergency Council. Jim shook hands yesterday with 1,100 employees of his post office department. Many other people will wish him well today. We return you now to New York.
This is New York, and here is a dispatch from Budapest. The Hungarians' joy over getting back northern Transylvania from Romania is heightened today by rumors that they may get some more territory from Yugoslavia. It is reported that Yugoslavia may be ready to cede some of the Banat district, a 3,000 square mile region along the Danube. This once was part of Austria-Hungary. And with this news, Columbia concludes this regular morning report of national and international developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Larry Lasser reported this morning from London, Edwin Hartridge from Berlin, Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Monday, September 2nd. A holiday in the United States, but in Europe, just another day of the war. London had another air raid alarm this morning after a 17-hour lull, but German planes raided many other English cities during the night. And British planes attacked Berlin and Munich and Sardinia, Italy's big airplane base between Italy and Spain, and the Varese industrial district of northwest Italy. Now the news direct from Europe, Berlin, London, and Rome. First, a report from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge.
This is Berlin. Last night we had another air raid, or an air raid alarm for Berlin. Because apparently no bombs were dropped in the city or in the suburbs, and little anti-aircraft fire was heard. The German news agency this morning reports that British planes attempted to raid the German capital, but were driven back by anti-aircraft fire. No bombs dropped on the city. The raid lasted about 45 minutes. This morning on my way to the studio, I passed 2 mementos of Saturday night's air raid. Several bombs fell in the beer garden, and they failed to explode. Now the bombs are covered up with earth, sandbags, and straw mattresses. For there is the fear that there might be delayed fuel bombs, which sometimes go off hours or even days after they have landed. The area in the vicinity of the bombs is roped off so that no pedestrians can get near them. The delicate job of handling dead bombs has created new jobs for prisoners in concentration camps. For those prisoners who volunteer for this work, there are special rewards. They apply to join the special bomb squad, and provided they are not killed in the work, they are then released from the concentration camp. This morning, There's news that the German Air Force is continuing its attacks against England. The official agency reports that in the early hours of this morning, German bombers took off from military targets in southeast England. There have been fierce air battles reported between the British planes and the raiders, but at this moment, no further details are available in Berlin from the aerial battlefield. Also, we have no information at this end whether London is one of the objectives in the day's operations. News about the air raids seems to be the dominant thing both in conversations and in the press. And along this line, I might report that the blackout seems to be getting blacker this last week. Whether this is due to a change in the weather or what, I don't know. However, the police have created special patrols to spend their time at night checking on all quarters of the city for violations of the blackout regulations. And the punishment for each offense is something unique. Every time a household or an individual is found guilty, the electricity is shut off for a period of 8 days. This seems to be a very practical punishment for demonstrating that a blackout should be just that. Dr. Goebbels made a speech at Katowice yesterday evening, marking the first anniversary of the Polish campaign. His main point was to assure his listeners that the long talk of planning offensive against England would start, and I quote, at the decisive hour to be determined by the Fuhrer. Dr. Goebbels then went on to say that German people were more united than ever before, that they had the best and most gallant army in the field, which piled up one victory after another, and that Germany was now immune against the British blockade and against starvation. The propaganda minister added that Germany was also immune against the poison of British lies. He said, quote, everywhere in the world, the clear, the most objective and true reports of German news have proved to be successful against British lies. England is alone. England cherishes the vain hope that it can conceal itself by hiding in the autumn mist. But the Fuhrer will attack when the right hour has come. End of quote. The magazine Neues Volk, published by the Racial Political Office of the National Socialist Party, lays down some principles so that the German or Nordic Aryan race may be kept pure. German people are advised that the birth rate must increase, so that in another 20 years, Germany will not have to call on foreign labor. Secondly, labor must be recruited only from Germanic people, so that the elements of the East will be eliminated. And thirdly, as long as Germany must be, quote, obliged to resort to the people of other races, especially the Slavs, every German man and woman has the duty to avoid association with them. The same principles must be applied to the foreigners of other races. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York. Here's a dispatch from Vichy, France. Reports described as authoritative say that British planes today dropped 12 bombs on the center of Chartres, an important German air base in occupied France. The bombs are said to have missed the famous Chartres Cathedral by 400 feet. It also is said that the port and railroad station at Boulogne and the port and airfield at Cherbourg were damaged by British bombers. Now the latest news reported from the British capital by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. London was just going back to work this morning when the air raid sirens went off again, around 8 o'clock. This alarm lasted something less than an hour. When it was over, news messages reported that a formation of bombers had tried to reach London from the southeast, but were broken up. They ran into a heavy anti-aircraft barrage, and 3 were reported knocked down. British fighters then attacked the main formation of Germans and destroyed 2 more. Where the bombs were dropped, we don't yet know. That was the 20th air raid alarm London has had since a week ago yesterday. They have lasted a total of 33 hours. At that rate, if one dutifully stayed in his shelter, he would lose more than 1 day a week just taking cover. Among this morning's raiders were 2 very large 4-engine German planes. The first of these new planes was sighted yesterday. We have no details of last night's RAF raid on Berlin except a brief agency message. It was the 6th raid over the German capital in 8 days. There were alarms in Switzerland, and planes were reported traveling south. And the Italian communique that's just come to London says British bombers are over northern Italy again. Out on the Isle of Man in the Irish Sea, hundreds of German nationals are interned in camps. They have now had their first air raid alarm. A German bomber approached the island, and the prisoners went to cover, but a Spitfire is believed to have shot down the raider. Prime Minister Churchill believes Britain is winning a war in the air. He said so in a message of congratulations sent to the bomber squadrons of the RAF. He said, I quote, "Command of the air is being gradually and painfully, but nonetheless remorselessly, wrested from the Nazi criminals who hope by this means to terrorize and dominate European civilization," unquote. He compared British bombing crews who bring back their bombs from Berlin when they can't see their targets with what he called the wanton cruelty of German flyers. They, he said, have wrecked nearly 1,000 homes and shops in the resort town of Ramsgate. Another British town received heavy damage in one of yesterday's raids. This was a town in the Thames estuary. 30 to 40 heavy bombs are reported to have fallen right across the heart of the city. The planes apparently were after the docks, but they dropped their loads before they could reach them because of fighter interception. By tonight, or tomorrow morning, all the 320 British children from the torpedoed liner, which was taking them to Canada, will be back home with their families. They were 2 nights at sea after the torpedoing, without heavy clothes, but most of them, they tell us, want to make another start for Canada. The London press this morning prints the whole story, but there is a noticeable lack of editorial indignation about the affair. I think most British people were not greatly surprised. They've had a feeling that something like this was bound to happen sooner or later. And the story doesn't even make the front pages of the afternoon papers at all. British civilians are developing the same state of mind about German flyers that we saw among the French and Belgians. In northern France, when a man came down in the parachute, the gendarmes had to race the farmers and village women to the victim in order to protect his life. Yesterday, a British crowd in an unpleasant mood closed in on a flyer who had just bailed out. He was saved by a bus driver, and very fortunately, because he turned out to be English. War correspondents of London papers in Egypt report this morning that the British and Italian armies on the western desert border are poised for action. They still expect Mussolini to ring up the curtain for a general attack from Libya when the weather turns cool. Intelligence reports of new Italian transport parts and camouflage supply dumps and masked men and guns in remote ravines are coming into the British command every day. And while more areas of French Central Africa are coming over to General de Gaulle, we're getting reports of additional French flyers joining the British. They come from the French Moroccan Air Force. Spanish reports say 19 French warplanes have flown into Gibraltar from North Africa in the last month. 4 French bombers and a fighter landed yesterday at the Rock, and 2 seaplanes the day before. This is London. I return you to CBS, New York.
This is New York, and here's the latest news from the Balkans. Bucharest reports say the police have been ordered to take stern measures against street demonstrators after a warning by Germany and Italy that the angry demonstrations protesting the transfer of Transylvanian territory from Romania to Hungary must be stopped. Now the latest news from the Italian capital, reported by Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. British planes last night raided northern Italy and the island of Sardinia. The Italian High Command announced that the raiders dropped numerous bombs at random in the country areas of Sardinia. The communique reports that 3 of these British bombers were shot down by anti-aircraft fire. There were no casualties, says the bulletin, and no material damage. Other British bombers, coming from the direction of Switzerland, raided Piedmont and Lombardy. The High Command says they were met with the prompt intervention of anti-aircraft batteries and crisis fighter planes. The bulletin says the British found it impossible to reach their intended objectives, so they dropped 4 bombs on a village in the Varese district. There were no casualties and no appreciable damage to buildings. 2 Italian reconnaissance planes have not returned to their bases. The communique reports that in a British raid over Tobruk in Libya, which we announced yesterday, a field hospital was hit by British bombs. One of the patients was seriously wounded. Anti-aircraft guns of the Royal Italian Navy brought down one of the British raiders over Tobruk. Royal Air Force planes also struck at Italian bases in East Africa. In an attack on the island of Harmil in the Red Sea and 80 miles from Massawa, one of the British planes was shot down. Its crew of 3 was taken prisoner. And still another British plane was reported shot down during a raid on Assad in Eritrea. The communique adds that there was slight material damage and 8 wounded, including Italians and natives. The only Italian offensive action reported today took place in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. The High Command says that Italian planes have successfully attacked an enemy troop encampment with shrapnel bombs and machine gun fire. Encampment is south of Murmun, beyond Kosovo. Kosovo, you recall, is now an Italian outpost 18 miles from the border of Ethiopia. And you may recall a few days ago, the Italians repulsed a British attack on Eritrea at the wells of Adar. At the time, they reported 10 Australians left dead on the field. Well, today, this figure was placed at 22 dead. In addition, an armored car was captured. The box score in the operations today shows 6 British planes shot down, 2 Italian machines missing. We have disturbances in Romania against giving up Transylvania. The Rome newspaper Messaggero gives a hint that there may have been some trouble. The paper quotes the Romanian minister of Interior, but now forbidden. On the other hand, the newspapers are quoted here as saying that the force of circumstances was stronger than the Romanian wishes about Transylvania. The impression here in Rome is that whatever the attitude of the Romanian people may be at the moment, the arbitration is an accomplished fact. In other words, Romania has been partitioned and she will remain partitioned. The Popolo di Roma reports today that the whereabouts of King George is a mystery. It carries a story from Bern, Switzerland to that effect. The Messaggero prints exactly the same story, word for word, but its story comes under a dateline of San Sebastian, Spain. The Messaggero headline puts it this way: the British capital is too dangerous for the nerves of King George. Mussolini's newspaper, the Popolo d'Italia, is renewing its campaign to keep jazz out of Italy. The paper says it is absolutely extraneous to the spirit and good taste of fascism. Moreover, it's pointed out that jazz is imported from the United States and Great Britain. The paper indicates that should be reason enough to bar such music. Let there be no more imitation of jazz, the paper adds. Let Italians dance to traditional Italian music. So if the Duce's paper has any influence with the authorities, then in this country, swing and jazz will soon be just another victim of the war. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And here's the news from Washington briefly. Official Washington is quiet today as the nation's leaders take a brief holiday rest. Labor rallies are to be held at various points, but only in the War Department is there a notable spurt of activity. Experts of this division are preparing to mobilize 60,500 National Guardsmen from 26 states into the Army of September 16th. The men are to be mustered for a year of military training. And with this news, Columbia concludes this regular morning report of European development. Edwin Hartridge spoke from Berlin, Eric Severide reported from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tuesday, September 3rd. So far today, the first day of the war's second year, London has had 2 air raids. The first raid lasted 4 hours, and during that time, bombs fell on London's outskirts. Slight damage was reported. The second raid warning was still in progress when 11 o'clock came, the hour when Britain declared war a year ago. In France, there was no mention in newspapers of the anniversary. In Berlin, the Nazis claimed British planes were more effective in bombing Germany last night. Rome said British planes bombed the great Italian port of Genoa last night. Italy and Germany, meanwhile, advised Romania to curb demonstrations over the Transylvanian situation. Now, Columbia's correspondent reports direct from the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. 1 year ago today, Chamberlain had finished speaking to the British people to tell them war had come when air raid sirens went off for the first time. Today, at the same time, almost to the minute, these sirens were wailing once more. It was the all clear, announcing that the first raid of the day, a day in which we expect many more, was over. At that electrifying hour of last September 3rd, life in London suddenly stopped and the whole city went underground. Apprehensively, millions of families waited for the crash of bombs, but it was only a lone plane flying over the seacoast and not an enemy plane at that. This morning, it was another real raid. An Englishman died sudden death as a result. But London had changed. Traffic moved in the streets as usual. Nobody rushed to their shelters. I saw a few curious heads poking out of windows, but that was all. Curiosity has replaced fear, but even curiosity is growing weaker. The king went right ahead with the ceremony of decorating heroes of the war in Buckingham Palace. This morning's anniversary raid was over the estuary of the Thames and followed by a battle over the southeast coast. Last night and early this morning we had a 5-hour alarm in London. I saw one parachute flare lighting up the northern part of town. 2 or 3 screaming bombs came down and smashed some houses, but nobody in London was killed. Most of the German raiders were over England last night were after military objectives up in the Midlands. After 12 months of war, British military experts are taking stock today. So much has happened that the immediate issues of 1 year ago are almost forgotten. It takes an effort of mind to remember that there was once a free city of Danzig, the original pretext for war. The same military experts who debated the virtues of the Polish cavalry now discuss the new 4-engine German bomber over England this week. On September 3rd of last year, the popular idea of modern war was one of great cities devastated by bombing and mass slaughter. Today, its realized loss of life in this war has been remarkably small. The London Times admits this morning that Britain has suffered a worse series of strategic disasters this year than the most pessimistic imagination could have contemplated. They compare Hitler's military genius with that of Moltke and Ludendorff. They admit that when the British Army stood at bay in the Channel ports, imminent defeat stared the British Empire in the face. Two great events, however, have changed the whole course that history was taking. One was the rescue of 365,000 men at Dunkirk. The other, the great air battle over England early in August. Those two events, in the minds of Englishmen today, ensured the ultimate defeat of the German Reich. In looking at the coming year, the Times declares that most significant of all in the realm of ideas is the rising tide of sympathy for Britain in the United States. This morning, the military authorities themselves have cast up the accounts. They assert that their soldiers, man for man, are superior to the army of the Nazis. They admit quite frankly that when British forces in Norway turned away from Trondheim, defeat in that campaign became certain. They admit that British troops in Norway were untrained, unprepared, and ill-equipped. They say the evacuation of British Somaliland was inevitable after the France collapse. Today, in northern Africa, the British Army has won a tactical victory. By this, they mean that the big Italian forces there were so constantly harassed that they could not begin their grand offensive on schedule. Now, however, reinforcements have reached that British Army, and the defenses of Egypt are strong. As for the year's war at sea, British officialdom this morning declares a balance sheet clearly shows a profit for the British Empire. And as for the air, London estimates say that in these 12 months, the RAF and British ground forces themselves have destroyed nearly 4,000 of Goring's armada. Goring's total loss is put at some 7,000 aircraft, and the loss of trained German personnel at 17,000 men. I return you now to CBS, New York.
This is New York, and here is a dispatch from Bucharest, Romania. Bands of Hungarians invaded Transylvania last night and started guerrilla warfare, it was disclosed today. There was firing all night, according to official Romanian quarters. Hungarian irregulars, including fifth columnists, were said to have pillaged many villages. Now Columbia's correspondent has reported from London. In just a second, we take you back across the waters to the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. Another day with German bomber and fighter planes in the air over England. That is the last news this morning. The planes are attacking military objectives north of London, and numerous dogfights are reported. So the aerial war goes on with seemingly no let-up in the intensity. Just when it will finish is the big question both here and in England. There is a feeling in the air, one of those intangible things that cannot be put down on paper, that we may expect something big soon. Today is the first anniversary of the entrance of England with France into the war against Germany. But whether such calendar notes affect the decision of Herr Hitler and High Command, we have no way of knowing. An army officer writing in the Volksbüro this morning touches on one aspect of this situation. He says that all the interim periods between the big campaigns have been devoted to intense preparation by all the arms of the German forces. The army is trained anew for all its probable assignments, and the implication is that when the German Air Force, Army, and Navy feel that they are ready to go again, then another campaign starts. And from what we have seen of this war so far, that seems to cover the situation, though it is no satisfaction to those who want to look deep into the future. Last night, German planes continued their attacks on England. According to the reports this morning, bombers raided airfields in the southeast section of England. The official report claims that hangars and barracks suffered direct hits, and the German bombs caused large fires to break out. There were many air battles between the British and German planes during the day. And according to this report, the Germans destroyed 93 British planes, while the Germans lost 23. The Germans say that last night air patrols and anti-aircraft fire effectively handled British planes who crossed the border. 3 British planes were shot down, and according to the information this morning, the British bombers did not penetrate very deep into Germany. The German radio this morning announces that there were several air raid alarms sounded in various parts of Switzerland last night, caused by the passage of foreign planes. And the German report identifies these planes as British. A propaganda company reporter has a story in one of the morning papers in which he states that the airfield at East Church, England, has been completely destroyed. This was accomplished by German bombers on Sunday afternoon, he reports. The weather was as clear as could be desired for bombing raids. The German planes were first attacked by a steady and well-aimed barrage of anti-aircraft fire over Dover, this reporter writes. However, German bombers were able to pierce the sail of shrapnel without a loss. Then they swooped down on East Church, described as an island in the Thames estuary. Bombs of all calibers were unloaded on the East Church airport, wrecking planes, hangars, barracks, spy shops, as well as beating critters in the field itself, as was flying reported. Article regarding colonist activities in the United States, which was published in PM, the New York newspaper, through the fire of a Foreign Office spokesman this morning. They said that the article, which discusses German fifth colonists and their activities in America, was an insult on the work of criminals, Jews, and immigrants. But that the Foreign Office here would not be provoked into an open quarrel with the New York paper. The spokesman also said this morning that nothing was known officially of a reported Berlin note to Romania protesting against anti-German demonstrations there. The English report that a ship carrying evacuated children from Great Britain to America has been torpedoed is ridiculed here by the press as, quote, a vicious but costly lie concocted by that war criminal Winston Churchill, end of quote. The press adds that this case was staged so that the British could, quote, immorally cultivate the soil of the United States to reap assistance in the future, end of quote. The Germans point out that the name of the ship has not been given, and that this is further proof that... And there's one more item this morning. Berliners are advised by the Morgan Post to go into air raid shelters dressed in old clothes. But the men may be called in to help put out fires caused by enemy bombs. And they wouldn't be equipped to do so, so appeared dressed only in pajamas or night shirts, especially in the chilly hours of early morning, as Deadman Hartridge are returning out of Columbia in New York.
Such is the news this morning from Europe. Now we hear the latest news reported from our nation's capital by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
The details of the agreement whereby the United States will obtain naval and air bases in British islands off American shores are virtually concluded. Within the next 2 or 3 days, an announcement is slated to be made. Britain is expected to give a 99-year lease for a base in faraway Trinidad in the Caribbean near Venezuela. Here is a southern gateway to the Panama Canal and a strategic stepping stone to the defense of South America. The island of Jamaica, Bermuda, and Newfoundland, commanding the short northern route to Europe, are the other principal locations which have been negotiated. President Roosevelt himself has handled the negotiation and will probably make the announcement. Many congressmen in Washington speculate as to whether thereafter Mr. Roosevelt may not propose or undertake action to transfer American destroyers to Britain. In the House of Representatives, the issue today is conscription. For 2 days, the members of the House may argue and wrangle on the draft bill. 2 more days are allotted for consideration of amendments. By Friday evening, a final vote will be taken. Strict rules make the House a very different place from the Senate, much less talkative. But with 435 members, the House would be a bedlam if the loose procedure of the Senate was followed and each member were allowed to speak as long as he pleased. This morning, before the debate gets underway, the House Military Affairs Committee will decide an important issue. Is industry to be made subject to conscription as well as men? Is the government to be empowered in the draft bill to take over private plants if it thinks they are not cooperating in the defense program? A majority of the Republicans on the committee and some Democrats are going to follow the lead of Wendell Willkie. He has attacked the industrial conscription provision in the Senate version of the draft bill. He views it as a step to a New Deal imposed socialism, disastrous to the defense program, because he thinks the bare threat of government action would interfere with industrial cooperation. Probably a majority of the Democrats on the House committee will support the Senate provision on the theory that if men are to be drafted, industry should be subject to compulsion also. But the chairman of the House Military Affairs Committee, Representative Andrew May, says he is opposed to the clause providing for industrial conscription, but he may vote for a compromise. Industry already has volunteers, said May. I see no reason for conscripting it. The compromise proposal is to have the government take over the operation of recalcitrant plants while leaving the ownership title to the private owners. Another dispute centers around the age of men to be registered. All this talk of related issues almost hides the most important fact. Both Democratic and Republican leaders are predicting the Army draft bill will pass in the House as it did in the Senate by a 2-to-1 vote. One estimate from an administration source is that the defense program will cut in half by next summer the number of people without jobs. But while a spur is given to industry, the question mark for agriculture becomes more pronounced. The Agriculture Department predicts another decrease in the sale of American tobacco to Great Britain. The British authorities are requiring all tobacco mixtures to have an increased proportion of Turkish and Greek tobacco. For trade now must follow the flag of politics, and Turkey and Greece are two of the last countries in Europe which are free enough to stand their ground against the Axis powers. The British blockade on Nazi-controlled Europe cuts down the export of other American farm products. The war forces artificial agricultural arrangements upon various countries. Our Agriculture Department reports the Argentine government has been authorized to buy corn from its farmers at 36 cents a bushel because their foreign market is collapsing. And despite all the surplus cotton available elsewhere, the government of Australia is trying to expand Australian cotton production by further government aid to growers, bounty payments to produce more cotton. Half the world has too much of agricultural products, and the other half is encouraging expensive national programs which may make the lack of balance permanent. We return you now to New York.
And with this news from Washington, Colonel Lumley concludes another of these morning reports of national and international development, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Eric Severide was heard from London, Edwin Hartridge from Berlin, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wednesday, September 4th. London and Berlin had air raid warnings today. British planes scattered a German squadron on its way to London. And in Berlin, Nazis said heavy cannon fire drove off RAF planes. The British were said to have appeared over Berlin's outskirts, but did not drop any bombs. In Romania, the government searched for members of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard. Now Columbia's correspondents report direct from Berlin and London. First, Edwin Hartridge reporting from Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
The German press this morning continues to ignore the news from Washington and London that 50 overage American destroyers are to be traded for English naval bases. Some officials that we have contacted so far have told us that they have received no instructions as to what can be said about the trade with all its delicate diplomatic angles. Then some military officers have told us privately their views of the trade and its possible results. They claim that the destroyers are old and shall have to be reconditioned, which will take some time. Secondly, they have yet to arrive in England, where English crews must be trained to handle them. Then there is the finisher. The 50 Stukas could effectively dispose of the 50 American destroyers once the ships get within range of these dive bombers. At the Foreign Office press conference this morning, the spokesman made a brief but ironic comment on the destroyer naval base deal. He pointed out that Secretary of State Cordell Hull had accepted the British offer of naval bases in the New World with a great deal of pleasure. And the spokesman here added ironically that considering the unselfish relation between the two democracies, that this deal was to be expected. The spokesman also commented, somewhat caustically, on the failure of the Swiss to prevent foreign planes from flying over its territories while in bombing raids. This was a reference to the British raids on northern industrial centers in Italy. Last night, the British were again over Berlin. It was a nice clear night and the first anniversary of the entrance of England into the war. So we had expected something might happen. According to the official communique this morning, British planes flew over singly at great altitude. They dropped some flares, but no bombs. I saw and heard heavy anti-aircraft fire and the play of searchlights, but because of the distance, I could get no idea of what was really going on. Last night, German bombers and fighters continue their raids on England, we are told, but so far we have no details of the night's operations. Robert Wagner, the district leader for Alsace, in an interview in the Frankfurter Zeitung, has stated that the National Socialists will not repeat the unpardonable mistakes that the old German Empire made in Alsace. It is necessary to undertake a, quote, purification, unquote, of this German country, he writes. That was not done in 1871. We will eliminate certain groups which are strangers to the country, he writes, and which endeavor to create certain national conflicts in Alsace, unquote. Herr Wagner, from the National Socialist idea is to thoroughly, quote, re-Germanize, unquote, these provinces of Alsace and Lorraine. He has decreed that the official language henceforth will be German. For instance, Christian names must only be used in their Germanic form, so that the French Henri becomes the German Heinrich. Business firms must change their French names into German equivalents. And in the future, all inscriptions on tombstones must be in German and not in French. And the National Socialists are enrolling the German boys from the ages of 10 to 17 into the Hitler Youth, while the girls between 10 and 20 are being enrolled in the Bund of German Maidens. Herr Wagner has pointed out that he expects the population of Alsace to help eliminate all French influence, their language and culture. For a few hours last night, telephonic communications between Berlin and Bucharest were cut off during the street demonstrations in the Romanian capital. But there is little news in the Berlin press this morning of what is taking place in Romania. According to a day-and-day report this morning, Finland is reorganizing its defense forces. A new law has been passed, placing the Civil Guard, which corresponds to the American National Guard, under the control of the War Ministry, and the Ministry of Defense will, in large part, be henceforth directed by the Army General Staff. This is Edmund Hartridge, and returning now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and here is a dispatch from Rome. Italy and Germany intend to give serious consideration to the British-American trade of naval bases for destroyers, responsible Italian informants said today. Informants declined to say what action might be taken. Here's a dispatch from Moscow. Russia has just called up for regular service its Army class of 1920. This includes men of the first 8 months of the class of 1921, grammar school graduates of the class of 1921, and some men of older classes who have been released. Reliable sources in Shanghai said that General Nishihara has advised the Indochina colonial government that Japanese troops will enter Indochina on Friday. The general is chief of the Japanese mission to the colony. This reported decision of the Japanese command is understood to be the result of a rejection by the French government at Vichy of a Japanese ultimatum. Now the news reported direct from London by Larry Lesseur.
This is London. Great Britain enters the second year of the war with the press hearing what amounts to her first diplomatic victory. A naval treaty with America. The trade of air and naval bases in American waters for 50 destroyers. London's influential press recognizes the deal first as a reinforcement of the Royal Navy. A reinforcement which far more than balances the loss of Navy strength due to the surrender of France. The transfer of the 50 American destroyers as the equivalent to the Royal Navy of more than 25% of Britain's pre-war destroyer strength, on which the main brunt of the war has fallen so far. Britain is now able to increase protection of her convoys and at the same time tighten up the blockade on a tremendously extended coastline, which the Royal Navy has to watch since the fall of France. It is believed here that the United States, too, should have every reason to feel satisfied over the bargain. The British press says that America received as a gift, unconnected with the destroyer transaction, the lease of bases in Newfoundland and Bermuda. The British public is told that this will relieve America's anxiety regarding her position on the Atlantic front, and thus contribute indirectly to the defense of the West Coast, since America will be able to maintain a large proportion of the United States Navy in the Pacific. So far as the British are concerned, they believe that the leasing of these naval and air bases to Americans gives them not the slightest ground for misgiving, so long as there is no question of a transfer of sovereignty. Best of all, says the British press, in furthering the security of the United States and that of Britain at one stroke, the seal of a mutual friendship has been put on a contract between England and the United States, which both countries regard as permanent and indissoluble. We understand that in the very near future, the first 8 of the transferred destroyers will sail to a certain unnamed British port. There they will become British destroyers, without names. Mr. A.B. Alexander, First Lord of the Admiralty, had this to say last night about the agreement. I quote, "They come at a time when the strain upon our destroyer fleet has been very great, and they will be of inestimable value to us, not only for escorting convoys, but also for protecting our coast from a threat of invasion. Apart from the immediate advantage to both our naval defense and that of the USA, This event will strengthen the feeling of goodwill and friendship between our two great peoples, unquote. The only words aimed to temper British rejoicing this morning was the warning by Mr. Anthony Eden, War Minister. He pointed out that it would be most foolish to suppose that because the autumn approaches, the threat of invasion is past. However, the British newspapers have virtually hidden the statement on their back pages. Incidentally, the actual information regarding the Anglo-American Naval Treaty has been known in London for several days. It seems obvious to many Britishers that the announcement was delayed in order that it might commemorate the first anniversary of the war, possibly for its moral effect, both on the British public and on Britain's enemies. The news of German raids on England and London itself are receiving less and less prominence here, although we had 3 air raid warnings yesterday and another for breakfast today. One enemy plane has been brought down after a large force of bombers and their fighter escorts approached the southeast coast from several directions. And during last night, German aircraft were over at least 20 towns, but the damage they caused is reported to be very slight. Londoners who have been taken to shelter so often, but have actually seen very little damage caused by the bombers, are annoyed because the sirens disturb their work. A prominent labor man speaking at the National Trades Union Club declared that the sirens were a curse. And as a result of them, many useful hours of work have been lost. Factories, public services, and other large buildings have installed washers on their roofs. The workers don't go to the shelters when the sirens sound, but wait until the roof washers warn them of approaching aircraft. And there's a new issue in London this morning, whether the double-decker buses should keep running when the sirens sound. But after all, these air raids are the most extraordinary experience anyone has ever lived through here. So even the bus drivers can't be blamed. We're returning now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry LeSueur reporting the latest news from London. Now here in New York is Linton Wells to give you more news and his analysis of late developments. Mr. Wells.
The turbulent Balkans continue to occupy the European spotlight. Shortly before midnight, the Romanian pro-Nazi Iron Guard made an unsuccessful attempt to overthrow King Carol's government and depose the king himself. Revolutionary outbreaks occurred simultaneously in Bucharest, Brasov, and Constanza. They were curbed so quickly as to indicate that the Romanian government was pre-warned. In Bucharest, 15 Iron Guard members wearing military uniforms attempted to seize the radio station and telephone system, but were arrested before they could carry out their plans. Simultaneously, shots were fired at King Carol's palace, and the city was flooded with printed manifestos which demanded that Carol abdicate and appealed to the Army, Navy, and Air Force to join the uprising. The manifestos were signed by Horia Sima, leader of the Iron Guard, for whom the police are scouring the country. Sima accused Carol of looking around for support outside the Axis powers, meaning, of course, Germany and Italy. He promised continuation of the dynasty with Prince Michael on the throne if Carol would abdicate and leave the country. The Romanian Iron Guard is an anti-Semitic pro-Nazi faction which has proved troublesome to Romania for several years. It has been blamed for a long series of assassinations and governmental crises, and while he felt he could rely upon Britain and France for support, Carol persecuted its members energetically. For some months since entering the Rome-Berlin orbit, the king has permitted the Iron Guard to play an increasingly important role in Romanian affairs. And now that Romania has been stripped of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina by Russia, and is in the process of losing Transylvania to Hungary and the Dobruja to Bulgaria, little remains of the country but a memory. Germany has guaranteed Romania's new restricted frontiers and reportedly is preparing to move troops into the country on September 15 to back up these guarantees. In the light of all this, last night's uprising holds the interesting possibility that the Nazis attempted a coup d'etat in order to circumvent further Soviet penetration into the Moldavian province of Romania. This has been threatened and would certainly strain Russo-German relations at a time when Hitler doesn't want them strained. Certainly, any further persecution of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard and continued internal unrest over the Transylvania and Dobruja surrenders will give Hitler an excuse to place Romania under so-called protective custody and thereby checkmate the Kremlin's manifest desires to move further into southeastern Europe. As you noted from our Berlin correspondent, Edward Hartridge, this morning, the Germans are not talking about current Romanian developments, with good reason, because certainly they're not encouraging. From Shanghai comes the interesting announcement that the Japanese will probably begin their long-expected occupation of French Indochina next Friday. General Nishihara, who is chief of the Japanese mission to French Indochina, is said to have told the colonial government of France's Far East possessions to submit peacefully or suffer the consequences of resistance. For some time now, the Japanese have been bringing pressure to bear upon the Petain government to permit the movement of Nipponese troops across Indochina. While the Vichy government reportedly was willing to grant Japan certain military privileges, it balked at what would amount to complete surrender of the colony. Recently, the Japanese are said to have delivered an ultimatum which the Petain government rejected. Now comes the Japanese decision to march, which will upset the status quo in the Far East, which Secretary of State Hull has proclaimed frequently must be maintained. However, Washington is not expected to do more than protest the impending Japanese aggression, even though it will place the Nipponese in a better position from which to attack Britain's great naval base at Singapore when the time is right, the Dutch East Indies when the time is right for that, and eventually the Philippines a few years from now. The Japanese will gain control of an elaborate new naval and air base at Turan, upon which the French have been working furiously for several years, and that will prove invaluable to them and justify this impending act of aggression.
And with the news thus analyzed from New York by Linton Wells, we conclude this regular morning report of European developments. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin. Larry Lasser reported from London. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Thursday, September 5th. In Europe, Romania's King Carol has yielded to a dictator, General Antonescu, an army favorite known as the Red Dog. Antonescu has been friendly with leaders of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard. And German planes, following up Hitler's threat to erase British cities, carried out furious attacks during the night. The British answer was to raid Berlin and other German cities. Now the news direct from Europe, London, Berlin, and Rome. First, the report from the British capital by Edward R. Murrow. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've already had our after-breakfast air raid warning. The doorman at my house remarked, "Them strangers is over again." The warning lasted about an hour. Eric Severide, who took a room down in the Thames estuary last night, says that he shouldn't have been charged for the bed because he spent most of the night in the air raid shelter. He adds that this morning's raid seemed to be confined to the mouth of the river, and it was not nearly so intense as last night's. It appears that the daylight raids on London are now of shorter duration, with the German emphasis being placed on their night visits. The Air Ministry says the raids last night were scattered, but lasted almost all night. Bombs fell at many points. A large number of fires were started, which were brought quickly under control. Houses were damaged in many areas, and a number of casualties caused. In the London area itself, damage is declared small and casualties very slight. The music critic of the London Times reports that air raid sirens in B-flat added an obligato to the nocturne of Borodin's string quartet at the National Gallery last night. He says, "The extraneous disharmony sent the audience to the place prepared below." Both the press and radio consistently devote much more space to the RAF activity over Germany than to the German bombing of Britain. This morning, great prominence is given to the bombing of the Black Forest, a low, wide mountain range in southwest Germany about 100 miles long and 10 to 15 miles wide, some of the loveliest country on the continent, and well known to many Englishmen who have walked and bicycled through it. The fires were also started in the Grunewald Forest near Berlin and on the richly wooded slopes of the Harz Mountains. It is stated that the object of the bombing was to set fire to arms factories hidden beneath the trees. Herr Hitler's speech last night is fully reported in today's papers. The general opinion of London editors seemed to be that he was raging over his failures and screaming threats to erase British cities. The Daily Express points out that he talks of no more blitzes and of a long war. The Daily Herald believes the German leader was attempting to reassure his raid-harassed people. The routine of living and working is rapidly changing. Beds are being moved to basements or lower floors, and many office buildings and factories maintain their own watchers on the roof and send their workmen underground only when planes or gunfire are reported in the immediate vicinity. When there's a lunchtime raid, some restaurants close their doors, but others carry on as usual. Some revision of the whole system of air raid warning will probably be announced soon. Originally, the siren was supposed to be an instruction for everyone, wherever he was and whatever he was doing, to take cover. In future, it will probably be considered more in the nature of an alert signal, warning people to be ready to dive for cover when the guns or planes are heard. A few London shops invite their customers down to the basement shelters, where they display such things as books, games, knitting needles, and wool. Business down there in the basement is said to be rather good. Government officers have established rooftop watchers and generally evacuate only one or two of the top floors when the sirens sound. In some areas, where the Germans have been accustomed to pay nightly visits, people don't wait for the sirens. They just take their blankets or mattresses and go to the shelters to sleep. A few drugstores are beginning to display special ear pads and a little rubber gadget that's supposed to be placed between the teeth when the bombs are falling. This wartime accessory resembles a baby's pacifier. One of the best-known fashion experts in London is predicting that women will soon be wearing blue or green or yellow woolen stockings to match the colors of their autumn suits. Women's clothes are supposed to be, quote, practical and gay, unquote. There is to be a Macintosh cape that can be blown up to form a mattress and a pillow combined. Velvet collars and cuffs are to take the place of fur. And bright imitation jewelry will replace the family jewels which are in the bank vaults. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward Armero reporting from London. Here's the latest news from the Balkans. King Carol of Romania, as we reported at the beginning of this broadcast, has yielded most of his dictatorial powers to General Ion Antonescu, an army favorite known as the Red Dog, friendly with the leaders of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard. Antonescu took the oath as premier several hours ago, after he and Carol had issued a joint decree suspending the Constitution, dissolving Parliament, limiting the King's powers, and conferring all of the authority on Antonescu. Now the latest news from Berlin.
British bombers again visited Berlin last night and received a roaring welcome from the German flak, or anti-aircraft batteries. The raid started shortly after midnight, almost to the minute that we are now accustomed to hear the sirens sound their warnings. The attacks seem to have three peaks, judging from the crescendo of AA fire, and the papers this morning give us this report. Quote, shortly after midnight, a strong anti-aircraft fire shot down one British plane before it reached Berlin. Only a few planes succeeded in penetrating the interior of the municipal area of Berlin. At two places in this area, explosive bombs were dropped. One bomb that fell into the Tear Garden killed a policeman. The second bomb hit an ordnance depot of the Army in a northwest suburb without causing serious damage. In a southwest suburb, one house was damaged by falling pieces of shrapnel of an anti-aircraft shell. End of quote. The British raid added a dramatic touch to an interesting day. Late in the afternoon, the correspondents were taken to the Sports Palast to hear Herr Hitler open the Winter Relief Campaign. And in his speech, Herr Hitler made a specific reference to the English night raids on Germany. But now, he warned, the German Air Force will answer the British night by night. And when the British drop 2 to 3 tons of bombs, the German flyers will answer with 50, 100, 200, 1,000 tons of bombs on Britain. And he added that if the British say that they are going to attack the German cities on a large scale, then the cities of England will be run to the ground. As regards these night raids, there's a day-and-day report this morning that German bombers attacked numerous harbors on the east and west coast of England last night. At several points, great fires were observed, according to this report. The British fighters were unable to drive off the German planes, it is said, and all but one of the attacking force returned to their bases safely. Also, the agency says the British bombers raided the well-known German health resort of Bad Kissingen last night, but hit no military objectives. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung carries a story about 6 Americans who were taken off a ship in the Atlantic, captured by a German naval vessel. The 6 Americans were en route to South Africa. Their names, as given in this paper, are Mr. and Mrs. Roy O. Yoder, Y-O-D-E-R, F.A. Schmallenberger, Jesse M. Nicholson, Frank J. Kunstner, and Zola C. Kunstner. We have no details as to where they are from in the States. The Americans were first taken to a French port and then given transportation by the Germans to Irun on the Spanish border. They have written a letter, published in the paper, to the German authorities thanking them for the kind treatment which they received. Another American angle to the news, or the lack of it, I should say, is to be found in the editorial comments on the trade of 50 overage American destroyers for English naval bases in the Western Hemisphere. For a while, at the present, British Berlin papers and the radio jibe at the British for having to surrender their empire piece by piece. But there is no attendant criticism for the United States assistance in releasing the naval vessels. It is curious For one might have expected that this deal, which may enable the British to fight off the German invasion, if and when it comes, should arouse some official public criticism of the American government. But if the present is any indication of the immediate future, the German government and press will probably take no action calculated to influence the presidential election. The Germans don't like Mr. Roosevelt, so they will probably refrain from any action that will affect his chances of re-election. At least, that is the feeling we American correspondents get here in Berlin. Switzerland is given another editorial rap over the knuckles for its reported failure to stop foreign warplanes from flying over its frontiers by the papers this morning. And the Burschen Zeitung writes, quote, in the long run, the German and Italian governments will not comply with such an inactive attitude of the Swiss government. Neither single lame protest to London nor the firing of anti-aircraft guns can be convincing that a nation is determined to defend its neutrality with all possible means. End of quote. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now.
New York, and now Cecil Brown is standing by to report the latest news from the Italian capital. We take you now to Rome.
This is Rome. The heaviest action of the war between British ships and Italian planes has been going on in the eastern and western Mediterranean. The Italian High Command, in the bulletin just issued, announced that a British naval attack on the Dodecanese bases and a number of British ships were hit and reported the destruction of 17 British planes. On Tuesday, in the Aegean, a large British convoy escorted by followed by Italian reconnoitering units. The war bulletin said the British on protecting the convoy an air attack on the Italian bases in the Aegean. The offensive started at dawn yesterday. 2 British air formations roared over the fascist airfields of Cadore and Maritza. These are on one of the islands of the Dodecanese, nearest to the Greek island of Crete. 2 Italian planes were hit on the ground. And meanwhile, the British naval units began shelling Scarpanto, another base on the same island. The bulletin says this shelling caused slight damage to houses and wounded some civilians. Italian fighter planes immediately went up, and the ground defensive blazed away. The communique says 7 British planes were brought down. The crews of 3 of them, totaling 8 flyers, were taken prisoner. The High Command said that once the British had been repaired, the Italian counteroffensive was started. From 7 o'clock in the morning until 5:30 yesterday afternoon, fascist air formations carried out 5 mass attacks against the British convoy. The communique says that in spite of the reaction of British fighter planes and anti-aircraft defenses, 4 British vessels were hit and seriously damaged. The report adds that 5 British fighter planes also were shot down. And in this attack, 2 Italian planes are reported missing. At the same time, the High Command says Italian fast motor torpedo boats attacked the British ships. Their fire was successful, says the bulletin, and it was directed against a British cruiser and 2 destroyers. The action of these torpedo boats took place in the channel of Casso, near the Greek island of Crete. 1 Italian motor torpedo boat failed to return. British ships were also attacked in the eastern Mediterranean. The communique says that 3 British cruisers and 2 destroyers, which were cruising off the coast of Algeria, were bombed heavily by Italian planes. The High Command says 2 cruisers were hit by large-sized bombs. On the deck of one of them, a sheet of flame was observed. In North Africa, intense activity is reported on both the Italian and British Air Forces. Raids by the British, the communique says, caused only minor damage, 1 death and 11 wounded. 4 RAF planes were reported shot down. All the Italian planes are reported safe. In East Africa, during a British raid on the field of Iabello, a British Hampton plane was shot down, and another one probably destroyed. The bulletin reports an Italian bomber formation has seriously damaged a British vessel in the Red Sea. Well, according to the Italian version, the British lost 17 planes, and 6 of their ships were hit. The Italians give their losses as 4 planes and 1 torpedo boat. The Italian papers today continue their discussion of the Anglo-American naval and air base deal. The Rome newspaper, Messaggero, for example, says it appears that the agreement is the prelude to much greater exchanges. And one of these, the paper says, is the cession of Canada to the United States. As the Messaggero sees it, Britain has come to see in Canada and the Antilles the platform for an essential... Next, a threat against Argentina and Chile by making England cede the bases on the Falkland Islands. For this, the Rome paper adds, England would get another batch of old destroyers and second-hand airplanes. The Messaggero claims that a first exchange of views regarding the Falkland Islands already has taken place between London and Washington.
And with this news from Rome, Columbia concludes this morning report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at 6:45, or rather each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Edward R. Murrow reported from London, Edward Hartridge from Berlin, and Cecil Brown from Rome. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Friday, September 6th. King Carol abdicated today. The new king of Romania is his 18-year-old son, Michael. The government, however, is in the hands of the Premier, General Antonescu. He was sworn in yesterday by Carol. Diplomats in Bucharest said Carol was forced to abdicate because of the loss of Transylvania and the humiliation of his army, which apparently wanted to resist Hungary. There were reports that Carol had been arrested. Other reports said Iron Guard members had asked that Carol be allowed to escape by private plane. Now the news direct from London and Berlin. Afterwards, an analysis by Linton Wells from New York. First, Larry Lasser reporting from London. Go ahead, London.
This is London. A tired London after the longest night alarm of the war. They're reading here about King Carol's resignation in favor of his 18-year-old son, Michael. It doesn't seem to make much difference to them, though, because from shortly after 9 o'clock last night until a little before 5 this morning, most London residents were underground on hard wooden benches. Overhead throughout the night, they heard the buzzing of German planes like so many angry mosquitoes. For the first time, the raiders were believed to have dropped the so-called Molotov breadbaskets, containers holding hundreds of incendiary bombs which scatter in midair, throwing the firebombs over a wide area. The all clear sounded in London just as dawn began to brighten the east. But no sooner had the citizens of this world's largest city turned over for their first night's rest than the siren sounded again, only 25 minutes after the previous all clear. And then later this morning, as sleepy Londoners piled on the buses and subways to go to the city, the sirens again stalled traffic and sent them to cover instead of to work. The official statement regarding last night's raids tells us that enemy aircraft operating singly or in small formations attacked this country during most of last night. In the London area, high explosive and incendiary bombs were dropped, doing some damage and causing a number of casualties. A large London public shelter, a hospital in Kent, and a railway station in an eastern suburb were among the objects hit last night, we're told. Many of you must be wondering what it's like to live under the threat of so many air raid alarms. It's pretty wearing on all of us. I'll give you an idea of what it was like yesterday for me. An average day. The air raid sirens got me up for breakfast yesterday, and I ate some oatmeal, drank a pot of tea with some toast, that, and all I wanted. Meal cost 10 cents. The elevator man in my house advised me to follow his method of stuffing ears often at night to keep out the sound of sirens and anti-aircraft bursts. By the time I reached the office, Edward Morrow, Columbia's European chief, was busy preparing yesterday morning's broadcast. He looked up at me tiredly and asked how I slept. Then the siren sounded again. Many of the people in this office building went downstairs to the shelter, but just about as many continued their work. However, the doors of the building were shut to prevent anyone from wandering into the open offices and filching something in the absence of the people underground. I walked to the post office to buy some stamps, but found the post office closed, everyone taking cover. It was about midday. I decided to eat lunch, but restaurant after restaurant had closed their doors. They wouldn't serve any more food to the customers inside, and they declined to let any more people in for fear of overcrowding their own shelters. I went to Broadcasting House, passed through a wire enclosure after showing my pass, walked past a number of soldiers with rifles and bayonets, and then down 2 flights of stairs, opening and closing the gas-proof doors behind me. I was pretty hungry by the time the all clear sounded, but the restaurants were opened, and I lunched on a steak and kidney pie, bread and butter, and salad. 60 cents. During the afternoon, I showed my pass, a different one each time, and visited the British Air Ministry and the Ministry of Information. Incidentally, we have to carry out so many passes here that a member of the press or broadcasting is immediately recognizable in London by the large bulge over his right side, that extra big wallet containing his passes. Eric Severin, spending a night in the air raid shelter on the Thames estuary, had dinner with me. He ate a large steak. I dined on a mixed grill, kidneys, sausage, mushrooms, and tomatoes. It cost us about $1 a piece. We had coffee, good coffee, but we had to ask the waiter for sugar. He got a bowl out of a cupboard. We each took one piece, and he carefully put the bowl back in the cupboard, awaiting the next diner. We took a taxi to the broadcasting studio, and after the broadcast, we walked through the blacked-out streets to the home of Edward R. Murrow. As soon as we got there, the booming of anti-aircraft guns began. So we put on our tin hats and went up to the roof. It was about 1 a.m. All through the night, we slept fitfully. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lasser reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Rome. An Italian High Command communique says that British airplanes raided Turin during the night. It says some damage was caused and the freight cars in the railroad yards were set afire. Now the news direct from Berlin.
This is Berlin. We have a news bulletin from the day and day this morning about the aerial activities of German bombers and fighter planes. We are told that German planes started off the day with attacks on military objectives in the south of England this morning. The Germans state that they encountered British fighter planes, but were able to penetrate the defense forces and accomplish their missions. However, at this moment, we have no further details. You have the interesting news from Romania that King Carol has again abdicated his throne in favor of his son Michael. Our son Michael will be 19 in October. The former king is reported here to be leaving for exile in Switzerland. And there are a few follow-up items. For instance, the new premier, Mr. Antonescu, is now officially titled the leader of the Romanian state, or what is left of it. Hungarian troops, according to reports reaching Berlin, are now starting to occupy parts of Transylvania, ceded by Romania to Hungary, began last week. The leader of the Romanian Youth Organization, Monsieur Sidrovici, arrived in Berlin yesterday. He is here as a guest of his German colleagues, according to the day and day reports this morning. And another item about the Balkans. There's a story here that some important conferences were held yesterday at Craiova between the Bulgarian and Romanian delegates. The last Romanian proposals were studied, and the Bulgarians have now forwarded them to their government. It is expected that the final agreement will be signed today. And if this goes according to schedule, then Romania may surrender another slice of territory, this time the Dobruja, a province which lies along the Black Sea in the southeast corner of Romania. But in Berlin, we do not have as yet a clear picture of the future geography of the Balkans. Last night, we had another air raid around Berlin. In comparison to previous British air raids, this one wasn't much. There was little anti-aircraft firing while it lasted. The Germans say this morning that their anti-aircraft fire was able to drive off the invading planes. However, the raid provided me with a few interesting sidelights. For instance, I discovered that we can get an advance tip-off that a raid is coming by watching the fire department trucks. Some minutes before the siren sound, they can be seen racing through the streets. They carry the air raid wardens to their respective posts. Then they get ready for action themselves. And last night during the raid, I was in the Berlin nightclub when the siren sounded. Incidentally, there's not a great deal of nightlife in Berlin these days. The place is closed at 1 o'clock, and there's no dancing permitted. When the alarm sounded, the waiters informed the guests of the fact. One couldn't hear the siren itself. And he also told them that if they cared, they could order another drink. So business went on as usual, and the band continued to play. A few of the guests left their tables for the air raid shelter in the basement. There was no compulsion on the part of the management. The basement shelter proved to be just another underground section of the nightclub itself. And both on the first floor and in the basement, the parties continued their play. That seems to be the rule here, that if one is caught in a nightclub or cafe when the alarm sounds, why, he just stays there. The places can continue to serve food or drinks for the period of the alarm. And then when it is over, there's a grand rush for taxis and buses. Everybody wants to get home as soon as possible. There are a few items of news from Holland. The German authorities have broken up the Freemasonry organizations in the Netherlands. All the lodges have been disbanded. Then there is a military decree ordering a complete blackout for all of Holland. And in enforcing this decree, the German authorities have arrested 190 violators in The Hague alone, according to a report in the Deutsche Zeitung in the Netherlands. This is Edwin Hartridge returning now to Columbia in New York.
And here in New York is Linton Wells with more news and his analysis of recent developments. Mr. Wells.
As Larry Lester and Edwin Hartridge, our London and Berlin correspondents, told us a few minutes ago, another king has been toppled from his throne. This time it is Carol, hereditary ruler of that turbulent Grostarchian country known as Romania. And the son, Prince Michael, whom he deposed 10 years ago, has been sworn in to succeed him. It was less than 5 hours ago. The last Hohenzollern on a European throne, Carol, playboy, dictator, and pawn, during one of the worst eras of Balkan intrigue, fell a victim to power politics and signed his abdication papers just 9 hours ago. As our correspondent Spencer Williams reported from Bucharest last night, after a day of serious rioting in the Romanian capital. Carol's farewell message to his people said he was making this sacrifice for the salvation of Romania, or what is left of it, which is precious little. Actually, Carol's abdication will probably result in Romania's disappearance from the map of Europe as a government entity and transform its remains into a Nazi vassal state with 18-year-old King Michael as a mere figurehead. Moreover, it can only be interpreted as a Nazi-inspired move to circumvent further penetration by Soviet Russia into Romania, following Hitler's and Mussolini's dictated restoration of Transylvania to Hungary. Incidentally, the Hungarians began to occupy Transylvania a few hours ago, with German troops hovering in the background to back them up in the event of further opposition by the angry Transylvanians. Hitler's instrument in forcing Carol off the throne was General Ion Antonescu, a tough pro-Nazi army man known as the Red Dog, whom Carol placed under technical arrest 2 months ago for opposing the forced cession of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina to Russia. General Antonescu was released last Saturday, and as unrest increased throughout Romania over the territorial surrender of Transylvania and another threatened Russian invasion, Carol surrendered his dictatorial powers to Antonescu yesterday. Still, the anti-Semitic pro-Nazi Iron Guard was not content. So after long hours of conferences yesterday and last night, Carol was forced to abdicate. There are rumors that the former king is under arrest, and contrarily that he is free and will be permitted to find exile in Switzerland. None of these is confirmed. It's probable he will be exiled if he isn't assassinated. However, Carol's red-haired Jewish mistress, Madame Lupescu, for whom he renounced the throne on January 1st, 1926, apparently has fled to safety. Young King Michael will, of course, become nothing more than a symbol of the Hohenzollern dynasty, with General Antonescu and the Iron Guard ruling under Berlin's direction. In this respect, his position will be little different from what it was during his 3 years as king under a regency, from July 1927 to June 8, 1930, when his father returned from exile and after a coup d'etat forced his son's abdication. The young king is in his 19th year and a nice youngster, with, I think, considerable ability. When he was a boy king, I went to Romania at the invitation of his late grandmother, Queen Marie, and spent a week with him at Sinaia Palace outside Bucharest. As a present, I took with me an electric railway, the first he'd ever seen, and I never saw a youngster enjoy anything more. We spent hours together on our stomachs in a palace ballroom, operating and occasionally wrecking express, local, and freight trains. And the young king was so pleased that he ordered his regents to award me a handsome decoration when I was leaving. Several years later, after he was dethroned, I saw Michael and his mother, the former Princess Helen of Greece, who incidentally is reported to be returning to Bucharest. That was in London, and he told me that he still had the railway and enjoyed operating it. Perhaps when the world returns to sanity and the map of Europe is rearranged again, Michael will be able to rule his people and probably do a pretty good job. In the meantime, uneasy will lie the head that wears the Romanian crown. According to information from Cairo, the British Navy and Air Force have engaged in an intensive drive against the Italians on an 1,100-mile Mediterranean front, the biggest of the Italo-British War. Italian airplane bases in Sardinia, which lie between Italy and Spain, and aerodromes all along the coast of Italian Libya have been and are being bombed by British aircraft, while the Air Force and Navy are hammering away at Italy's Dodecanese Islands in the eastern Mediterranean, and submarines have successfully attacked Italian warships. Japanese official circles continue to maintain discreet silence regarding Secretary of State Hull's blunt warning of Wednesday, insisting that the Nipponese respect the territorial integrity of French Indochina. Moreover, nothing official is known concerning future Japanese action with respect to the French colony. However, from Hong Kong comes a report that a Franco-Japanese agreement has been reached with the Vichy and Tokyo governments, permitting restricted Nipponese use of the French possessions for a drive against the Chinese province of Yunnan.
And such is this morning's news of European developments, just analyzed by Linton Wells from New York, reported earlier from London by Larry Lasser, and from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, September 7th. So far today, there are no reports of aerial activity over England and Germany. But during the night, both capitals and other points underwent heavy attacks. Berlin had a 3-hour air raid, one of the most severe it has yet experienced. But Nazis claimed that German planes had bombed many important points throughout England. In London, officials were taking stock of the damage resulting from yesterday's 24-hour raids. Bombs fell in many London sections, within a radius of 15 miles from the heart of the city. Tenements were destroyed. Now the news direct from London and Berlin, then to our own nation's capital, for the report of Albert Warner. We take you first to the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London, a refreshed London because after midnight last night, relative quiet prevailed, in central London at least, a marked contrast to our previous night of extended alarm. But parts of London caught a packet, as they say over here, just before midnight. In fact, many of the now homeless people declare that the German bombs beat the air raid sirens by at least 10 minutes. The raid on a thickly populated district in eastern London came about 11:30 last night, just between the all-clear signal of a previous German visit and the quavering howl of the alarm which signaled the arrival of the new batch of German planes. Following the bombing in the southern London area, traffic had to be diverted for a small distance. The trolley cars in that section are still not running this morning. There's a big crater near the subway station. Air raid wardens are still digging in the ruined houses in 2 streets. And in another district, in East London, about 30 other workmen's families are homeless. The official statement this morning tells us that high explosives and firebombs fell on London, mainly in these eastern and southern districts. Industrial buildings and private houses were damaged, and a number of fires started, which have now been extinguished or brought under control. The German raiders seem to be dropping a great number of firebombs these nights. But London has built up what is probably the world's greatest firefighting system to defeat the incendiary bomb. And so far, the firefighters are beating the bombs. The German raiders are providing London with a magnificent spectacle these nights in the form of parachute flares. Those slowly burning, slowly sinking magnesia torches which light up the entire square miles when they descend. These flares are used to illuminate targets. But in only one case last night did bombs follow the parachute flares. This has led some people here to the conclusion that the flares are being dropped to cause alarm. The only comment I've heard about them has been that they made driving at night easier. Some people insist they can read newspapers in the streets by their weird light, too. In the blackout at night, you know, people here often shout at persons lighting cigarettes to put out that light. Last night I heard some humorists shouting the same thing at a German parachute flare. People here are asking why British night fighting planes are not equipped with searchlights to pick out the German night bombers. It's been reported that a German machine, by means of a strong searchlight, was able to hold a British machine in the light and fire at it with telling effect. It's no secret that experiments are being carried on in this country. One of the advantages of a searchlight on a night fighter is that the beam could be used to dazzle the enemy pilot. The disadvantage is that the enemy machine gunner can fire right along the searchlight beam at the fighter plane. We've just been permitted to disclose the name of one crowded London area which was bombed last night. It's on the south side of the river, and the subway station there bears the strange name of Elephant and Castle, so called because of an old pub nearby which has borne that name down the centuries. It contains row after row of little yellow brick houses, and it's right next to Lambeth, the working class district where they invented the famous Lambeth Walk. Today, just when people were getting used to what seemed to be a new phase of the air war with continuous raids on London, the Germans seem to have slackened off. We haven't had our breakfast alarm this morning, nor the usual one for lunch. But beauty parlors here report a great rush of trade in the last few days. Women are coming in to have those tired lines around the mouth and eyes massaged away. And some of the beauty specialists are advertising air raid treatments aimed at relaxing the nerves and muscles most affected by strain and lack of sleep. Incidentally, official records just compiled here show that from June 17th to September 6th, 1,688 German planes have been brought down. These planes, they think, must have contained about 4,000 German airmen. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lasser reporting from London. At this time, we had expected to take you direct to Berlin for the latest news reports from the German capital. But up to this time, we've been unable to contact our Berlin correspondent. We take you now to the nation's capital for the report of Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Sometime today, sometime before midnight, the administration leaders hope the conscription bill will come to a vote in the House. There are still amendments to be dealt with. House members may not talk as long as senators, but they like their 2 or 3 minutes in the spotlight, and there are 435 of them. One highly important amendment remains for action, along with a good many lesser proposals. The important proposition deals with industrial conscription, an issue brought to the front by Wendell Willkie, Republican presidential candidate. The administration amendment advanced by the Military Affairs Committee proposes penalties for industrialists who decline to cooperate with the government in its defense program. The amendment would let the government operate a recalcitrant plant on a rental basis, but the ownership title would remain with the private owners. The Senate adopted perhaps a sterner amendment, allowing the government to condemn and take complete possession of facilities whose managers, in the opinion of the government, are not cooperating. Mr. Willkie complained of the arbitrary threat to industry. Later explained he was not opposed to penalties for non-cooperators if applied by orderly regulation and the rule of law, and not by the fiat of one man. Once all the amendments are disposed of, the House, which has been sitting in committee of the whole, comes out of committee and greets itself as the House again. At this point, the administration may ask for a roll call on any amendment adopted in committee of the whole, which it doesn't like. There, the Fish Amendment rises for a second vote and by roll call. Supporters of the draft bill hope to overturn and reverse the Fish provision. As it stands, it would postpone the draft for 60 days while the president issues a call for volunteers and waits to see if 400,000 men flock to the colors. But whether the Fish Amendment stays in or out, the bill is slated for passage, and the principle of peacetime conscription seems about to be written into law. Already the Congress has finished its work on the $5 billion record appropriation bill for national defense. The Senate completed action yesterday, and today, or in the next 2 or 3 days, the President will sign the bill. A total of $10 billion have been appropriated this year for defense, not counting additional billions in authorizations for expenditure later on. Despite a drastic tax bill to raise $1 billion additional revenue already enacted, and an excess profits tax bill underway, which may produce $500 million more, a deficit of over $5 billion for the current fiscal year is foreseen. In this country, as in all other large nations, the deficit grows. Whether in the war or out of it, the whole world is going deeper and deeper into the red. The Defense Advisory Commission is reported studying a possible embargo on steel scrap export, and the Commission may recommend such action to President Roosevelt. At present, a large part of the United States scrap exports go to Japan. After the draft bill, the only remaining big measure before Congress is the excess profits tax bill. The Senate Finance Committee seems to be in sympathy with the charge that no one can understand it in the shape it came from the House. The committee is rewriting the measure. Chairman Pat Harrison has called the group into an extra Saturday meeting in an attempt to get the bill before the Senate early next week. Administration leaders hope to begin debate on it Tuesday. It has been given precedence over all other legislation. Senate Majority Leader Barkley says he thinks that the upper house can get the tax bill out of the way in 3 days. When these bills, conscription and excess profits, are out of the way, either adjournment or recess is now definitely indicated. Republican congressmen who opposed adjournment early in the summer now want to get away just as badly as do the Democrats. And Senate isolationists, who once thought that Congress would be a check on the president, are now despondent. After the destroyer deal, in which the president ignored Congress, some of these isolationists said, we might just as well be at home. As adjournment or recess approaches, Representative Joseph Martin, Republican leader of the House, and his party's national chairman, predicts a minimum gain of 60 House members for the Republicans in the next election. His prediction is that there will be a gain of between 60 and 75. The Republicans need a gain of only 48 to organize the House and elect Mr. Martin Speaker. Well, the present Democratic Speaker of the House, William Bankhead, declines to be worried over the outlook. I don't hear that they are going to make any substantial gain, he tells me. In fact, the Republicans may lose some seats. But this talk of winning or losing seats makes members of the House nervous. Political fences back home are calling them. It won't be long now. We return you now to New York.
That was Albert Warner speaking from Washington. And still, we are unable to contact our Berlin correspondent. However, we do bring you at this time the latest news from Berlin, received at Columbia's newsroom in New York. Sweeping over Berlin at altitudes of only 3,000 feet and lighting their targets with parachute flares, British bombing planes raided Berlin for 2 3/4 hours in the early hours of this morning, dropping high explosive and incendiary bombs. Fires were started at various points in the city, including a huge warehouse and a stable a few blocks north of Unter den Linden, municipal buildings in the Wiesensee suburb in northeastern Berlin, the old criminal courts building in the center of the city, a storehouse, and police station in the diplomatic quarters a few blocks southwest of Unter den Linden, and a radio factory and dwellings in the wedding district in North Berlin. A tour of the city arranged under the auspices of the propaganda ministry after the raid showed that bombs had struck in the districts to which correspondents were taken near legitimate military objectives at most points. Across the street from the criminal courts building is a great military barracks. A bomb struck the Tegel railroad station in northern Berlin, not far from the Borsig arms factory. 1 was killed and 10 were wounded when a bomb struck near an automobile chassis plant. It was admitted that 1 searchlight of a battery had been destroyed at Brandenburg, 55 miles west or southwest of Berlin. The raid was the noisiest and most dramatic yet. The air raid alarm sounded at 12:15 a.m. Heavy anti-aircraft gunfire started immediately. Flashes of heavy batteries lighted the sky to the west, north, and east. About 15 minutes later, the hum of airplane motors was distinctly audible. British planes had begun to cruise over the city. The planes dropped dozens of parachute flares. 1 dropped direct over the United Press building in Unter den Linden, the center of the city. The Wilhelmstrasse and Adolf Hitler's ornate chancellery, situated on it, must have been visible to the flyers in the blue-white glare. It was evident that the planes were flying back and forth across the city on the same paths. Daringly, the planes came down to about 3,000 feet, but not once were they picked up by searchlights. The British planes seemed to be disregarding entirely the heavy fire from the ground. 1 plane dropped a string of parachute flares across the center of the city from west to east, circled, and dropped another series farther south from east to west. As soon as a flare dropped, guns blazed into furious action, trying to shoot them down. Pom-pom and machine guns joined in the fire unavailingly. Several times it was observed from the United Press building, as soon as a flare would go out, a British plane would return to the spot and drop another at almost exactly the same point, despite deafening ground fire. After an hour and a half, reddish glows began to appear in the northern and northeastern sky. 2 fires, it could be seen, were put out quickly. A third burned for 2 hours. Windows rattled and buildings trembled in the din of gunfire. It was noted that, though this part of the dispatch emphasized the number of parachute flares, the daring of the British flyers, and the fury of gunfire, it did not mention bombing. Under German propaganda ministry rules, foreign correspondents may send nothing on an air raid until after the all-clear signal had been sounded, and then their dispatches must conform to official versions. English bombers flew to Berlin in several waves. 2 waves were repulsed before they reached the city by anti-aircraft fire and night fighters. Several planes of a 3rd wave flew over the anti-air cordon and dropped bombs on various points of the city, particularly in the workers' quarter of Wedding in the north, where several fires were ignited and there was appreciable damage to buildings. And thus we conclude this morning's report of European development. Larry Lasser reported from London, Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Monday, September 9th. London has gone through the worst air raid of the war. Fires and great property damages reported. The air raid lasted for 9.5 hours until early this morning. But in the later hours of the day, activity has fallen off. The government is taking stock of the damage caused and admits that considerable damage has been caused. There is no official statement on the number of casualties, but it was believed they were less than the 400 persons killed and 1,400 others injured Saturday. Meanwhile, in Berlin, newspapers said the British had bombed the great port of Hamburg. There was no mention of the amount of damage caused. Now the news reported direct from the British capital by Larry Lasser. Go ahead, London.
This is London, a London to which the howl of the all clear came this morning like a benediction. It was the most cheering sound 8.25 million people had ever heard. Because for almost 10 hours last night, the heart of London shook with the thunder of high-explosive bombs. It was the longest and by far the most severe air raid that London has yet known. All night long, beginning at blackout time, that's the time when you're supposed to draw the blackout curtains, that swastika shuttle service was at work. 4 or 5 at a time, the German planes came over in relays from nearby France, dumping their high explosives from one end of London to the other. It was not until dawn this morning that the sky was clear of German planes, those slow, heavy type German bombers, which would be helpless in the light of day against fast British fighters. Virtually everyone was underground last night, as bombs of the heaviest caliber made the landmarks of old London tremble. 2 London hospitals were hit, as were 2 famous museums, one of them a private museum, which has fascinated many an American tourist. Many new fires were started, especially near the blackened ruins on the East End, where yesterday's fire scars still smoldered. Observers are sure that this second night of Hitler's air blitzkrieg was more intense than that of the previous night, in which more than 400 persons died. But it is hoped that casualties were not so high last night. 5 nurses are still missing this morning after the bombing of a famous hospital in central London. A bomb fell close to a famous newspaper building. The heaviest effect of the raid did not take place until after 3 o'clock this morning, when a number of the German planes began dive bombing, and the whistling of their bombs could be heard long before the rolling thunder of the explosions. Everything possible is being done this morning to get people to work, despite the bomb damage to transport services. Many people are still standing around famous London railway stations awaiting their trains, which have been held up by bomb damage along the line. The German planes used the great red glow of the fire in Dockland as their starting point in what seemed an effort to set all London afire. To many it seemed as though they were making their bombing runs up and down systematically, like men plowing a field. England's first refugees trudged the city streets before dawn this morning, a ragged, sleepless army of East End workers whose homes had been smashed. They pushed before them the inevitable cheap baby carriage, often loaded with belongings and 1 or 2 children. Many of them carried the best part of their homes on their backs, those little homes for which they paid a rent about $2 a week. They'd spent all night in crowded shelters. They'd come up at daylight, and many of them saw the roofs of their homes turn to the sky. The East End workers of London were meeting their Dunkirk. Trucks and buses are carrying the homeless away, and they're finding new homes at the town hall and police station. Some parts of London are being evacuated now. All the subways are running this morning, with the exception of one line, where there is no service on 3 of its spurs. But road transportation in East and Central London is now beginning to untangle itself through the blocked-off streets. We are told this morning that losses of foodstuffs in the bombed Dockland area are much less than might have been expected. A sugar warehouse and a flour mill were damaged. Quantities of bacon and cheese were affected, and smaller stocks of coffee and cocoa were involved. But Lord Woolton, Minister of Food, has said that the loss of these foods will not affect the rationing allowance. Last night, the Royal Air Force announced that it had made great attacks on the so-called invasion zone in France and Hamburg. Big armaments works in Germany were also bombed. And this morning, my landlady, after being awake all night and reading that the people were doing the same thing in Germany, said to me, "I wonder why the Germans don't bomb Berlin themselves and the RAF bomb London. It would save a lot of petrol." This is Larry Lasser returning you now to CBS in New York.
This is New York. Here's a dispatch from Budapest. Hungarian troops have completed their occupation of 1/4 of the territory ceded by Romania. The Hungarians took over Karalyago Pass in the Sub-Carpathians and the Metz Mountains in the foothills of the Carpathians. An official announcement said the occupation proceeded without incident. Another dispatch from Bucharest. A public trial of ex-King Carol on charges of mishandling public funds was considered likely in well-informed quarters today, following Dictator General Ion Antonescu's order sequestering all Carol's stocks and bonds. Switzerland. Carol, abdicated King of Romania, began his exile here today. But in 30 days, he must find refuge in another country. South America, the United States, and Canada have all been mentioned. Carol arrived at 5:39 p.m. yesterday on a special 10-coach train accompanied by Magda Lupescu, his Jewish mistress, Ernest Iranandu, his Lord Chamberlain, other members of the palace household, and 4 dogs. Carol smiled at the small knot of people who had gathered at the station, saluted smartly, and climbed into a waiting automobile, which took him to his hotel. He wore a soft brown hat and a light brown suit. We've heard from London, and now in a moment we'll take you to the German capital for the latest report by William L. Shirer. Go ahead, Berlin. Columbia in New York, calling William L. Shirer in Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin. Columbia, New York, calling William L. Shirer in Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin. Ladies and gentlemen, due to transmission difficulties, as yet we've been unable to contact our Berlin correspondent. In the interim, we bring you the latest news from Berlin, received at Columbia's newsroom in New York. German airplane fleets returned to the attack on London today, a Nazi spokesman said, after a night in which they had rained thousands of bombs on the city without interruption in what Field Marshal Hermann Goering, Air Force Chief, proclaimed the historic hour in which, for the first time, the German Luftwaffe strikes at the heart of the enemy. The Türkische Beobachter, Nazi Party official newspaper organ, headlined, "Terrible Blow Against England." It was asserted by the official news agency that in their newest bombings, German planes had damaged harbor works and factories and other military goals, striking especially at the East End industrial district. Though the German planes did great damage, Nazi spokesman said, their attack during the night did not equal in scale that of the night before, which was called the greatest air attack of the entire war. It was explained that the raid of Saturday night and Sunday morning was truly mass attack, involving formations of 100 and more planes each, but that raids of the Saturday night and this morning were made by isolated members or small formations. Nazi planes were aiming now at prolonging the period of air raid alarms and polishing off the damage done earlier, a spokesman said. It was asserted that German plane losses were negligible because British defenses had been seriously lamed by previous attacks. The balloon barrage, it was said, seemed to have missed fire completely as a means of defense. Goering, the Air Force chief, revealed at a headquarters in northern France last night that he had assumed personal command of the attack on Britain. I want to take this opportunity to say a few words at the historic moment when, after all the British provocatory attacks on Berlin, the Führer has decided to order reprisal blows on the British capital, he said during a radio newscast. I have personally assumed command of these victorious German flyers who for the first time are attacking London in broad daylight. Accompanied by brave fighter comrades, they will continue to carry orders to full execution. After a morning raid on London yesterday, a jubilant Nazi had said, after our Air Force yesterday and this morning demonstrated the ability to drop any number of bombs of all calibers on precisely chosen objectives without material interference by the British Air Force, it has become obvious that we have won mastery of the air over the capital of the British Empire. In last night's raids, it was said the German bombing planes found targets easy to find because of the fires still smoldering from previous raids. These fires, it was said, were enlarged. German planes flew low and attacked and destroyed numerous British anti-aircraft gun emplacements, spokesman said, as well as searchlight batteries. Woolwich Arsenal was attacked and appreciably damaged, it was asserted, and a powder magazine, railroad station, and some factories destroyed. Some German planes flew over London at great height to take photographs. Now Columbia takes you back across the ocean to the Italian capital for the report of Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The Italian Air Force struck again during the day at the oil refineries at Haifa and Palestine. And by night, the fascist bombers raided the British naval base at Alexandria. These two air raids were announced by the Italian High Command an hour ago. The bulletin reports the British were surprised by the raid on Haifa, and the ground defenses had no time to go into action. We're told a refinery was hit squarely and vast fires broke out. At Alexandria, the High Command says, ships in the harbor and dockyard facilities were bombed. For the second time in 3 days, the Italians bombed the railway between Marsa Matruh and Alexandria. All the Italian planes were reported safe. The High Command announces the bombing of Boma in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. The railway station and oil dumps were bombed at Port Sudan on the Red Sea. British bombers raided Mogadiscio in Italian Somaliland, Massawa in Eritrea, and Berbera in the former colony of British Somaliland. The communique says only minor damage was caused. We're told that one British plane, which tried to attack the Italian airfield at Mojo, was shot down in flames by a fascist fighter. 3 members of the crew were killed, but an observer was taken prisoner. Just as the Germans, the Italians are depending on their air force for their major military activity. The most striking example of this is the campaign against Malta. That island is only 80 miles from the Italian coast and has been raided from the air no fewer than 80 times. Wave after wave of fascist bombers have dropped tons and tons of explosive and incendiary bombs. And this is the only form of attack thus far used against Malta. Despite the number of British civilians who have been killed in the past 2 days, the Italian papers say today that the Nazis are attacking military objectives. The Popolo di Roma, for example, says that people have been killed because they live near these military objectives. The fascist press emphasizes that Marshal Goering is in direct charge of the greatest air operation in history, and the papers point out that this attack will be carried through to the end. But the Roman press gives no indication whether this air attack is the artillery barrage that precedes an actual attempt at invasion. According to the Rome newspaper Messaggero, ex-King Carl is going to Canada to make his future home. Today he is at Lugano, Switzerland, and his permission to stay there expires within 15 days. This same report from Bern adds that before going to Canada, Carl will spend some time on the French Riviera, in the house he used during his former exile. Queen Mother Helena, whose son now sits on the Romanian throne, will leave her villa at Florence in a few days to return to Bucharest. It's reported here Carol's brother, Prince Nicholas, is now at Venice, but he will go back to Bucharest with King Michael's mother. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
This is New York, and here is a dispatch from Tokyo. A Foreign Office spokesman said today that he hoped an announcement could be made within a few days concerning details of Japan's negotiations with French Indochina. I believe 2 main points already have been worked out, he said, when asked about the negotiations at Hanoi, where the Japanese are seeking military and economic advantages. The newspaper Asahi today interpreted dispatches from Washington, D.C., concerning possibility of a total United States ban on scrap iron and gasoline exports as a possible first and immediate measure of trade pressure on Japan resulting from the United States military alliance with Britain in regards to Europe, the Pacific, and China. The newspaper said that the United States' recent less disguised concern over Indochina presages such action, and the Japanese government is carefully watching the final United States attitude in this connection. And with this news from Tokyo, Columbia concludes another regular morning report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. This morning we heard the latest reports from London by Larry Lasser, from Berlin by William L. Schara, and from Rome by Cecil Brown. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, September 14th. At this time each morning and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents for reports of the diplomatic, economic, and battle fronts. This morning we are to hear from Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, Larry Lasser in London, and a report on the national situation by Albert Warner in Washington. Now, while we're waiting for the report of Mr. Hartridge over transatlantic shortwave radio, here's news from other points. A communique from Rome says that in North Africa there is further intense activity by exploring parties on the desert and frontier. between Libya and Egypt. In the last few days, there have been unconfirmed reports that Italy is preparing a major offensive against the British forces in Egypt. According to these unconfirmed reports, the Italians would stage a campaign aimed to capture the all-important Suez Canal. The Rome communique claims a convoy of steamers escorted in the eastern Mediterranean by warships was bombed. British land bases were also said to have been attacked. And Romania's new dictator, General Antonescu, decreed the supervision of commerce and industry in that country by state commissioners who must be of pure Romanian stock. Observers said he apparently was seeking to make good on his announced determination to run the country without interference from any political group, somewhat of a problem since he took charge without organized backing. Now the news direct from Europe. First, the report of Edwin Hartridge from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. German planes are again on the way to London this morning and other places in South England. But at this moment, we have no further details of what is actually happening. The big news here this morning is furnished by the CBS Bureau in London. The German press today is giving a big play to the CBS story of Thursday, in which it was reported that plans are now being made for the evacuation of the government from London. So the Volkswagen headlines the story like this: "The flight of the plutocrats beginning." And the Bankhead on Mittag also picks up the story, headlining it, quote, "The plutocratic hi-hats follow their horses," end of quote. And the Bankhead informs its readers that all upper-class English people are leaving for their country homes to avoid the German raids on London. The paper adds they have sent their horses and their children to the United States and Canada, and many are making plans to follow them. However, the Bankhead states that the government is not leaving London for the present. And other papers carry the headline, "Plutocrats flying from the burning London," end of quote. And it was added, quote, "The working class stays behind to pay the bill," end of quote. In the same line, the Germans are rather scornful with reports from London that the English had so strengthened their anti-aircraft defenses around the British capital, the German planes are finding it much harder to break through. A radio commentator remarks this morning that in any event, quote, "The alleged improvements will pass a severe test during the course of the next few days." The statement made by the British Broadcasting Corporation looks very much like an item concocted for the purpose of cheering up the population of London, end of quote. And another paper in Berlin adds that if the London defenses have been strengthened, then the defenses in the other parts of the country have been weakened as a result. The bombing of Buckingham Palace is another big story here. The Berlin papers give all the details available that have been broadcast or published so far. However, German shortwave English news broadcast treats the story in a different manner. It continues to use the story put out last night that, quote, "Several bombers of the DO-17 type bombed a large oil depot situated in the vicinity of Buckingham Palace yesterday afternoon," end of quote. And that is all. No mention is made that the bombs actually hit the royal residence. And Berlin papers make no mention of the reported attack on the oil depot in the vicinity of Buckingham Palace. It apparently turned out to be an attack on the palace itself, as the reports in the foreign press stated. I've been listening to an English propaganda playlet broadcast in English by the German shortwave radio. It is beamed for the British Isles. The radio play concerns the English upper classes and their alleged war ideas. The principal characters are Lady Violet Potluck and the Marchioness of Dudley. It seems that Lord Reginald Potluck is a little bit too patriotic for his wife and passes up all the opportunities to make money by getting into the armaments industry. However, at a tea party, Lady Violet sees her opportunity. There is a Mr. Miller, an American who's engaged in selling second-hand airplanes. And the Marquis of Dudley, who as the radio play progresses, has been buying some of Mr. Miller's stock and reselling them to the British government. Finally, Lady Violet asks her husband to do the same. He replies that buying second-hand rickety planes is not patriotic. Lady Violet overcomes his objections. What if the German anti-aircraft does shoot them down, she asks? That would happen anyhow. Then this radio playlet reaches a clincher. Lady Violet points out that buying these planes, when reselling them to the British government, their money will be safe from the Roman tax collectors, but it will be banked in the United States. Well, let me give you an idea of what the Germans think of, quote, English plutocrats, unquote, and what the Germans think of their patriotism in war efforts. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning out of Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and here's a dispatch from Sofia, Bulgaria. The Bulgarian Communist Party has issued another manifesto, the third in 10 days, violently attacking Germany and Italy and demanding that Bulgaria sign a mutual assistance pact with Russia. The latest was labeled an appeal to the Bulgarian people, and it denounced the present government of Bulgaria. Now we hear the latest news from the British capital, reported by Radis. Go ahead, London.
This is London. And the time bombs near our office haven't gone off yet. London has had 2 more short raids since daylight this morning, but there's none on now. All last night at spaced out intervals, about 10 minutes apart, German raiders swept over this city. It was a clear night with brilliant moonlight, silhouetting all of London's prominent buildings. But the weather helped both defenders and attackers alike. The guns of London raised a storm of shrapnel with a regularity timed by the raiders' visits. There were moments last night, between the periods of silence, when the air actually seemed to churn with the fury of London's defense guns. Possibly, as a result of this, most of last night's raiding was confined to the outskirts of the city. There were more German planes over London than on previous nights. But though they came over relays, they came over singly for the most part, an obvious tribute to the effectiveness of London's defense guns. Throughout the all-night raid, from about 9 o'clock until 5:30, the duel between the guns and the bombers was fought. And taking into account all the stories we have heard about the strength of the German Air Force, it would seem that if the number of planes which came over last night constitutes the main strength of the German night bombers, then the London guns are victorious. But I'm crossing my fingers as I say that. I watched the duel from a high roof last night for a short time. And certainly most of the stuff coming down was British, clinking shrapnel from the anti-aircraft bursts. At one time, a big German raider dropped what seemed to be bags of incendiary bombs. An entire square residential block leaped into flames. But in a few minutes, London's fire brigades were tearing down the streets in that direction. Then to the west, we saw what was apparently an oil bomb explode. These are large cylinders filled with crude oil and high explosives. When it hit, it enveloped a large building in yellow flame, topped by a great black smoke cloud, just like a kerosene lamp explosion. Many of London's night workers are becoming volunteer firefighters on short notice. When the German attack was at its height last night, firebombs fell on the southwest London square. Bus drivers and conductors left their vehicles and helped to put it out. And these are the busmen who nightly maintain their routes through the most heavily bombed London areas. And if you don't think that takes nerve, well, everyone in London thinks it does. We've had a number of incidents here of persons being trapped for days by the debris of falling buildings. One girl was rescued this morning after being imprisoned in her wrecked home for 4 days and 4 nights. For several hours last night, observers on the English coast saw the German anti-aircraft guns in action and bomb flashes near Cape Grisnez. Apparently the RAF were bombing German gun positions again on the French coast. And we're told that last night the RAF again bombarded the French channel ports. Bomb flashes could be seen intermittently from dusk until dawn. The English coast itself felt the crumples of bombs across the channel. It seemed to be the most prolonged bombardment of the invasion force thus far. The official communique regarding last night's raid tells us this morning, and I quote, that the enemy air attacks were mainly concentrated on the London area and on a town in South Wales. Although many bombs were dropped all over the British capital, the eastern, southern, and southwestern districts caught the brunt of the raid. Many fires were started. All are now under control. Details of the casualties in South Wales are not yet available. Unquote. Neither are last night's London casualties. Incidentally, one of Buckingham Palace's time bombs has just exploded. It was in the roadway outside the palace. It tore off a big stone pillar and part of the metal railing in front of the famous building. In daylight raids yesterday on London, the German planes seemed to be trying to make news by bombing Buckingham Palace and other prominent London buildings. It was a kind of propaganda air raid. And to me, it clearly demonstrated how total war has become a compound of the military and the psychological. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lasser, reported from London. Now we hear the latest news from our own national capital, reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
From a well-informed official source with access to private information from Europe comes this piece of information. Germany now has, within the strategic occupied portion of France, 3 million men. According to this report, right across the narrow channel from England is a tremendous force of waiting soldiers and German labor battalions. The latter are building new airports in France. They are trying to expand the transportation system. And in Norway, according to a report from the same source, there are now 300,000 Germans. Perhaps it was these German concentrations which led British Prime Minister Churchill to warn his people that attempted hostile invasion was imminent. There along the Channel in the North Sea, there along the coast of Norway, these potential invaders wait while German airplanes try to destroy British production and communication and morale, wait while German planes try to take command of the air. Democratic Senator Chandler of Kentucky expresses approval of William Allen White's proposal to give Britain 50 flying fortresses and 22 torpedo boats. It was Mr. White's committee which sponsored the transfer of destroyers. However, the Kentucky senator suggested that in exchange the United States ought to receive the direct ownership of the bases which it acquired in the destroyer trade. Chairman Saul Bloom of the House Foreign Affairs Committee said he thought we were better off with a lease. Any businessman, he said, would rather have a long-term lease than direct ownership of real estate, and that applies to Caribbean islands. Mr. Bloom said that any such proposal as that made by Mr. White would have to be investigated and judged by the Army and Navy and the Attorney General. But many Army officers possessing relatively few of the latest fighting planes are already crying out against a transfer of flying fortresses. Now it seems that today may come the final legislative action on the conscription bill. Apparently, the bill was all set for dispatch to the White House yesterday. Then came a last-minute flurry in the Senate and another day of delay. To be sure, it was also Friday the 13th yesterday, and there are superstitious backers of conscription who were not displeased at the postponement. Again, the Senate will consider the draft bill in slightly altered form today. The conferees between Senate and House will send the measure back with the one change which a majority of the Senate demanded last night. That one change involves the provision for conscription of industry. The House formula for taking over recalcitrant factories is restored. The Senate voted to instruct its conferees to accept the House provision. That's been done. Now swift action in the Senate is expected and then approval by the House. As the bill seems likely to be passed, therefore, businessmen who refuse to cooperate in the defense program will be faced with a heavy club behind the door for the government to use. Manufacturers who refuse to accept defense orders or decline to give them priority face the seizure and operation of their plants by the government. In addition, a recalcitrant manufacturer may be imprisoned. In a sense, this House provision is milder than the original Senate provision, which allowed the government to take permanent title to non-cooperative facilities of any kind. But the conference committee, in its own version, had stricken out the jail penalties and otherwise whittled down the club behind the door. Now the club is there again, a hefty bludgeon. We return you now to New York.
And with these reports from Washington, Columbia concludes this regular morning report of national and international developments. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Larry Lasser reported from London, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
At this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for the reports of the latest developments on the diplomatic, economic, and battle fronts. This morning we are to hear from Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, Edward R. Morrow in London, and Cecil Brown in Rome. And now, while awaiting the report of Mr. Hartridge in Berlin over transatlantic shortwave radio, here is the news from other points. In Washington today, funeral services will be held in the chamber of the House of Representatives for Speaker William B. Bankhead. He died early Sunday morning. After the services are held, a delegation of representatives and senators will accompany the body to Speaker Bankhead's home in Jasper, Alabama. President Roosevelt will travel to Alabama for the services. Meanwhile, Sam Rabin of Texas, the Democratic Majority Leader of the House, is certain to be chosen as Bankhead's successor. On conscription, President Roosevelt may sign the bill if he gets it before leaving for Alabama this afternoon. Otherwise, the president will sign it Wednesday when he returns.
60,000 National Guardsmen in 26 states are starting the first day of their mobilization for a year's training. And the Government Weather Bureau warned the New England coast, especially Cape Cod and Nantucket, to prepare for gales and high tides accompanying a tropical storm. And now for the report of Edwin Hartridge, we take you to Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. At dawn this morning, German bombers again roared off from their disguised airfields in France, Holland, and Belgium, and headed for the capital of the British Empire. And since this morning, there have been air battles over London and South England. But we have no further details at this moment. So whether today is going to be like yesterday, another great air attack, an air battle over London, we can't say at this moment. We have some further details about yesterday's air fighting. During an attack on the airfield at Lincoln, direct hits were scored on barracks, hangars, runways, says the latest day-on-day report. Then the news agency adds that when a series of fierce aerial combats took place between the raiders and the defending planes, quote, it became obvious that the British Air Force had concentrated most of their fighters in the London area in order to frustrate the German bombing attacks, unquote. Then the story continues that this concentration was confirmed by German bombers, which attacked Liverpool yesterday and met with little enemy fighter activity. However, this concentration of British fighter planes in the London area came as a surprise to the German High Command amidst the day and bay. But the agency continues that it didn't halt the Germans from dropping their bombs on London. In 4 waves, they attacked the Albert and India docks, causing fires there. As for this side of the picture, last night before midnight, we had an air raid here. The Germans announced that British bombers were driven off by anti-aircraft fire before reaching Berlin, so all the raiders returned for home. And sometime after midnight, we had our second alarm, which lasted about 45 minutes. I was driving home, and when the sirens started, I was forced to go into a shelter. Our air raid warden told us they heard some sounds of anti-aircraft fire. It was the first time that we have had 2 air raid alarms in one night in Berlin. And those people I encountered in the air raid shelter didn't like getting out of bed and getting dressed to go down into the basement twice in one night. The papers announced this morning that for the first time, German bombs were dropped in Belfast, Ireland on Friday. The reports give no details except to state that objectives of military importance in Belfast and nearby coastal towns were bombed on Friday. The German press also gives us some new reasons, or amplifies old ones, why Buckingham Palace was bombed several days ago. On the back page of the Warsaw Zeitung of yesterday, there's a layout of pictures of the royal residence in London. And over the pictures is the blunt headline, quote, bombs on Buckingham Palace in retaliation for bombs on the German national monuments, unquote. Another paper, Der Montag, has an editorial claiming that Buckingham Palace is situated in the midst of other military objectives in the heart of London. It reiterates the claim that, quote, some 100 meters from Buckingham Palace, there's a large oil depot serving both private and military cars, unquote. Then this paper says that the Victoria Station, which it describes as an important military transport station, is close to Buckingham Palace, while the new Air Ministry, the War Ministry, and other objectives of military significance are located nearby. The implication here is the German bombs were not aimed for the palace. There were other military targets in the area. Herr Hitler has sent President Cardenas of Mexico a telegram of congratulations on the occasion of the Mexican Independence Day. Then it was officially announced in Prague that the customs border between Germany and the Protectorate, or what was once Czechoslovakia, has now ceased to exist. Serrano Suñé, brother-in-law of General Franco and Minister of Interior of the Spanish government, arrived in Berlin this morning. He will meet Herr Hitler tomorrow. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning now to Columbia in New York.
And that was Edwin Hartridge in Berlin. Back in New York, here's a dispatch from Vichy, France. Leon Blum, leader of the French Socialists, founder of the Popular Front, and twice premier, joined 2 other former premiers today in the guarded Chateau Chauseron today. Edouard Daladier and Paul Reynaud were already there, as were former Generalissimo Maurice Gemelin and Georges Mandel, former Minister of Colonies. And now, for the report of Edward R. Morrow in the British capital, we take you to London.
This is London. A little before 6 o'clock this morning, Londoners came out of their shelters. The alarm had lasted all night. The sky was clouding over after a clear moonlit night. It began to rain, and many thought the mist and low-hanging clouds would silence the sirens and give London a day of rest and perhaps a little sleep. But there was an air raid alarm at 9:30, lasting less than half an hour, and another at about 10:30, which lasted roughly 1 hour. Visibility was bad. Peacetime transport planes wouldn't have taken off in such weather. Perhaps the Germans are trying to convince Londoners that they can hit the city in any weather, and that winter will bring little relief. The official total of yesterday's air battles is now given as 185 German planes down. 5 British fighters, previously reported missing, have now returned to their bases. So the RAF losses for yesterday is now put at 25 fighters. During yesterday's daylight raids, hundreds of business premises, banks, insurance offices, movies, and private dwellings were damaged. Most of the damage was done in the first attack. No details of casualties have been issued. During last night's raids, the anti-aircraft barrage reached its usual intensity. From a London rooftop, I had the impression that the German bombers were not using the regular flyway or bus route up the Thames. They seemed to be coming in from all directions, and the number of Germans engaged appeared to be somewhat larger than on previous nights. I had the impression that more delayed action bombs were dropped, but one can't be sure about that sort of thing. The Air Ministry communique, dealing with last night's raids, says that a succession of small groups of bombers operated mainly against the London area and surrounding districts. But a smaller number of raids were also made against other parts of the country. In London, the attacks were spread over a wide area. Damage was done to houses, commercial premises, and other buildings. 3 hospitals were damaged. Bombs also fell in many rural districts, but with little result. In the northwest and southeast of England, in South Wales, and in some other districts, including one town in the south of England, some damage was caused. 1 German bomber was shot down during the night. Our third alarm, since dawn this morning, ended a few minutes ago. It is believed that the first raid today was attempted by about 30 bombers escorted by 40 fighters and was directed against London. The second formation came over practically the same route, but was forced to change course by heavy anti-aircraft fire, and there was fighting out over the channel. We don't know what's happened in this latest attack, but there was very little activity over the center of London. Imperial Airways says this morning that they're not at all worried about the British flying boat Clare. They say that at the time she was reported down in the Atlantic, she had not yet taken off from Foynes, and they expect to hear of her arrival in America today. London afternoon papers emphasize Berlin comment on the surprise at the heavy fighter concentrations encountered over London yesterday, and the admission from Berlin that their bomber escorts had a hard struggle. Certainly there were more British fighters over London yesterday than I've ever seen before, and there's good reason to believe that the RAF can put up considerably larger numbers of fighters in the air than they did yesterday. There are unofficial reports that Italian planes were seen over London during yesterday's daylight raids. Some eyewitnesses claim to have seen Italian markings on the wings, but there is no official confirmation that Italian planes have been over London. The German bombers appear to be devoting considerable time to the bombing of royalty. The Queen of the Netherlands lived for some time in the part of London which has been pretty heavily bombed. Last week, she moved to a little house on the outskirts. For 2 nights, bombs fell in the immediate vicinity of her new residence, and Queen Wilhelmina has now moved back to London, to a place where there is a good, deep air raid shelter. There is no fresh news about the invasion, aside from the Stockholm story, that a vast military zone has been created on the southwest coast of Norway. German guns on the French coast began a sporadic shelling of Dover about 2 hours ago. As you know, we no longer have weather reports or forecasts in Britain, but 1 or 2 papers today front page yesterday's Dover weather. One paper captions its weather report as a notice to Channel passengers. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And that was London. Back in New York, here is a dispatch from Bombay. In a 100-minute speech to the All-Indian Congress today, Mahatma Gandhi reiterated his determination not to embarrass Great Britain in her hour of trial, but added that this restraint was not to result in the extinction of Indian aspirations for freedom. And next, Cecil Brown is ready to report the developments in the Italian capital. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The Italians are pushing forward in their advance into Egypt. Troops and tanks, supported by strong aviation units, are driving ahead on the coast road along the Mediterranean. The Italian High Command announced an hour ago that fascist vanguards have occupied Sogum and pushed on beyond it. Sogum is 11 miles inside Egyptian territory. The war communique says that approximately 50 British armored cars and tanks have been destroyed. We are told that retreating British units have set fire to numerous supply deposits. Italian bombers and fighter planes appear to be raiding the British incessantly. The communique tells us that the British have suffered heavy losses from fascist air attacks. The Italians also report a naval success today. The communique says in the eastern Mediterranean, fascist motor torpedo boats have sunk a British submarine. An Italian air formation attacked a British cruiser. It's reported that the cruiser was hit squarely by a medium-sized bomb. An Italian air formation carried out air bombing attacks against an airport in Malta. The communique said direct hits were scored on anti-aircraft batteries, sheds, and other equipment. It's reported a big fire was observed. The High Command says that the British fighters over Malta refused to engage the Italian fighter planes. Instead, the British attacked the Italian bombers. The communique says the dive bombers counterattacked, shot down one British fighter, and severely damaged another. All the Italian planes were reported safe. In East Africa, the communique says Italian planes bombed enemy sheds in the zones of Gaz Regeb in the Sudan. The British raided Assab, Massawa, Debaroa, Asmar, and Gura. All these towns are in Eritrea. The communique gives the results as 4 wounded, slight material damage. There is no further clarification today on relations between Italy and Egypt as a result of the invasion. An authorized source said today that Italy only has the sincerest friendship for the Egyptian people. But it was pointed out the British used Egypt as a base to threaten Libya and Ethiopia. A more sober tone than usually marks the fascist press appeared today in the Rome newspaper Il Piccolo. The words came from General Angelo Borgatti, and he suggested calling a halt to the frequent use of the idea that the present Axis operations are a decisive phase. That, he said, is more of a desire than a reality. The German command, he said, knows very well that the destruction of British industries doesn't end the war, nor does the eventual departure of the royal family from London. General Borgatti said the fight will still be very hard and fierce because the British have offered no indication of giving up. Unquestionably, the general added, the Italian fight against the British Empire will be especially severe. A symbolic ceremony took place in the hometown of Marshal Rodolfo Graziani. A group of fascist women there presented to Marchesa Graziani a new battle flag which is to be sent on to the Marshal. The banner is to be used by Graziani when he conquers new territory in Africa. My personal guess is that this flag is the one to be raised over Alexandria. That is, if and when the Italians capture the British stronghold in Egypt. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Once again, Columbia has brought you direct reports by transatlantic shortwave radio from our correspondents abroad. Today, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Edwin R. Morrow from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. At this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for the reports of the latest developments on the diplomatic, economic, and battle fronts. This morning we are to hear from Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, Edward R. Morrow in London, and Cecil Brown in Rome. And now, while awaiting the report of Mr. Hartridge in Berlin over transatlantic shortwave radio, here is the news from other points. In Washington today, funeral services will be held in the chamber of the House of Representatives for Speaker William B. Bankhead. He died early Sunday morning. After the services are held, a delegation of representatives and senators will accompany the body to Speaker Bankhead's home in Jasper, Alabama. President Roosevelt will travel to Alabama for the services. Meanwhile, Sam Rabin of Texas, the Democratic Majority Leader of the House, is certain to be chosen as Bankhead's successor. On conscription, President Roosevelt may sign the bill if he gets it before leaving for Alabama this afternoon. Otherwise, the President will sign it Wednesday when he returns. 60,000 National Guardsmen in 26 states are starting the first day of their mobilization for a year's training. And the Government Weather Bureau warned the New England coast, especially Cape Cod and Nantucket, to prepare for gales and high tides accompanying a tropical storm. And now for the report of Edwin Hartridge, we take you to Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. At dawn this morning, German bombers again rode off from their disguised airfields in France, Holland, and Belgium, and headed for the capital of the British Empire. And since this morning, there have been air battles over London and South England. But we have no further details at this moment. So whether today is going to be like yesterday, another great air attack, An air battle over London, we can't say at this moment. We have some further details about yesterday's air fighting. During an attack on the airfield at Lincoln, direct hits were scored on barracks, hangars, runways, says the latest day-and-day report. Then the news agency adds that when a series of fierce aerial combats took place between the raiders and the defending planes, quote, it became obvious that the British Air Force had concentrated most of their fighters in the London area in order to frustrate the German bombing attacks, unquote. Then the story continues that this concentration was confirmed by German bombers, which attacked Liverpool yesterday and met with little enemy fighter activity. However, this concentration of British fighter planes in the London area came as a surprise to the German High Command amidst the day. But the agency continues that it didn't halt the Germans from dropping their bombs on London. In 4 waves, they attacked the Albert and India docks, causing fires there. As for this side of the picture, last night before midnight, we had an air raid here. The Germans announced that British bombers were driven off by anti-aircraft fire before reaching Berlin, so all the raiders returned for home. And sometime after midnight, we had our second alarm, which lasted about 45 minutes. I was driving home, and when the sirens started, I was forced to go into a shelter. Our air raid warden told us they heard some sounds of anti-aircraft fire. It was the first time that we have had 2 air raid alarms in one night in Berlin. And those people I encountered in the air raid shelter didn't like getting out of bed and getting dressed to go down into the basement twice in one night. The papers announced this morning that for the first time, German bombs were dropped in Belfast, Ireland on Friday. The reports give no details except to state that objectives of military importance in Belfast and nearby coastal towns were bombed on Friday. The German press also gives us some new reasons, or amplifies old ones, why Buckingham Palace was bombed several days ago. On the back page of the Warsaw Zeitung of yesterday, there's a layout of pictures of the royal residence in London. And over the pictures is the blunt headlines, quote, bombs on Buckingham Palace in retaliation for bombs on the German national monuments, unquote. In another paper, Der Montag, has an editorial claiming that Buckingham Palace is situated in the midst of other military objectives in the heart of London. It reiterates the claim that, quote, some 100 meters from Buckingham Palace, there's a large oil depot serving both private and military cars, unquote. Then this paper says that the Victoria Station, which it describes as an important military transport station, is close to Buckingham Palace, while the new Air Ministry, the War Ministry, and other objectives of military significance are located nearby. The implication here is the German bombs were not aimed for the palace. There were other military targets in the area. Herr Hitler has sent President Cardenas of Mexico a telegram of congratulations on the occasion of the Mexican Independence Day. Then it was officially announced in Prague that the customs border between Germany and the Protectorate, or what was once Czechoslovakia, has now ceased to exist. Serrano Suñé, brother-in-law of General Franco and Minister of Interior of the Spanish government, arrived in Berlin this morning. He will meet Herr Hitler tomorrow. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning out of Columbia in New York.
And that was Edwin Hartridge in Berlin. Back in New York, here's a dispatch from Vichy France. Léon Blum, leader of the French Socialists, founder of the Popular Front, and twice premier, joined 2 other former premiers today in the guarded Chateau Chauseron today. Edouard Daladier and Paul Reynaud were already there, as were former Generalissimo Maurice Gamelin and Georges Mandel, former Minister of Colonies. And now, for the report of Edward R. Morrow in the British capital, we take you to London.
This is London. A little before 6 o'clock this morning, Londoners came out of their shelters. The alarm had lasted all night. The sky was clouding over after a clear moonlit night. It began to rain, and many thought the mist and low-hanging clouds would silence the sirens and give London a day of rest and perhaps a little sleep. But there was an air raid alarm at 9:30, lasting less than half an hour, and another at about 10:30, which other 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 at about 10:30, which lasted roughly 1 hour. The visibility was bad. Peacetime transport planes wouldn't have taken off in such weather. Perhaps the Germans are trying to convince Londoners that they can hit the city in any weather, and that winter will bring little relief. The official total of yesterday's air battles is now given as 185 German planes down. 5 British fighters, previously reported missing, have now returned to their bases. So the RAF losses for yesterday is now put at 25 fighters. During yesterday's daylight raids, hundreds of business premises, banks, insurance offices, movies, and private dwellings were damaged. Most of the damage was done in the first attack.
No details of casualties have been issued. During last night's raids, the anti-aircraft barrage reached its usual intensity. From a London rooftop, I had the impression that the German bombers were not using the regular flyway or bus route up the Thames. They seemed to be coming in from all directions, and the number of Germans engaged appeared to be somewhat larger than on previous nights. I had the impression that more delayed action bombs were dropped, but one can't be sure about that sort of thing. The Air Ministry communique, dealing with last night's raids, says that a succession of small groups of bombers operated mainly against the London area and surrounding districts. But a smaller number of raids were also made against other parts of the country. In London, the attacks were spread over a wide area. Damage was done to houses, commercial premises, and other buildings. 3 hospitals were damaged. Bombs also fell in many rural districts, but with little result. In the northwest and southeast of England, in South Wales, and in some other districts, including one town in the south of England, some damage was caused. 1 German bomber was shot down during the night. Our third alarm, since dawn this morning, ended a few minutes ago. It is believed that the first raid today was attempted by about 30 bombers escorted by 40 fighters and was directed against London. The second formation came over practically the same route, but was forced to change course by heavy anti-aircraft fire, and there was fighting out over the channel. We don't know what's happened in this latest attack, but there was very little activity over the center of London. Imperial Airways says this morning that they're not at all worried about the British flying boat Clare. They say that at the time she was reported down in the Atlantic, she had not yet taken off from Foynes, and they expect to hear of her arrival in America today. London afternoon papers emphasize Berlin comment on the surprise of the heavy fighter concentrations encountered over London yesterday, and the admission from Berlin that their bomber escorts had a hard struggle. Certainly there were more British fighters over London yesterday than I've ever seen before, and there's good reason to believe that the RAF can put up considerably larger numbers of fighters in the air than they did yesterday. There are unofficial reports that Italian planes were seen over London during yesterday's daylight raids. Some eyewitnesses claim to have seen Italian markings on the wings, but there is no official confirmation that Italian planes have been over London. The German bombers appear to be devoting considerable time to the bombing of royalty. The Queen of the Netherlands lived for some time in a part of London which has been pretty heavily bombed. Last week, she moved to a little house on the outskirts. For 2 nights, bombs fell in the immediate vicinity of her new residence, and Queen Wilhelmina has now moved back to London, to a place where there is a good, deep air raid shelter. There is no fresh news about the invasion, aside from the Stockholm story, that a vast military zone has been created on the southwest coast of Norway. German guns on the French coast began a sporadic shelling of Dover about 2 hours ago. As you know, we no longer have weather reports or forecasts in Britain, but 1 or 2 papers today front page yesterday's Dover weather. One paper captions its weather report as a notice to Channel passengers. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And that was London. Back in New York, here is a dispatch from Bombay. In a 100-minute speech to the All-Indian Congress today, Mahatma Gandhi reiterated his determination not to embarrass Great Britain in her hour of trial, but added that this restraint was not to result in the extinction of Indian aspirations for freedom. And next, Cecil Brown is ready to report the developments in the Italian capital. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The Italians are pushing forward in their advance into Egypt. Troops and tanks, supported by strong aviation units, are driving ahead on the coast road along the Mediterranean. The Italian High Command announced an hour ago that fascist vanguards have occupied Sogum and pushed on beyond it. Sogum is 11 miles inside Egyptian territory. The war communique says that approximately 50 British armored cars and tanks have been destroyed. We are told that retreating British units have set fire to numerous supply deposits. Italian bombers and fighter planes appear to be raiding the British incessantly. The communique tells us that the British have suffered heavy losses from fascist air attacks. The Italians also report a naval success today. The communique says in the eastern Mediterranean, fascist motor torpedo boats have sunk a British submarine. An Italian air formation attacked a British cruiser. It's reported that the cruiser was hit squarely by a medium-sized bomb. An Italian air formation carried out air-bombing attacks against an airport in Malta. The communique says direct hits were scored on anti-aircraft batteries, sheds, and other equipment. It's reported a big fire was observed. The High Command says that the British fighters over Malta refused to engage the Italian fighter planes. Instead, the British attacked the Italian bombers. The communique says the dive bombers counterattacked, shot down 1 British fighter and severely damaged another. All the Italian planes were reported safe. In East Africa, the communique says Italian planes bombed enemy ships in the towns of Gaz Regeb in the Sudan. The British raided Assab, Massawa, Debaroa, Asmar, and Gura. All these towns are in Eritrea. The communique gives the results as 4 wounded, slight material damage. There is no further clarification today on relations between Italy and Egypt as a result of the invasion. An authorized source said today that Italy only has the sincerest friendship for the Egyptian people. But it was pointed out the British used Egypt as a base to threaten Libya and Ethiopia. A more sober tone than usually marks the fascist press appeared today in the Rome newspaper Il Piccolo. The words came from General Angelo Bogatti, and he suggested calling a halt to the frequent use of the idea that the present Axis operations are a decisive phase. That, he said, is more of a desire than a reality. The German command, he said, knows very well that the destruction of British industries doesn't end the war, nor does the eventual departure of the royal family from London. General Bogatti said the fight will still be very hard and fierce because the British have offered no indication of giving up. Unquestionably, the general added, the Italian fight against the British Empire will be especially severe. A symbolic ceremony took place in the hometown of Marshal Rodolfo Graziani. A group of fascist women there presented to Marchesa Graziani a new battle flag which is to be sent on to the Marshal. The banner is to be used by Graziani when he conquers new territory in Africa. My personal guess is that this flag is the one to be raised over Alexandria. That is, if and when the Italians capture the British stronghold in Egypt. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Once again, Columbia has brought you direct reports by transatlantic shortwave radio from our correspondents abroad. Today, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Edwin R. Morrow from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tuesday, September 17th. Again, London has been bombed. 2 morning attacks followed the furious all-night German assault on the British capital. Sources in Vichy, France, say that British planes have heavily attacked German shipping along the English Channel. And in Washington, America's conscription machinery goes into action to be ready for the October 16th registration date set by President Roosevelt. This morning, the Columbia Broadcasting System again calls in its foreign correspondents for latest reports from world capitals. Eric Severide will report from London, Edwin Hartridge from Berlin, and Albert Warner from our own nation's capital. While we are waiting for the report of Mr. Severide from London, here is more news about the report from Vichy. The attacks by Royal Air Force planes on German shipping in the Channel were said to have been made at Le Havre, Boulogne, Calais, Dunkirk, and Ostend, and the attackers were said to have been almost continuous for 24 hours. The Vichy statement was that British bombers had dived on the German vessels until they seemed almost to touch the tops of their masts. A United Press report from Vichy also says that German Reich Marshal Goering has established his headquarters in the Seine Valley of Normandy. Goering is directing the German raids on Britain. Here is the latest news from Rome, where an official communique now claims that Italian troops invading Egypt have met stiff British resistance amid desert sandstorms in the vicinity of Sidi Barrani, 60 miles inside Egyptian territory. And now, the news from the British capital, as reported by Mr. Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've had 2 raid warnings so far today, and it's now 1 in the afternoon. The raids were on virtually all night long again. The first alarm after daybreak came at 8 o'clock when a single spotter plane approached the capital. Except for 1 or 2 time bombs from last night, I've heard no explosions yet this morning in central London. The raid last night was very heavy, particularly in West London. The attack was continual, and so was the anti-aircraft barrage, which sounded like the heaviest of any night so far. Bombs seem to be dropping everywhere in London, and this morning's communique more or less confirms this. Once more a hospital was hit, but we're informed there were no casualties this time. The communique this morning says casualties in London as a whole were not very large. Just before midnight, when the raid was at its height, 1 German bomber ran into the cable of a barrage balloon and was destroyed. 1 popular shopping center was hit last night, a fashionable residential quarter, and 1 big London square. I was sitting last night in the lobby of a big hotel when there was a muffled crash, and glass in the next room began raining down on the carpet, and water from burst pipes in the upper bedrooms poured down on top of the glass. The heavy chandeliers swung violently back and forth. There were about 100 people in the lobby, and everyone jumped from his chair and milled around for a couple of minutes before it occurred to them to run down into the shelter. The bomb had taken a corner off the hotel at the 4th floor, and in a moment there was a parade of pajama-clad guests carrying their pillows coming down the stairway. Within about 3 minutes, everybody was calm once more. They showed far more annoyance when they were all sent out of the hotel because a time bomb had been discovered nearby. And not far away, there was a fire. The firemen had been working on it for only a few minutes when the raider came back again and killed several of these men. Hitler's plans for invading this country have to take into account not only the nightly RAF bombing of his ports, but the well-known foul weather of the British Isles. Yesterday down in the Channel, there was heavy mist and big waves. And this morning, the report from Dover is about the same, only worse. All through the night, the wind was increasing in the straits, and around dawn today, a small gale was blowing rain along the coast. Some weather experts this morning predicted a full gale with heavy seas before the day is over. Despite the RAF attacks, Hitler's concentration of shipping for the expected attempt is still going on. We're told that reconnaissance by British flying observers now indicates that the Germans are working overtime repairing the boats in the docks, which had been smashed in the last few nights. Here in London, the search for a solution to the shelter problem is still going on. More and more people from the worst hit areas are migrating westward. The Minister of Home Security, Sir John Anderson, is still opposed to building deep public shelters because he maintains they would take many months to construct and would use up too much building material needed elsewhere. He contends that the surface shelters made of brick and concrete are just as safe and intends to go on building them. Except in a sudden daylight raid now, very few Londoners will use these shelters. They are scarcely fit for spending a whole night. They are unheated so far, and most people do believe they are unsafe. Anderson is also opposed to people crowding all night in the subway stations. He is now taking photographs of the surface shelters, which will be published in an effort to demonstrate that they are quite safe. The East Enders, of course, have suffered most, but with these night raids now covering great areas of central and west London, they aren't the only class of people suddenly made homeless. 3 members of the cabinet so far have had narrow escapes and for a time have no homes. The Admiralty announces this morning that for the week ending September 9th, 16 ships totaling 54,547 tons were sunk. This is somewhat above the average for the previous 52 weeks. I return you now to CBS, New York.
Back in our New York studios, here is a Press Association dispatch from Ottawa. Dominion members of the Canadian-United States Joint Defense Board leave by plane in a few hours for a detailed inspection of Pacific Coast defenses. The survey will include the northwestern United States, British Columbia, and Alaska. But now, the news from the German capital, as reported by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. German planes have resumed their reconnaissance flights this morning, according to a late announcement by the DNB. These operations are described as armed reconnaissance flights, and whether this means any attendant bombing or just survey work, we can't exactly say. So far, the Germans state that the operations today have been most successful so far. The fires have been observed in the London area, where war industries and other centers necessary for the maintenance of life in London are located. Serrano Suñé, the number 2 man in the federal government of Spain, was received by Herr Hitler this morning. The conference lasted about an hour. Senor Suñé, who is the brother-in-law of General Franco and Minister of Interior in his cabinet, no doubt carries diplomatic power of attorney with him to speak for Franco's Spain and to make any commitments he sees fit to do so. This visit of the Spanish minister to Berlin is important. For one thing, the future position of Spain as regards this war will no doubt be clarified. We correspondents know General Franco has been clamoring for the return of Gibraltar from the British, as well as making frequent reference to, quote, a colonial empire of Spain, end of quote. And the Germans are also eager to dislodge the British from their powerful naval base at Gibraltar. So we believe that Senor Suñé and Herr von Ribbentrop at least see eye to eye on that problem. A Foreign Office spokesman explained this morning that the Spanish minister is not here to discuss internal affairs, but, quote, matters of greater importance, unquote. And the spokesman added that this visit should not be underestimated. There's one concrete result of the visit made known so far. Direct telephone communications between Spain and Germany, which have been broken off for 4 years since the start of the Spanish Civil War, have just been resumed. Another important visitor arrived in Berlin last night. General Teruzzi, the Italian Minister of Colonies, who has come to confer with German authorities. However, just what is on the agenda for the conference is not known publicly. As you know, we were told that on Sunday evening, Reichsmarshal Goering, the Commander-in-Chief of the German Air Force, made a secret and surprise flight over London in the Junkers 88 bomber, accompanied by an escort of 2 destroyer planes. The Reichsmarshal is reported to have wisecracked on his return, quote, "Now Winston Churchill can make a flying visit to Berlin," end of quote. However, there's one interesting aftermath. This morning, the German or Berlin papers make no mention of this story. Apparently the news was only released to the foreign correspondents last night. And speaking of the bombing of London, there are unconfirmed reports that shortly the Germans are to use a new bomb of great weight. The largest bomb now used is 1,800 kilos, or almost 4,000 pounds each, from what information we have here. And as one German news commentator remarked the other day, we are not dropping bombs loaded with whipped cream. Incidentally, bombs weighing 1,800 kilos were first tried out in Spain. The bombardment of Barcelona in the closing stages of the Spanish Civil War was one of the experiments. And in 3 days, over 3,500 people were killed. However, not all of those deaths were attributed to these big bombs, but their use came as a great shock to the defense forces of the Catalan capital. This morning, thousands of Berlin households found a leaflet in their mailboxes. It was issued by the Bund for Germans Abroad and was both a warning and a notice regarding the relationship between Germans and conquered Poles. The leaflet explained that the Greater Reich has of necessity to include many foreign elements. And after explaining that the Poles are now working in Germany on the farms and as industrial laborers, the leaflet warns about, quote, the dangers arising from living side by side with a foreign people, end of quote. It adds, the servility of the Poles to the German farmers is cunning. Their friendly behavior is deceitful. Caution must prevail not to further the unification of the Poles and to prevent their spying. Above all, there is no community of interest whatsoever between the Germans and Poles, end of quote. And the leaflet closes with the warning, Germans, the Pole can never be your comrade. He is inferior to each German, whether on the farm or in the plant. Be just as Germans are, but never forget you are a member of a master people. End of quote. Incidentally, Polish workers in Germany must wear a special identification mark on their left breast. It is a square turned on its edge with a violet edge and a yellow center in which is described a capital P. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning out of Columbia in New York.
And now the news from our own nation's capital as reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Congress is not in session today, but quietly a 4-man contest is underway for the Democratic floor leadership of the House. Representative John McCormick of Massachusetts has considerable opposition from at least 3 other Democratic members of the House. The contest arises as a result of the elevation of Representative Sam Rayburn of Texas to be Speaker of the House to succeed the late Speaker William B. Bankhead. A great many of the House leaders have gone by train with the President to the funeral services of Mr. Bankhead at Jasper, Alabama today. On their return trip to Washington, it may be that the floor leadership will be determined. Besides Mr. McCormick, the principal candidates are Jerry Cooper of Tennessee, Clifton Woodrum of Virginia, and Patrick Boland of Pennsylvania. If Mr. McCormick should be chosen, it would take the Democratic floor leadership away from the South for the first time in a considerable period. Except for Speaker Henry Rainey, the House in recent years has had Southerners at its head. Jack Garner, Joseph Burns, Mr. Bankhead, and Mr. Rayburn, all of whom were floor leaders before they became speakers. Mr. McCormick represents a low-income district in South Boston. He's a lawyer, a Catholic, a supporter of labor legislation, and almost always a supporter of the New Deal. But he voted for the Fish Amendment to the draft bill. And he also led a successful move to get rid of the undivided corporate profits tax when the administration was reluctant to move. There's talk of postponing a decision. Some seekers of party harmony think McCormick might be beaten and Northern Democrats irritated. One proposal is to make an acting House leader out of Lindsey Warren of North Carolina, who is slated to become Comptroller General at the end of the year. That would put off permanent choice until January. The tempo of defense preparation increases in this country, even as the tempo of war attains a higher beat in Europe. This is the situation today as a result of developments which extended into last night. 35,000 additional National Guardsmen are called out for active service on October 16th. With those who began their duty yesterday, almost 100,000 Guardsmen are beginning a year's service. The new group comes from 5 states, New York, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Mississippi. The Guardsmen in the strategic islands of Puerto Rico in the Caribbean and Hawaii in the Pacific are also among those just called out. Then on October 16th comes registration day under the conscription bill. Around November 15th, the first contingent of almost 100,000 men will report to camps. By the month of January, 400,000 will be in service. Then also the program of recruiting the regular army up to 375,000 men will proceed. In other words, in January, a total of more than 1 million men will be in army camps in the program of national defense. In the realm of materiel, the War Department announces that 6,800 airplanes have been ordered under the July 1 appropriation and the new $5 billion defense fund. So we build machines and manpower. But one old war machine is still in use, the horse. The War Department hasn't given up horse cavalry. It wants to buy 20,000 horses, most of which will be turned over to the Guard. And they say Hitler's army hasn't given up the horse, though you don't hear much about it. Poland, by the way, had a good horse cavalry. We return you now to New York.
With these reports from London by Eric Severide, from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge, and from Washington by Albert Warner, Columbia brings to a close another broadcast of important world developments. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wednesday, September 18th. More air raid alarms were sounded in London this morning on the heels of the 10-hour all-night attack, which was the longest of the war. Berlin talks of successful attacks on the British capital, and the Nazis have informed newsmen that Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop has suddenly departed from Rome, and they are trying to give the impression that it is a highly significant diplomatic move. This morning, Columbia calls in its correspondents in the German and British capitals for the latest news. Edwin Hartridge is to report from Berlin, and our CBS correspondent from London. Afterwards, Linton Wells will report for more news from our New York studios. While we are waiting for the news from Berlin by Mr. Hartridge, here is the latest news from Rome as received in the Columbia Broadcasting newsroom in New York. Today's Italian communique reports that British Royal Air Force planes have sunk an Italian destroyer and a barge in the port of Benghazi, Libya. The fascist communique says that the British planes attacked the lines of Italian forces which were moving eastward along the Egyptian coast. It was claimed that the Italians were making a victorious advance through Egypt despite all obstacles, and that they are proceeding with the organization of new bases and new supply lines. British bombing planes and advanced tank and artillery units have inflicted serious losses on 2 Italian columns advancing into Egypt along the Mediterranean coastal belt, a communique of the British Middle East Command said today.
This is Berlin. Armed reconnaissance planes and German bombers resumed their attack this morning. Then the day gives us a report of a reconnaissance plane. Its pilot described as the damage done to London in yesterday's raid. According to this account, whole blocks of London seem to have disappeared. At one spot, there was a giant crater, which led the pilot to believe that a German bomb had scored a direct hit on a London subway. New fires were observed, says this report, and many fireboats were seen in action on the Thames River. Also, there was much shipping activity, and this report interprets that as an attempt by the British to transport important stocks of goods away from the bombed dock areas of London. Last night, we are told, German Dorniers and Heinkels attacked London again, bombing, quote, objectives of military significance in the city, end of quote. Also mentioned as other objectives were Victoria, West India, and London docks, where fires were started. Other fires were started in London at Bow Station and Thurston Road, adds the Day. This news concludes with a claim that during the attack on the airfields at Gravesend and Tunbridge, enemy planes were destroyed on the ground. As for the British planes, we are told that several of them tried to enter Germany last night, but the Day adds that one was shot down while the others were driven off by anti-aircraft fire. There's a one-line announcement in the papers that Herr von Ribbentrop, the Foreign Affairs Minister, has left for Rome, where he will stay for a short time. No other details are given. At the Foreign Office, the spokesman refused to give any additional information regarding the Rome visit. He said that in view of the close relations of Italy and Germany, an occasional interchange of views was to be expected. As you know, yesterday Herr Hitler had conferences with Serrano Suñé, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and General Peruzzi, the Italian Colonial Minister. To us observers here, all these diplomatic developments have a distinct Mediterranean slant. And we are wondering whether a campaign against the British is being planned. There is Gibraltar at one end of the Mediterranean, which the Spanish are interested in taking over, and there's a Suez Canal at the other end, which the Italians in the desert campaign in Egypt are aiming at. Italy is in the middle of Mare Nostrum, and the British hold the keys to this vast liquid prison. And if a war against the British Isles is not over in a few months, observers here are inclined to think that a concerted attempt by the Axis powers in the Mediterranean against the British might be on the books for the winter months. So Herr von Ribbentrop's sudden trip to Rome throws a speculation more into the limelight. And tied up with this is the news that the Minister of Interior, Herr Frick, has issued a second call to all officials capable and willing to enter colonial work to report for duty. The second call was handed out a few days ago. The newspapers are publishing the first picture received from London, via America, of bombing results in London. I don't know what the original caption or description of the bombed building stated. The German caption identifies the ruined structure as a warehouse somewhere in London. We had some mention of reported attacks of German bombers on London's West End, or the exclusive Mayfair district, and the shopping centers. The Bankhead Mittag reports, and I quote, "The Reuters news agency has admitted that warehouses in this West End district have been hit, as well as a large water main," end of quote. The flooding of the streets and the nearby air raid shelters forced the, quote, plutocrats, unquote, to the surface, as they had said. Then this Walter Blatt puts the land press is saying that 2,000 buildings of all descriptions in London have been totally destroyed, while another 3,000 seriously damaged, and another 10,000 slightly damaged, as an indication of the results of the German bombing attacks. But in another column, this paper warns its readers that, quote, "The American press is supporting the British campaign of lies as well as it can, and reports on the destroyed hospitals, churches, museums, and other similar buildings," end of quote. This is Edwin Hartridge returning now to Columbia in New York.
Back in New York, here is the latest news from Washington. President Roosevelt and other government leaders returned to Washington today from Speaker Bankhead's funeral. All Washington talk continues to center around conscription. And now the news from the British capital, as reported by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've already had 4 or 5 alarms this morning after a 10-hour raid last night, which was not over until 6 a.m. It was the longest raid London has ever gone through, and certainly for this part of London, the West region, it was the most severe. The communique today says that casualties, though not all counted yet, are heavier than other nights. I know more about the attack on the west part of town, which was bad enough, but the official report says it was even worse in eastern and southeastern London. They tell us that 5 German bombers at least were destroyed during this raid. The planes came over in relays in quick succession, and it was impossible for anyone in this part of town to get very much sleep. There seemed to be no interruption whatsoever in the gun barrage and the whining and the crashing of the bombs. I was trying to sleep in my basement. At least a dozen times I sat up and braced myself, feeling sure that that one was certainly going to hit the place. This morning it seemed to me I didn't turn a street corner while driving around this part of London without coming across a police barrage near a time bomb or finding a building which was intact yesterday, now crumpled into the street. To go 1.5 miles to a railroad station today, I had to detour, I think, 7 times. Just on that particular route alone, I saw at least 30 wrecked houses. Along that route, there is not a single real military objective that I can think of. The bombs hit food shops and dairies, branched bank buildings, hotels, small and large department stores, and one block of flats after another. The nearest place that can be called a military objective around my apartment is some 5 blocks away. But I can't walk 1 block in any direction from my place without finding shops and homes strewn into the streets. Well, what Goring has in mind when he gives orders for this kind of bombing, I can't quite imagine. Most people here assume it's simply designed to terrorize. The curious thing is that terrorization is the one thing that doesn't happen. Communications in residential areas are slowed down, and non-essential industries are hit, and people lose their sleep and their families. But it would take a great deal of that kind of attack to win a war. If the RAF were to strew 1,000 bombs tonight in the residential areas of Berlin, you may be assured that everyone in London would feel happier for it. Well, thousands of office and store workers around this part of London can't get into their places of work this morning. And that includes the staff of our own office. It may be days before we can see just how much damage we suffered there. There were some big fires near us all night, and one of the biggest department stores in London, the John Lewis Company, is gutted today. We could see searchlights operating from central London last night for the first time in a week. I don't mean to suggest that London, or even any part of London, is now in ruins. The smashed buildings around here constitute only a tiny fraction of the total. This is a closely built city, and the skyline is quite unchanged. The only thing that could really lay waste any considerable part of the city would be fire, fanned by these autumn winds. The Air Ministry has announced this morning that big attacks were carried out last night by RAF bombers on German shipping concentrations and barges and communications in the enemy-occupied territory and in Germany. And this morning, the London press describes the Italian advance into Egypt as a costly one. The British people are informed that the occupation of Sidi Barrani, 60 miles inside Egypt, is not important from the point of view of the defense strategy. The real defense is expected to come when the delta and the Nile Valley are threatened. Yesterday, German pilots that raided this country used the new Heinkel 113 for the first time in real numbers. They used a different tactic during yesterday afternoon, sending over small waves of plane in quicker succession than usual. There was no major engagement of fighting planes, and what battling there was took place in a 100-mile-an-hour gale. And during the night, not much damage was done by bombs outside of London, according to the Air Ministry. Glasgow was hit, and some factories there did suffer. As a result of these constant bombs in London, the schools are rapidly emptying. The rate of evacuation of school children from the city has now climbed to 1,500, to about between 1,500 and 2,000 a day. The official figure for children still here stands at 200,000. This is CBS in London. I return you now to Columbia, New York.
And now here in New York is Linton Wells with his analysis of the news. Mr. Wells.
As our Berlin and London correspondents, Edwin Hartridge and Eric Severide, have pretty thoroughly covered current Nazi attacks against England and vice versa, little remains to be said about that situation, except that, according to Eric Severide, the British seem to be bearing up well under the strain, and therefore Hitler's chances of beating them into submission before winter appear to be growing slimmer. Incidentally, a so-called world's largest department store reportedly destroyed in London was probably Selfridge's, which is in Oxford Street. There's considerable speculation in diplomatic circles about Nazi Foreign Minister Ribbentrop's sudden departure for Rome, where he arrives tomorrow morning. The consensus seems to be, according to Edwin Hartridge, that Spain will be the principal topic of Ribbentrop's forthcoming talks with Mussolini. Ramon Serrano Suñé, the pro-Axis Spanish Minister of the Interior, who also is Dictator Franco's brother-in-law, has been visiting Berlin officially, and yesterday talked with Hitler and Ribbentrop, after which Ribbentrop hurriedly left for Rome, as Mr. Hartridge told us. Suñé is expected to follow him there in a day or so. All this is accepted as conclusive proof of Spain's alignment with the Axis powers and indicative of an impending active participation in the war. There's been increasing agitation in the Spanish press urging Spain to throw in her lot with Germany and Italy and drive the British out of Gibraltar, and such a new move may be on the agenda. A Spanish drive against Gibraltar would unquestionably prove most embarrassing to the British. The Great Rock is considered impregnable to attack from the sea and air, but military experts believe it is far less defensible from overland attacks such as those a strong Spanish force could make. If the British were to lose Gibraltar, and few reinforcements of the Rock are available now, their fleet in the eastern Mediterranean and their forces in Egypt and Palestine would be placed at a considerable disadvantage. The Italian drive against the British in Egypt continues on three fronts, but only reports of battles in the desert wastes of northwestern Egypt are available. Despite strong British aerial and land attacks, the Italians, it is admitted officially according to Eric Severide, have occupied the important oasis of Sidi Barrani, which is 75 miles inside Egypt from the Libyan frontier and at the end of a concrete highway leading to Marsa Matruh and Alexandria. The Italians undeniably have made headway in their push toward the Suez Canal, but if the expected happens, that is, Egypt's formal entry into the war, the going will be far less easier from now on. So far, Egypt has not declared war against Italy, although the government has said repeatedly that an Italian invasion would force Egypt to join Britain actively. Both the British and Italians are exerting great pressure upon the Egyptians, and a showdown appears imminent. In every conceivable manner, the Italians are endeavoring to convince the Egyptians that the sole fascist aim is to save them from the British and to foment an Egyptian revolt against the English. The British, of course, are moving heaven and earth to obtain active and invaluable Egyptian support. At the moment, the odds appear to be slightly in favor of the British, but a friend of mine just returned from Egypt tells me that Mussolini is pouring large quantities of gold into Egypt where he thinks it will do the most good. That the Italians thus may be able to persuade the powers that be to remain inactive. As two can play at such a game, and as the British have more gold to pass out than the Italians and Germans combined, England may yet get material and effective Egyptian support.
And with these reports from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge, and from London by Eric Severide, and the report from New York by Linton Wells, Columbia brings to a close another broadcast of important world developments. George Bryan speaking. Thursday, September 19th. The news of Europe. At this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for the latest reports on the economic, diplomatic, and battle fronts. Today we are to hear from Eric Severide in London, Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, and Cecil Brown in Rome. But while we're waiting to hear from Mr. Severide by transatlantic shortwave radio, here is the situation at home. The government has mailed registration forms to the adjutant generals of 48 states. In turn, the states will print the blanks, which 16.5 million men will fill out on October 16th, the day men register for military training. And speaking of conscription, the president is expected to appoint a director of selective service today or tomorrow. After that happens, draft organization is expected to move at a rapid pace. Elsewhere in the nation's capital, the Senate continues debate on the excess profits tax plant amortization bill today, and leaders hope for passage of the measure tonight. The House convenes after a 2-day recess, but there's not much on the calendar. The representatives will get around to picking up a majority leader to Sam Rabin of Texas, who has become Speaker, succeeding the late William B. Bankhead. On the political side of the news, Wendell Willkie is in California today. He'll make a major speech in Los Angeles tonight concerning domestic issues. And now, for the report of Eric Severide, we take you to the British capital. Go ahead, London.
Good morning, this is London. We've had one short alarm so far this morning after the usual night-long plastering over most of London last night. One bomber today dropped a few near the city, and another was shot down in the sea. The Air Ministry says the enemy last night scattered high-explosive bombs blindly on the capital from aircraft which approached singly or in small formations. They say that all the fires caused last night by incendiary bombs are under control this morning. Casualties were heavy last night. The total figure is not yet in, but we're informed that at least 90 people have been killed and around 350 seriously injured. Among the places hit were a big hotel, a public hall, and a big popular department store. The sidewalks along Oxford Street, the principal shopping avenue, were littered all yesterday with broken glass. Just a stickful of bombs have knocked out 4 big stores there now, and that means that virtually overnight thousands of people have lost their jobs. As usual, the RAF bombers worked all night long in the so-called invasion ports of Boulogne, Calais, Dunkirk, and Ostend. And reporters down at Dover said they could see a big fire at Boulogne and a constant series of bomb flashes from heavy explosives all through the night. I saw some freakish results of bombing around my place this morning. Down the street, there was a clean hole in the pavement, about 2 feet wide. A small bomb had gone in and exploded well underground, and the pavement had just swelled upward in a big hump without breaking. It's astonishing how hard it is to tell where a bomb has landed or how big it is when you hear it or feel it. No 2 persons in the same room ever agree. One night there was a crash of glass. I thought it was a small bomb just outside. Another man thought it was an unexploded bomb which had hit the building. A third, who's made a point of watching the bombing each night, swore it was a big one 3 blocks away. Actually, it was a bomb which had hit the building and exploded. Last night, my building shook violently. I was sure an unexploded bomb had landed just outside in the street. Well, this morning after breakfast, I walked around the neighborhood. A half block away, I came across the first smashed storefronts. They got worse as I followed the street. I went 4 full blocks before I found the craters. 2 of them caused by bombs of terrific force. They had landed near an intersection. Some unused trolley tracks were twisted around like wire. Nearby, a furniture factory was still smoldering from last night's fire. It would take me about 10 minutes to list the damage to stores and flats just around those 2 craters, although no building had collapsed. But let me tell you what I saw in that 4-block stroll. Glass had been smashed in an institute for the blind, a tea shop, a tobacco shop, a medical supply store, 3 pubs, a Lions restaurant, a subway station, 2 vacant houses, 3 automobile markets, a fruit shop, a hotel, a chemist's shop, 2 barber shops, a dress shop, a funeral parlor, a garage, a hardware store, and several apartment houses. And that was just along one street. Neither of the 2 bombs had actually hit that street. So the damage to the streets parallel, I assume, must have been comparable. I couldn't find any other craters around, so I'm sure it all resulted from those 2 explosions. Traffic is temporarily snarled, of course, and one subway station had to close down. And that seemed to be about the extent of the vital damage and the only gain to the Germans in that area. In the opposite direction from my place, a big bomb hit a steel and concrete building. It went right through it and killed a number of people in the basement shelter. We're informed that at least 2 of the raiders last night were brought down by anti-aircraft fire. That would make the official total for the week about 252 German planes for 38 British. The directors of the Bank of England were obliged to hold their general meeting down in the vaults of the bank, but they felt better when they left because they had just declared a 6% dividend, minus the income tax. I return you now to CBS New York.
Here in New York, a bulletin from Mexico City. The newspaper El Universal said today that all outlying garrison commanders had been ordered to report to the state of Chihuahua, where a rumor circulated that one Villalba had led a revolt. This could not be confirmed. We take you now to Berlin for the report of Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. This morning there seems to be little concrete news regarding military operations. So far we learned that new flights from German armed reconnaissance planes are now over England. But we have little news of bombing so far today. According to reports here, for 2 days now there have been armed reconnaissance flights over England. And whether this presages a lull or a let-up, we can't say for sure. And here's the official news of British operations over Germany last night. According to the DNB, the enemy planes were forced to turn back and so drop their bombs on non-military objectives. 9 British planes were shot down by anti-aircraft batteries and 2 more by fighter planes. The official news agency states that the British dropped their bombs on the Bodelschwing Asylum at Bethel, where 3 hospital buildings were hit. 9 children were killed and 12 injured, the report adds. Then we have some additional information from the DNB about raids on London yesterday. According to this report, several raids were made on the British capital, which during the day experienced its 100th air raid alarm. According to this report, unfavorable weather did not hinder attacks on the Tilbury docks and on a fuel depot and tanker at the Port Victoria docks. 15 British planes were shot down, says this report, while the home team lost only 3 planes. Then while the storm raged over the Channel, a British convoy consisting of 10 ships was attacked by the German long-range coastal artillery. This presumably took place off Dover, though the newspapers do not give further details. However, they say that the guns succeeded in hitting several of the ships during the storm, forcing them to return to port. The storms along the Channel have ripped 172 barrage balloons from their moorings, we are told here this morning. These balloons drifted over the continent where they were destroyed by the Germans. There is an amusing and true story that has drifted into town regarding the troubles that Americans had when they were forced to evacuate from Lithuania after the Soviet troops annexed that Baltic country. One day, the American legation in Kaunas received a telephone call that the Russians were taking over the Library of Films and the office of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. A consul was sent to the office to investigate. There he found a small man in charge of the premises. "Who are you?" asked the consul officer. "I am a commissar," the latter replied. Then the American consul asked the Russian, "By what right are you taking over this office? It is American property." Then the little commissar answered, "I don't care. I'm taking over this office and property by virtue of a law, a Russian law." "What law?" asked the American. Then the commissar drew himself up stiffly and replied, "By virtue of a law to be passed next Monday." Then as a parting shot to the American consul, the Russian added, "You Americans enforce your own laws in your own country, and we Russians will enforce our own laws here." They're still waiting for some concrete news about the results of a visit to Berlin of Serrano Suñé, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and also about the visit of Heir von Ribbentrop to Rome. The German Foreign Affairs Minister is to have a conference with Signor Mussolini this afternoon in Rome. These events have aroused much speculation as to whether a winter campaign against the British in the Mediterranean is now being planned. The 2 major objectives would be Gibraltar in the west and Suez Canal in the east. There was one significant sentence in an interview that Senor Sunier gave to the Volkswagen Beobachter before he arrived in Berlin. The Spaniard said, quote, Spain must also have an empire in Europe. And then in this interview he added that when a new order emerges in Europe, Spain must regain Gibraltar. And along this line, there are unconfirmed reports that the Pétain government may return to Paris from Vichy by agreement with the German military authorities. And according to these same reports, as yet unconfirmed, the line of demarcation between the occupied and unoccupied France would disappear, and the German military authorities could thus move their troops all over France. Well, the emphasis and the speculation here in the past few days has all been to suggest Mediterranean developments on a grand scale. Speaking of bombings in Germany, Dr. Todt, the builder of the Westfall, has ordered that all damage caused by bombs shall be repaired immediately. This is the wish of Herr Hitler, he explained, and for this purpose, building materials may be requisitioned if unobtainable from ordinary sources. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
Back in New York, a dispatch from Cairo. The Italian advance into Egypt has reached a standstill at Sidi Barrani, and advanced forces were consolidating their positions in and around the town, the British Middle Eastern Command said today. Now we take you to the Italian capital for the report of Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. British naval units in the Mediterranean shelled the Italians advancing by the coast road into Egypt. The Italian High Command announced an hour ago that the fascist troops stretched out along the coast between Bardi and Sidi Barrani came under fire from the ships. The communique says fascist planes intervened and bombed the British naval units. It adds that the ships were forced to cease firing and retreat. A 10,000-ton British cruiser, said the bulletin, was hit by a torpedo dropped by one of the Italian planes. We're told the cruiser was severely damaged. The communique says fascist planes have been steadily bombing British columns and mechanized units, which are retreating. Fascist planes also were reported to have bombed the defenses of Marsa-Matruh, the next British stronghold facing the Italians. British planes struck at Italian positions in Libya. Bombs were dropped on Tobruk, Denver, and Benghazi, causing minor damage. 2 British planes were reported brought down by Italian fighter machines. The communique says 3 more probably were hit. Another was shot down by naval anti-aircraft fire. The British raided Italian positions in the Dodecanese Islands in the eastern Mediterranean. The communique says the islands of Rhodes and Mauritius were attacked, but the bulletin adds the bombing was indiscriminate and most of the bombs fell in the sea. Small fires were started, but no casualties were reported. 1 British plane was reported shot down by anti-aircraft batteries. In East Africa, the British bombed various objectives in Italian Somaliland, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. Small damage was reported, and we are told there were 20 casualties among the civilians, 7 of which were fatal. And fascist planes bombed ships at anchor in Aden. I've just come from the Central Railroad Station where I watched German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop step off his armored train. It came into the station with its 2 anti-aircraft guns jutting up in the air. Von Ribbentrop stepped off the train and stretched out his hand to Foreign Minister Chano. They smiled broadly. Ribbentrop moved slowly down the platform, shook hands, and saluted with each member of the Nazi embassy staff in Rome. That took nearly 10 minutes. Then the 2 Axis ministers went outside the station, posed for the usual pictures, and drove off in the same car. I've watched von Ribbentrop step down from a train in Rome a number of times. For the first time, however, among those greeting him was the Spanish ambassador to Rome. Von Ribbentrop is expected to sit down and talk things over later this afternoon with both Count Chano and Mussolini. The Popolo di Roma says the discussions will concern the new Europe, but there's no doubt they will also concern the present Europe. As we see it here, at this stage in the war, extending from the Thames to the Nile, some of the problems facing the Axis are the progress of the Nazi attack on Britain and Italy's war in Egypt. The visit of Serrano Suñer to Germany has brought up a discussion here about the plans of Spain and the future of Gibraltar. Then there are the frequent press attacks against the Vichy government. These attacks show the Axis powers are dissatisfied with the operations of the French government. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Once again, Columbia has brought you first-hand reports from its correspondents in the European capitals. This morning, we heard from Eric Severide in London, Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, and Cecil Brown in Rome. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. September 20th, the news of Europe. At this time, and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for direct reports from the European capitals. Today we'll hear from Eric Severide in London, our correspondent in Berlin, and a report on developments in the nation's capital by Albert Warner. But while we're waiting for the shortwave report of Mr. Severide, here's the news from other points. In Rome, Germany's Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop will have another talk today with Mussolini. The pair had a first discussion yesterday, but so far there is no information as to what they discussed. Rome newspapers said that in talks between von Ribbentrop and Italy's own foreign minister, Count Ciano, southeastern Europe was a chief subject. Meanwhile, a communique in Rome says that British planes have staged intensive raids on major Italian bases in North Africa, but adds that in counterattack, the Italian planes sank a British steamer and a submarine. In Cairo, the British say that no major engagement has yet taken place with the Italians, but that British tanks are causing sharp losses in the ranks of Italian mechanized forces. In the Far East, new tension has cropped up. Japan has made sudden and unexplained demands on French Indochina for bases which geographically have no importance in the war with China. There are reports that the French government will refuse these demands. And now for the report of Eric Severide in the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The sirens have gone only once so far this morning, and I haven't heard yet any bombs or shooting. Some fighters were up over the city for a time, and we've just been informed by the ministry that German raiders were driven back before they reached the city. We had pretty bad weather over London most of the night, so we didn't take as heavy a bombing as we usually get. It was bad weather down on the Channel also, so the invasion ships were idle, while the RAF gave them another very severe punishing with high explosive. Reports from Dover now say the rough weather there shows some signs of getting worse in the next few days. That's about all that can be said of the expected invasion, of which Britishers talk less and less as the days go by. One thing is certain, if the Germans don't come, many British Army officers are going to be very disappointed men. They are sure they could beat it, and fairly sure that if they did, Hitler would go down. The Air Ministry communique just issued reported that RAF bombers successfully attacked communications in Germany, including the Dortmund-Ems Canal, besides several ports and aerodromes in enemy-occupied territory. We haven't got the whole picture yet of last night's raids over London. There were fewer planes and longer intervals between shelling from the ground. But as usual, all clear did not sound until dawn. I heard about 5 high explosives in my neighborhood, and a number of incendiaries were whooshing past at intervals. They sound like a branch falling to soft ground. One landed on the roof opposite my bedroom window and made no sound at all when it landed. Unless they hit highly inflammable material, they're quite easy to put out. It took just 3 buckets of water for this one with a hand pump and 1 bucket of sand. This bomb was lodged in those sloping roof tiles. When we could pick it up, it turned out to be just a thin cylinder about 1.5 feet long and 2 inches wide. Those bombs, I think, were dropped in clusters. 2 landed in the street, 1 in my courtyard, another on a second apartment house, and 2 or 3 1 street away. And the difficulty about these light fire bombs is that very often people, who are mostly underground anyway, don't hear them fall. And while they may be gazing at one fire across, another is secretly building up behind them. So far as I can see this morning, all fires in London are now out. At least one of the raiders was brought down last night in Surrey, and it crashed on a housetop next to a hospital. As it came screaming down in the darkness, one of the crew bailed out and was immediately captured. An anti-aircraft shell had made a direct hit on the plane. One factory in the East End was set on fire, and that was about the most important damage of the night. In the North End of London, a high-explosive bomb landed squarely on the emergency escape door of a public shelter, and a number of sleeping persons were instantly killed. It's reported this morning that the London raiders last night came in from a new direction, the northwest, and it was obvious that they were flying very low. There was a searchlight barrage from central London, and we're told night fighters went up for a time. One hospital in Essex was set on fire by an incendiary. Another bomb started small fires in the Surrey woods, which were much too wet last night to burn very readily. One report says a raider machine gun streets in a northwest suburb. Every morning now we hear a time bomb going off somewhere around the West End. One exploded 80 yards away from the Duke of Kent yesterday when he was sitting in his car, on which the dirt and rubble descended, but he wasn't hurt. Every day, trucks speed through the streets carrying a time bomb to the open country. I know a traffic policeman near my house who stopped one of those trucks on its perilous errand. He's a big policeman who learned how to silence even the toughest truck drivers years ago with a few well-chosen words. But he tells me now that he has lost all confidence in himself after that experience, and if it weren't for the war, he'd think about retiring to the country. I return you now to CBS New York.
That was London. Here in New York, a dispatch from Honolulu. Admiral James O. Richardson, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Fleet, will leave for the United States Monday in the battleship New Mexico, it was understood today. And the battleship Idaho and several other ships were expected to leave also. And next, the report from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. Again last night, we had no air raid here. Whether the British bombers attacked other places in Germany last evening has not yet been made known. But they did not visit Berlin, though it was a fairly clear moonlight night, one of those nights when there's nothing you can do to hide a great city from enemy airmen. Everyone I know in Berlin has now caught up with his sleep. For about a fortnight, the British did come over almost every night, and you did lose sleep. But there have been no alarms since Sunday, so everyone is feeling normal again. 2 weeks ago, the chief air warden suggested that the population of Berlin set their alarm clocks for around midnight. Then when the bombers arrived and you had to make for the cellar, you didn't feel as bad as when the screaming sirens suddenly awakened you, and you had to hurry, or the British would be over your rooftop. But the last few days, as one evening after another has passed peacefully, most people, I think, have given up the idea of that midnight alarm clock and have simply slept the night through. The German press this morning is still full of indignant headlines and articles against the British for the bombing of the children's hospital at Bethel night before last, when 9 children were killed and 12 injured. The official party newspaper, the Völkische Beobachter, has this banner headline this morning: "We will pay back without pity." The Bankhead am Mittag carries this front page headline this noon: "It will be mercilessly revenged. Churchill's night of murder at Bethel was carefully planned." This paper, in an editorial, calls the British flyers barbarians and their deed a shameful act of murder, and warns that the reprisal of the German Air Force will be a hard one. The Svalbard remarks this morning that it is well known that there are many war-important objectives in the West End shopping district of London. It says, quote, "The shopping district of London's West End, in which, as is well known, there are many war-important objectives, is being continually hit with bombs. A bomb crashed through several stories of a West London hotel," unquote. The German radio this morning says that H.R. Knickerbocker, whom it calls a notorious German hater, had to report from London that the English were gradually losing their cheerfulness as a result of the German bombings. I guess I'll have to refer you to Rome for concrete news of the results of Herr von Ribbentrop's visit. We have no concrete news of it here. But the Berlin press did lift the veil enough this morning to indicate that 2 subjects were paramount in the talks. The Völkische Beobachter, for instance, tells us that the talks were mainly concerned with discussing the problems which will arise in Europe and Africa after Great Britain is beaten, and also the reconstruction of what it terms the new order, which the Axis powers count on setting up. The Völkische Beobachter also tells us, in connection with Ribbentrop's talks with Mussolini, that the attitude of the Spanish people in the decisive phase of the struggle with England amounts to a Spanish declaration of solidarity with the Axis powers. News of last night's German air attacks is scanty here this morning. We're told that London was again bombed, and that German attacks were also made on armament factories and industrial works in southern and central Britain last night. This is William L. Shirer in Berlin. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was William L. Shirer in Berlin. And now, the report of Albert L. Warner in our nation's capital, We take you now to Washington.
There is now reaching the point of decision within the administration the transfer of some 40 flying fortresses to Great Britain. The wholesale German bombing of London and the destruction of civilian lives and property have given momentum to the proposal. There's plenty of indication here that War Department opinion already has been sounded out, and that the National Defense Commission has been consulted, and the potential reaction of isolationists in Congress taken into account. At present, the Army has on hand or immediately available 50 to 75 of these huge bombing planes. The flying fortresses can travel some 4,000 miles with a good-sized load. Their speed in the original models was 250 miles per hour. Now it's been brought up to over 300 miles an hour. There's no doubt of their value to the British Air Force. They could leave Newfoundland one evening and be on British soil the next. They could range the whole extent of Germany, striking even at arms factories in Czechoslovakia. But it takes 2 years to build a flying fortress. Some officers in the War Department have raised the question of whether it would be wise from the standpoint of our own defense to send these planes to Britain. The old issue arises, and the same answer which has been made on previous occasions is again set forth. Namely, that the maintenance of British sea and air strength forms the best initial protection to the United States. Several administration senators already have taken the lead in publicly supporting the transfer of flying fortresses. Now the Assistant Republican Leader of the Senate, Warren Austin, indicates his sympathy. He tells me there are 2 questions to be answered. Would those airplanes serve our own objective of self-defense more in Britain's hands than if we kept them here? And can we spare them, taking into consideration the possibility of sudden need? Those are matters of strategy, he said, matters for the General Staff. But, said Senator Austin, we ought to seize upon every opportunity to defend ourselves. We are on the defensive as we have never been before. The emergency is great. To the isolationists in Congress, the proposal seems one more step in what they think is a long series leading to involvement. Yet, the voice of isolationism was weak when American destroyers were transferred to Britain. These flying fortresses may also be connected directly or indirectly with a proposal to let the United States share Britain's naval bases in the Far East. Such American access to Singapore would be another gesture to restrain Japan as it penetrates into French Indochina. But to isolationists, any linking of flying fortresses and Far East bases would merely serve to double the liability. The large-scale preparations for handling conscription continue in Washington, although no selective service director has yet been named. 2 persons have been mentioned for the command of the draft machinery, Major General Gullion and Lieutenant Colonel Hershey. From Republican quarters in Congress, there comes some muttering over the White House silence on a draft administrator. Representative Jitter, chairman of the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee, says, after all the pressure and clamor for speed when the measure was before Congress, it seems strange there should be a delay in selecting a man for the administrative job. There's a copy here of the questionnaire which the registrants in the draft have to fill out. The Census Bureau, by the way, says there are 16,404,000 men in the ages 21 to 35 who will be due to register October 16th. The questionnaire runs 8 pages. Your physical condition, your dependents, all the details of your occupation are required. The Selective Service headquarters is being swamped with questions. They say that although it has been made clear only single men are likely to be taken in the first draft, there are some wives writing in wanting to know how they can keep their husbands out, and others asking how they can get them in.
CBS has brought you reports from its correspondents in London, Berlin, and Washington. This morning, Eric Severide reported from London, William L. Shirer reported from Berlin, while Albert Warner was heard from Washington. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday, September 21st. The news of Europe. At this time, and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents in London, Berlin, and Washington for the latest developments at those points. Today we shall hear, too, from Albert Warner in our own nation's capital. But before hearing from our correspondent in London by transatlantic shortwave radio, here's a summary of important news from other points. In Hillsborough, California, there is still no word from the kidnapper who has taken 3-year-old Count Mark de Tristan the heir to a copper fortune. The lad is being held for a $100,000 ransom, and the family is ready to pay the money. But so far, there is no report that the kidnapper has contacted the child's parents. In the Far East, it is reported that a crisis between French colonial officials and Japan has been averted. Japan had made a sudden and unexplained demand on Indochina and gave the colony until Sunday to accept. Now, word comes from Hanoi that Japan has modified its demands. And from Rome, there is still no indication of what Mussolini and Germany's Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop discussed. But the general belief is that Spain occupied a major part of the conferences. And now for the report direct from the British capital, we take you now to London. Go ahead, London.
This is Larry Lasseur in London. In our two raids last night, the German raiders unloaded their bombs widespread over the city, and particularly in two districts. South London suffered heavily from fire bombs, and a row of fires blazed south of the River Thames. Last night's raid was not remarkable against the series of raids which have preceded it, night after night, except for one thing. The Germans now seem to be using an extremely large type bomb, or one with terrific explosive force. These apparently do not waste explosive force by penetration into the earth, but explode on instant contact. 3 of these fell in the southwestern area of London last night, and virtually a whole street was wrecked. 10 people have already been removed from the ruins of the small dwelling houses, and rescue squads are still digging frantically. This morning's communique tells us that, quote, London was again the objective of last night's air raids, and very little activity was reported from other parts of the country. Reports received so far show that casualties were rather less than on previous nights, unquote. The anti-aircraft guns of London's defenses are not nearly so active as they were about a week ago. At that time, even windows in districts far removed from the guns rattled ceaselessly all night. The very air over London seemed to be churning. Recently, the anti-aircraft batteries have confined themselves to shooting directly at the raiders and are not putting up a fixed barrage, or as some called it, a curtain of shrapnel. If the big barrage was put up to raise the morale of London's residents, I think it served its purpose. Even if the guns don't sound as often as they did last week, at least everyone knows that London has guns when she wants to use them. Some other old London marks were destroyed last night. On my way to the studio this morning, I passed the shattered windows of the barracks on Wimpole Street. One fine old church got it, too, last night. Steeple, altar, and all. They say that 2 of the German raiders were shot down last night within 5 minutes. And some of us thought we heard the high-pitched drone of British fighters up above the double beat of the German bombers and the crack of anti-aircraft. Apparently one of the reasons for relaxing the anti-aircraft barrage over London is to give British night fighters a chance to get at the bombers. In the daytime, the Germans seem to be intent on their program of sending over a few bombers, just enough to be a menace to London, and escorting these few bombers with perhaps 100 fighters. In this way, the Germans hope to wear down the British fighters, even if the British boys get 2 or 3 Germans before themselves get hit. Goering apparently thinks his numerical superiority will triumph by sheer weight of numbers. Goering obviously is also making full use of the air psychology he learned in the last war. When the German air chief was a member of Baron Richthofen's squadron, the plane of the great German air raid was painted bright red, and it threw many a fright into Allied airmen when they saw whom they were up against. Now Goering has whole squadrons painted theatrically, Messerschmitts with yellow noses and Junkers dive bombers with yellow wings. It looks to me as though he'd like to throw a scare into many of the new pilots, which the RAF is now training. You know, much of air fighting is psychological. And if a new pilot is worried about his opponent, half the battle is lost before it starts. I suppose the Messerschmitt pilots feel that way about Spitfires. They've heard so much about their speed and maneuverability. That's why the Germans are now beginning to use a lot of the new Heinkel fighters, which are as fast as Spitfires. A Royal Air Force pilot told me that the new Heinkels are very dangerous if you don't see them first, since they're so fast. But if you do, your Spitfire or Hurricane can outmaneuver them. Just as happened many times in the last war, a change in air superiority may be in the offing, so far as quality of planes is concerned, if the Germans have enough of these new Heinkel fighters. On the other hand, I happen to know that the Royal Air Force has a new fighter or 2 up its sleeve. One of them is called the Whirlwind, and it's supposed to be as fast and maneuverable as its name. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lasseur in London. And now for the report direct from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. The last military news we have is the German bombers attacked docks and other military objectives in London last night, says the DNB. Several direct hits were scored in the Royal Albert Docks, claims this agency. And great detonations were heard. As for the British, we are told they tried to raid Hamburg and Berlin last night. Here in Berlin it was quiet, and there was no air raid alarm. The Germans further tell us that British bombers were driven off before they reached these two cities, both by pursuit ships and by anti-aircraft fire. The other British planes succeeded in reaching central Germany, but there again, when they reached the Hanover area, the DNB reports, and I quote, "When German fighters took off from their bases, the British planes turned tail," end of quote. So far, we have found no reference in either the German press or radio news of the reported heavy British attacks on the Channel ports, where the Germans are also reported assembling troops and supplies for the possible invasion of England. However, this morning, British papers are making a great to-do about the reports of the British bombing of Heidelberg, the historic university city on the Neckar River, and the city of Bruchsal. At Heidelberg, we are told, a workers' home was hit and 3 were killed, while at Bruchsal, a castle was damaged and a church and a hospital were also hit. All of this makes further material for the German press and radio in their, quote, reprisal warfare, unquote, against England. For instance, the base out on Lippard carries this headline this morning, quote, "The last appeal before annihilation," and it adds, "This people of parrots must be chastised like criminals," end of quote. Then on a front-page editorial, the Soldier Blot adds its anatomical threat to the British, stating, quote, "No bones will be safe in the bodies of these murdering rascals when the time of reckoning comes," end of quote. The other day I was talking to a German newspaper man, discussing with him German war propaganda, its constant identification of the British as the criminals of this war, and the repeated threats of reprisal warfare. But he cut me short when I attempted to criticize some aspects of German war reportage. "Listen," he said, "always remember that this is total warfare. And when I say total, I mean total in all its aspects, press as well as military." And against that viewpoint, I could not continue the argument, or even start it again. I have no concrete news here about the winning conversations between Signor Mussolini and Herr von Ribbentrop. In fact, most of the German papers explain to their readers that due to the war situation, no details can be given regarding these important meetings. However, the Boston Zeitung adds that Rome and Berlin are in complete harmony, and, quote, "The enemy will learn in due time of the results of the decisions taken," end of quote. Serrano Suñé, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, has left Berlin for a visit to Brussels. He may return here when Herr von Ribbentrop comes back to Berlin to receive a report of these conferences. Incidentally, the other night when Signor Suñé and his suite were leaving the Hotel Adlon for some diplomatic function, along with their German escorts, the band in the lobby struck up what the orchestra leader may have considered an appropriate selection. It was an early American hit tune from some years ago, titled "A Little Spanish Town Was on a Night Like This." This morning, the Foreign Office has issued a flat denial to rumors that Signor Suñé is there on a peace mission. And there's some interest attached to a story appearing in yesterday's Warschauer Zeitung, the German paper in Warsaw. It reports that General Franco is building an army of 400,000 men. The Spanish leader has issued a new decree covering recruiting. By the terms of this decree, the paper explains, all Spanish men will be liable for 2 years military service and must have had previous military experience. The object of this recruiting decree is to raise an army of 24 divisions, which will be composed in the main of 61 infantry regiments, 10 machine gun regiments, 20 artillery regiments, and 3 regiments of armored cars. The German short range and press this morning explains the English have instituted a strict censorship which does not allow American correspondents in London to give many of the actual details of the German bombing of London and its military objectives. This is Edwin Hartwich, returning now to Columbia in New York.
Back in New York, a dispatch from Alexandria, Egypt. Italian planes soared over Alexandria early today in a raid on the British fleet, but their bombs were reported to have fallen harmlessly into the sea. Naval anti-aircraft guns and coastal defenses forced the planes out to sea after a 45-minute alarm. For the report of Albert Warner in our nation's capital, we take you now to Washington.
President Roosevelt has arranged the details and is on the verge of announcing a new plan for the prompt development of water power from the St. Lawrence River. It can be disclosed now that in the name of national defense, the President has negotiated with Canada a program to lay aside temporarily the ambitious $500 million project for both a waterway from the ocean to the Great Lakes and power development. Instead, the present plan is to provide quickly for power only. While the long-delayed treaty for the older double project is sidetracked, Mr. Roosevelt in the next few days will send a letter to Congress setting forth his plan. At the same time, he will start to put it into effect with an executive order creating a study commission. That commission will be composed of Adolph Burley, Assistant Secretary of State, Leland Olds, Chairman of the Federal Power Commission, a representative of the Army Engineers, and a representative of the New York State Power Authority. This commission will meet with a similar commission to be appointed by Canada to make a survey of the possibility of swift action in erecting a dam in the international rapid section of the St. Lawrence. The President is expected to make available from his Emergency Defense Fund $1 million for the initial work covering the engineering plan and land acquisition. He apparently does not need to ask authority from Congress for this preliminary survey, but his letter to Congress will give full information as to the intended program. The President's aim is to have the power available for use by 1945. Now, some utility experts have been saying there is no great economic need for the dam. But according to studies made for the President, normal industrial expansion in the Northeast would absorb the power. Now his experts say the requirements of a new war industry in Canada and a defense industry in the United States make action more imperative. Perhaps, too, there is, underneath and on the side, a bit of pleasure around the White House at the prospect of starting another public power project in a campaign in which the President's opponent, Wendell Willkie, is the man who led the fight against the management of a previous public power project, the TVA. In the Far East, Japan continues its pressure on French Indochina, although discussions there have been renewed. Confronted with Japan's steady expansion by force of arms, Great Britain, according to indication here, has now privately offered the United States a share in Singapore, Britain's naval base, last stronghold in the Far East. In the general conversations which have been held at the State Department, the spokesmen of Britain are understood to have let it be known they would be glad to have the American Navy make use of the base. Such an offer and its public acceptance might be another gesture to restrain Japan. Britain's Navy in the Far East has been cut to the bone. But for Washington, there is the strategic question of whether it wants any substantial part of the American Navy operating at that distance. There is also a question of foreign policy and of domestic policy. There's a strong body of opinion in Congress against taking on commitments in the Far East. If I had my way, for example, says Senator Lodge of Massachusetts, we'd get out of the Philippines. Geography should rule, he says. We return you now to New York.
Columbia has brought you another broadcast in which its correspondents in European capitals and Washington reported on the latest developments. Larry Lasser reported from London, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, while Albert Warner was heard from Washington. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Monday, September 23rd. Columbia's correspondents in Berlin, London, and Rome are standing by to bring you direct reports by transatlantic shortwave radio. This morning, you will hear from Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, Edward R. Murrow in London, and Cecil Brown in Rome. Now, before taking you to Berlin, here's a summary of news from other points. Reports from Indochina this morning say small forces of colonial soldiers have inflicted casualties on Japanese troops who have entered the territory. As you may know, French Indochina is letting Japan put 6,000 men in the colony and has granted 3 air bases in the northern section. Japanese will use these advantages in an attack on China's back door. There are other reports that the Chinese have 200,000 soldiers on the frontier, ready to stop any march across French Indochina. These reports first came out weeks ago, when Japan began negotiations for bases in French Indochina. A communique issued in Vichy, France, in connection with the agreement, says that in return for the bases, Japan promises to respect French rights and interests in the Far East, her sovereignty over the Asiatic colony, and the territorial integrity of French Indochina. And in Cairo, martial law has been declared throughout Egypt. Here at home, Congress hopes to adjourn by the end of the week. Most of the major legislation is out of the way. And in California, 3-year-old Mark Tristan, the heir to a huge copper fortune, is safe at home and unharmed. His kidnapper has been caught and is a 40-year-old German alien. Now the news direct from the German capital, reported by Edwin Hartridge.
This is Berlin. We had a British air raid in Berlin last night. It started after midnight and lasted for about 2 hours. Well, Ed Murrow was broadcasting to you from a London rooftop last night, describing a German air raid on the British capital. I was standing on my hotel balcony watching, or trying to make heads and tails of a British air raid on the German capital. I can't give you many details for several reasons. One is that the night was cloudy, and the anti-aircraft shells were bursting above the ceiling of the clouds, so we couldn't get much of an idea where the zone of fire was located. In the direction of the suburbs, I could see flashes of light and hear explosions. But we have not had enough experience to distinguish clearly as to what is the sound of exploding bombs and what is the sound of heavy flak artillery. Then, I could plainly hear the roar of British mortars above the cloud ceiling, and this noise was punctuated by the staccato firing of machine gun batteries and both light and heavy anti-aircraft guns. Then it was over shortly, and the all-clear signal sounded. No bombs were dropped in the Berlin area, says the High Command this morning. The official communique in the noon papers is brief. It states that last night British planes made several bombing raids in Germany and Berlin, quote, with the objective of attacking civilian residential quarters with bombs, unquote. And then the report continues, quote, but due to the anti-aircraft barrage and the activity of the night pursuit ships, the enemy did not succeed in inflicting great damage, end of quote. No planes were shot down in the Berlin area. But the editorial repercussions to this raid are about as violent and strong as anything I've read so far. The Bankhead am Mittag, a noon paper, describes last night's air raids as follows, and I quote, England continues its criminal air war against the German civilian population. Churchill wants it so. Once again, British pilots received the order to throw bombs in German territory and to murder women and children, to take the roofs off the heads of the defenseless civilian population, to destroy residences and places of culture. England is thereby lowering the war to a criminal crime. Churchill wants it so. End of quote. Then the Bankhead states that, quote, political gangsters in England are to blame for this. Only the most terrific reprisals that history of war has ever known will atone for this crime. End of quote. Then it adds that for every English incendiary and explosive bomb dropped in Germany, that the German Air Force will dump, quote, thousands of destructive bomb loads, unquote, on England. As for the activities of the German Air Force, we are told that strong attacks were directed against cities in South England and London last evening and in the early hours of this morning. German planes carried large loads of bombs across the channel and dumped them, but we have no further details as to the results of these raids. The German shortwave radio this morning broadcast a statistical summary of 6 weeks of air war against England and London compiled from German reports. And here are some of the high points. For instance, the Germans claim that 23 million kilograms of bombs, or approximately 50 million pounds of explosives, have been dropped on England in a 6 weeks period. And we are told further that 6,000 industrial plants and factories, of which 1,400 are in the London area, have been destroyed or damaged by these raids. In London, the report claims that 4 railroad stations have been destroyed and 3 important subway lines have been hit. Herr von Ribbentrop, the Foreign Affairs Minister, is expected in Berlin today after 3 important conferences in Rome with Senior Mussolini. Solano Sune, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, is also returning to Berlin today. But the final work in the Axis plan for the Mediterranean and Africa is to be cleaned up. Whether the plans which may involve Spain in the war are to be translated into action very soon is the big question among correspondents here. This is Edwin Hartridge, and returning now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and here's a brief dispatch from Moscow. Army maneuvers have started in the important Kiev military district of southwestern Russia under the supervision of the Red Army's highest-ranking commanders, it was disclosed today. In connection with the maneuvers, a 2-day air raid drill was started in Kiev City. A large fleet of bomber planes took part, simulating the dropping of explosive, incendiary, and gas bombs. All anti-aircraft guns were manned. Streets were cleared, and volunteer corps aided firemen and chemists to extinguish simulated fires. Air raid alarms were being sounded day and night. Now the news, direct from the British capital, reported by Edward Almero. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The usual all-night attack ended about dawn this morning. As usual, it consisted of relays of single aircraft, and the main objective was again the London area. The bombing was widely scattered, and there was damage to houses and industrial premises in several localities. 7 foreign refugees were killed and a number injured when a high explosive bomb hit the corner of a large apartment house in the West End. In central London, another apartment house was hit, and damage was caused to hotels. In the northwest of London, about 20 bombs were dropped, wrecking houses, water mains, and damaging roads. The total number of casualties is not yet known. Towns in the southeast of England were also bombed. Houses were damaged in 3 towns, and there were some casualties, including 3 persons killed. This morning's communique adds that a few bombs were dropped in other parts of the country, causing slight damage and a few casualties. The report of last night's RAF action against Germany is brief. It simply states that last night, bombers of the Royal Air Force attacked enemy-occupied bases in France and Belgium and an important target in Germany. No indication is given of the nature of this important target. Last night, the Germans were using a new kind of flare which filled the sky over London with a sulphurous yellow glow, but burned themselves out in about 15 or 20 seconds. The more usual blinding white flare was used as well. Today, the hours of light and darkness are exactly equal. From now on, it's expected that the Germans will arrive earlier in the evening and leave later in the morning. So far this morning, we've had 1 air raid alarm lasting about an hour, but there was no air action over central London. Every London newspaper this morning carries columns of material telling of the torpedoing 600 miles from land of a ship carrying children to Canada. As you know, the total death roll was 294. 83 out of the 90 children on board were drowned. There's been a great deal of debate about the wisdom of inaugurating the original scheme for the evacuation of children. And the government has from the outset made it clear that risk was involved, and that parents deciding to send their children would do so on their own responsibility. Sometime in July, the Admiralty stopped announcing the losses of ships in convoy. Since that time, the public has been unable to form any sound judgment on the relative safety of travel in convoy. No official statement has been issued, but it is assumed here that the overseas evacuation of children will continue. The tragedy of the children in this war is something that will be felt for many decades. I know from personal experience that many of those twisted minds in Germany today are the result of empty stomachs in the last war. General Strong's public report after his month's tour of England is still the subject of favorable comment here. It's believed that the general's statement convinced Americans that additional help for Britain will be put to good use. Some observers believe that being reassured of the position in the Atlantic, the United States may feel free to concentrate its attention on the Pacific. And it's suggested that any pact between Germany and Japan would probably be countered by an Anglo-American agreement to prevent aggression in the Pacific. The latest Gallup poll, showing for the first time that a majority of American opinion is willing that the United States should aid Britain, even at the risk of getting into war, and Mr. Wilkie's demand that aid should be given to Great Britain, are both given some prominence in today's press. While General Strong's published comments concerning the results of the air war confirm the impression of other neutral military observers, there is one very important aspect of this war which no general can be expected to understand or properly evaluate. The progress of this war will depend, more than any war in the past, upon civilian morale. The determining factor will be the little man in the bowler hat, rather than soldiers and officers in tin hats. The morale of the bowler hat brigade is excellent, and will remain so, provided sufficient initiative, imagination, and speed can be developed in handling the protection and relief of this civilian army. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. In a moment, we switch you to Rome. First, here is a dispatch from Alexandria. The British fleet carried out another bombardment of Italian forces along the Egyptian coast yesterday. A communique of the British naval authorities here said today. The communique said, our naval forces attacked enemy positions in the Sidi Barani area during the early hours of Sunday, September 22nd, with good results. Now the news direct from the Italian capital, reported by Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The Italians and the British are still fighting an aerial bombardment duel on the Egyptian front. The Fascist High Command, in a communique issued an hour ago, reports that the British again raided Italian positions in Libya. At the Mediterranean port of Benghazi, we're told the Royal Air Force dropped many bombs. Others were reported damaged, but there were no casualties. The British also raided Bardia at the Libyan-Egyptian frontier. Off the eastern coast of Libya, the High Command reports that a four-motor Sunderland flying boat was machine-gunned by Italian fighter planes. It crashed into the sea and sank with its entire crew. The Fascist Air Force again struck at Mersa Matruh with what the High Command describes as positive results. Mersa Matruh is about 100 miles from the Italian forces at Sidi Barani. It's the next objective of Marshal Graziani. The information here is that the British have heavily fortified Mersa Matruh, and it may be they will make their stand there against the Italians. Stephanie, the Italian news agency, reported that the British have brought numerous troop and tank reinforcements to Mersa Matruh. The High Command has not reported any ground actions in Egypt since the Italians took Sidi Barani last week. This may be because the Italians are consolidating their position there and bringing up further supplies and troops over the 60-mile distance that divides them from their sources in Libya. The Fascist Air Force is continuing its raids on other British bases. At Malta, we're told that the air base of Mikasa again was bombed. A shed was hit, causing a great fire to break out. A night raid was carried out against the port of Aden near the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb. Last night, I reported that the Italians bombed a convoy in the Red Sea. The High Command tells us today that 3 British ships were hit in that raid. British bombers also were active in East Africa. Bombs were dropped in Gura and Kassala in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. Another raid was made on Asmar in Italian Eritrea, where we're told 2 natives were killed and 2 wounded. Minor damage was reported. The High Command revealed that a British submarine is operating in the southern Tyrrhenian Sea. This includes the area in the curve between southern Italy and Sicily. The bulletin says the submarine torpedoed and sank an empty Italian freighter. The Rome newspaper has just appeared on the streets, but they offer no further information on the details of the Mussolini-Ribbentrop talks. I noticed that excerpts from the German papers are printed here showing access dissatisfaction with Greece. Since Ribbentrop came to Rome, however, no Italian paper has mentioned Greece as one of the problems to be discussed. Rome is known, of course, to be displeased with Greece's friendship with Great Britain. But in the past 5 days, there have been no press attacks on Greece. A number of Italian children from Greece who have been here during the summer returned today to their homes in Athens. All the papers emphasize that the Axis talks will have an early effect on Spain's attitude toward the war. And to that, you can add an effect on Gibraltar as well. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And with this report from Rome, Columbia concludes another morning report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Edward R. Murrow from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tuesday, September 24th. Again, London has been bombed by German planes. And British planes have attacked Berlin, this time in the longest and heaviest British attack of the war on the German capital. For this reason, Berlin calls its morning attacks on London reprisal raids. This morning, Columbia calls in its correspondents in London and Berlin for latest reports on developments abroad. And afterwards, we'll hear a report from our own national capital. While we're waiting for CBS correspondent Larry Lesser to report from the British capital, here is the latest news on the Battle of Dakar, which occupies much of today's news spotlight. This strategic West African port city, only 1,500 miles east of the South American coast, has undergone a 7-hour bombardment. Its French colonial administration is defending it against an attack by combined British and Free French forces under General de Gaulle. The French government at Vichy says that 100 were killed and 400 wounded during the bombardment. Afterwards, the British and Free French are said to have attempted to land 2,000 troops at Roubaix, 25 miles from Dakar. But Vichy says this was repulsed. And another Vichy report asserts that the French government has secretly ordered resistance to the utmost and has called in all its land, air, and sea forces to fight the British. General Weygand, recovering in Vichy from injuries received in an airplane accident, is directing the fight from that city. Now the news from London, reported by Larry Lesser. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The air raid sirens have sounded for the second time since daylight this morning, and the great air battle is on again over the coasts of this island. Yesterday, Britain wrote off 11 of its fighters after knocking down 11 German aircraft. And this damage to its own air force is by no means in the proportion by which the British hope to maintain its superiority in daylight fighting over the masses of German planes. Therefore, it's beginning to look as though this almost continuous battle in the air ranks as one of the most decisive battles of the ages, as important to the future of Europe as Waterloo or the Battle of the Marne. If the British fighter command breaks first, there will be almost no protection on this island against the bombers employed by Germany, just as there was no protection for Allied troops in Norway. The tide of battle cannot be judged yet, but it must be remembered that in order to win this battle, Britain's fighters must shoot down a proportion of almost 3 German planes to every one the RAF loses. We have no late news here of the sea battle, which was being waged off the West African coast, but a communique from General de Gaulle is expected at any moment. There are 2 versions here regarding the strength of the British squadron which took part. A message from Vichy says that the British fleet there consists of an aircraft carrier and several cruisers. Another report here says the strength of the British squadron consists of 2 battleships, 4 cruisers, and 6 auxiliary cruisers, and a number of destroyers. It's still a question here whether the British ships were on their way to Dakar before or after the French ships passed through the Straits of Gibraltar. It appears as though General de Gaulle submitted a plan for transporting to Dakar the French division which had been assembled and re-equipped in Britain. His plan was accepted by the British government. The convoy of troop ships was escorted by units of the Free French Navy and ships of the British fleet. Word of this movement apparently reached the Vichy government. This was responsible, probably, for the decision to dispatch units of the French Navy from Toulon to Dakar, and 6 French warships passed through the Straits of Gibraltar. As Britain was not at war with the French, they were allowed to pass through the Straits. Now it is a question, who has the greater number of warships at Dakar, the French or the British? It's possible that the British may have reinforced their squadron, if indeed General de Gaulle was on his way before the French ships passed through Gibraltar. We know here that General de Gaulle's expedition was organized under conditions of extraordinary secrecy. Special boats were prepared for it. The assembly of Free French troops was carried out at hidden points. Very few people had any hint when the expedition left its country. Dakar, as you know, is the 3rd port of the French Empire, and it was a German air base for its Atlantic air service to Brazil. It's about 12 hours flying time away from South America. Last night was the 17th successive night of bombing in London. The communique says this morning that during the night enemy aircraft made bombing attacks on London and several places in southeast England. A few bombs were dropped in other parts of the country, but London, again, was the enemy's main objective. The attacks were again scattered over many parts of the London area. Last night it seemed to many of us here that there were more German planes than usual overhead. The anti-aircraft defenses were aided by searchlights and were very active. From a rooftop, it appears that the defenses allowed the German planes to buzz along in their course for several minutes. Then they'd suddenly catch them in a net of searchlights and let fly. The shrapnel burst would explode at the very focal point of the cobweb of searchlights. One German bomber was shot down here before dawn. It was the longest raid in a long time last night, but this morning the headlines read, Berlin's biggest raid, heavily bombed for 4 hours last night. And in the evening news, RAF bombed Berlin for 4 hours, waves of plane and severest raid. Well, maybe the bombing of London isn't such news anymore. After all, it's been going into the 3rd week now. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lasser reporting from London. Here's the latest news from the Far East. French colonial troops still are fighting a battle with an invading Japanese force in northern Indochina. Dispatches from Hanoi, capital of the French colony, and from Shanghai indicate that casualties have been heavy. The French force is said to be making a determined stand at Langson, a railroad city, after abandoning a blockhouse at Dongdang. Now the news from the German capital, reported by Columbia's correspondent in Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
It is now London versus Berlin, and it looks as if the combatants are going to engage in some free-for-all slugging. The raid last night started before midnight and kept Berliners out of their beds for a period just 8 minutes short of 4 hours. And virtually without interruption, the anti-aircraft batteries in Berlin, as well as the searchlight crews, were in continuous action. There were some dramatic highlights in the raid for me. The British planes, either singly or in small formation, judging from the sound of their motors, which we could plainly hear, never seemed to stop coming. I saw 5 searchlights pick up one British plane. From the sky in its immediate area was alive with exploding anti-aircraft shells. I had my field glasses trained on it.
The plane was diving, twisting, and trying every sort of maneuver to escape the searchlight, but they hung on tenaciously. For almost a half a minute, I followed the course of the British plane, still unhit, until the searchlights and ship disappeared below the horizon. I wonder whether it escaped. We have an unconfirmed report that one British bomber was shot down. The striking thing to one on the ground was the absolute reckless flying tactics of the attacking planes. They came diving in at low altitudes. It seemed at times as though they were not more than 1,000 feet over my head. They roared down into the face of the barrage of flak artillery and then off again. We could hear the sound of bombs exploding amidst the bellow of defense guns. There was a lot of fireworks caused by numerous British flares, the bursting of anti-aircraft shells, and the thousands of tracer bullets which raced up in search of the British planes. As for the damage done, I have nothing but the official communique. It tells us, quote, in spite of violent anti-aircraft fire, a few British bombers succeeded in reaching the north and eastern suburbs of Berlin and dropped a number of bombs. The positions of the bombs, far away from all military or industrial objectives, provide fresh evidence for the fact that the British airmen deliberately attacked the residential quarters. Some damage was done to dwelling houses, and several civilians were killed or injured. There was no damage of military importance. Well, that is the official communique about last night's raid. The noon papers also take up the cudgels and accuse the British of, quote, deliberate attacks on orders of Churchill against women and children and residential quarters, end of quote. The Bates and Mittag states that, quote, so it was repeated again last night when the bombs, which dropped like hail, only caused damage to apartment houses. The sole objective of the British was to attack the civilian population and to murder our comrades, which will not be forgotten, end of quote. In another paper, the Swartberg Blad states that Churchill has sentenced himself to death, and so has England, by these night raids. The usual post-raid inspection trip for foreign correspondents under the escort of officials from the propaganda ministry did not take place last night. When the firing was at its heaviest, I decided to look for the air raid shelter in my hotel. And there I found Serrano Suñé, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and his suite. Senor Suñé, the brother-in-law of General Franco, arrived in Berlin last evening to confer with Herr von Ribbentrop regarding the plans of the Axis powers for future operations in the Mediterranean and North Africa. The Spanish official will meet the foreign minister today. Herr von Ribbentrop returned from Rome last evening. The Swartberg Blad has an article discussing, quote, the Fortress of London, unquote, in which there is a statement that, quote, there are so many military objectives in London itself that it is doubtful how its civilian status can be measured. And continuing, the paper writes that all opticians and mechanics in London are now engaged in military work for the British government. And so, quote, one could say that besides the homes of the plutocrats, there is no house left in London that theoretically or practically could not be considered a military objective. There is not one single man in the shadow industry who has been evacuated. Not one single plant of the shadow war industry that has been shifted from London. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
Such is the news from Europe. Now the news from our own national capital, reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
An economic boycott of Japan is proposed for consideration today by the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Sal Bloom. His proposal fits into the sentiments, if not the definite plan, of the State Department. Not since the Panay incident, in which a Japanese airplane bombed and sank an American gunboat on the Yangtze River in China, has antagonism reached such a height in official circles here. With the grabbing of airplane and army bases in French Indochina, the worst fears of American advisers on the Far East are confirmed. Even those few who have believed the controlling military group in Tokyo would at length become satiated, even these are agreeing now that a deliberate march on the Dutch East Indies is underway. So comes at least consideration of an embargo and of an open announcement that America will use the British naval base at Singapore in the Far East. There are some here, by the way, who wonder why the French government at Vichy throws up its hands and tells Japan to go ahead and march into French Indochina, and then becomes so outraged when British and Free French try to take Dakar and the French colony there on the African coast. It is time, said Congressman Bloom, for us to consider a prohibition on our exports to Japan, and also on Japanese imports. If we stop using silk stockings, Japan is going to feel the economic pressure. Mr. Bloom added that if there was to be any embargo on shipments to Japan, oil should be included. Some might say it would drive the Japanese to action against the Dutch East Indies to obtain oil there. But she's going to do it anyhow, said Bloom. He argued that an embargo and boycott would not mean war. He thought it would serve this notice on Japan. Unless you live up to your promises and have some regard for treaties, we don't want anything to do with you. Once it looked as if the Democratic leadership of Congress was trying to drive toward adjournment by the end of this week. It doesn't look that way any longer. In fact, it doesn't look as if there were going to be any adjournment at all. There has been some vote counting in private. The majority leaders of the House ran into a surprise. They found it quite likely that they did not have the votes to adjourn. On top of the solid Republican opposition, they encountered a substantial number of Democrats who felt they could not record themselves in favor of ending the session while the world emergency continued. Now, many of these congressmen, Republicans and Democrats, are actually raring to go home. They should be campaigning. There's an election ahead. But they are afraid that an adjournment vote might possibly be worse than a skimpy campaign. It's possible that Speaker Rabin may insist that if congressmen don't want to adjourn, they should not have the aid of a long recess, but should stay on the job with short, 3-day recesses in between work. One congressional leader thought the last straw had been reached when he heard that a representative who had already gone home to campaign had wired back to the Capitol saying, "In my absence, pair my vote against adjournment." Privately, there are groans from congressmen at the idea of a recess instead of adjournment. There's no travel expense money provided by the government unless it's an adjournment. For our public men, it seems, these are self-sacrificial days. We return you now to New York.
And with this news from our nation's capital, Columbia concludes this morning report of national and international developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Larry Lasser reported from London, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wednesday, September 25th. Again, German warplanes have bombed London. Another all-night assault on the British capital, and raids have been carried out elsewhere in England, Scotland, and Wales. British planes have bombed Berlin and carried out attacks on German ports along the Channel coast. The Battle of Dakar in West Africa continues. And from the Far East comes a report of a new German-Japanese defense agreement, apparently planted to test world opinion, particularly that of the United States. For the agreement, says the report from Shanghai, would take effect only in case of collaboration between the United States and Great Britain. This morning, Columbia calls in its correspondents in Berlin and London for the latest news from those points, and then brings you a report from our own national capital. While we're waiting for the news from Berlin, here's more about this Far Eastern story. The dispatch comes from Shanghai and quotes authoritative advices from Tokyo, but the indication is that the whole proposal came from Germany, and thus the story is one planted by the Nazi propaganda ministry. Tokyo reports that the Japanese-German pact is supposed to have been approved by Japan at a secret imperial conference held last week. Any collaboration between the United States and Britain on such matters, as the status of the British Far Eastern base at Singapore, presumably would make the so-called alliance effective. According to the dispatch, the chief aim of the whole thing would be to divert United States attention from the Far East. Now the news from Europe. Edwin Hartridge from Berlin.
This is Berlin. This morning, we are told that large numbers of German bombers left their bases in the early hours to attack London again. But we have no further news of what is happening. When I was assembling my notes upstairs, I was also listening to the German shortwave musical program in English. And the announcer put on a fresh record as I left the room. It was the Limehouse Blues, played by a German jazz orchestra. This morning, before I came to the studio, I heard the news from the British Broadcasting Corporation. The announcer stated that from now on, Berlin will be visited every night by the planes of the Royal Air Force, and in ever-increasing numbers. So it looks as though the bombings of London and Berlin are going to be an everyday occurrence, or I should say every night. And it's going to be tough getting sleep until the early hours of the morning. For one thing, the German anti-aircraft craft barrage over Berlin is very noisy. Following on the heels of the big air raid of Monday evening, We experienced another British attack on the German capital last night. It started shortly before midnight and lasted about 2 hours and 45 minutes. I could hear the planes overhead between heavy bursts of anti-aircraft fire. The official communique this morning states, and I quote, British planes repeated their attacks on Berlin's western and northern suburbs. The enemy planes were met by a heavy barrage of anti-aircraft fire, which effectively prevented their attacks on more important objectives. The bombs only caused slight damage to some buildings and residential quarters. There were several victims among the civilian population. End of quote. As to the extent of the damage done, I have no details to give you at the moment. The weather is gradually turning colder, and so the authorities are making provision for public comfort during the long, chill hours spent in air raid shelters. The Air Ministry has okayed the proposal to place electric stoves in the shelters, but no other type of heating will be approved for reasons of safety. The Foreign Office disclosed this morning that an arrangement has been made with the Finnish government to transport unarmed German troops through Finland to Norway above the Arctic Circle. We are all waiting here for some concrete news or developments about the recent conferences between the Axis powers about the Mediterranean and North Africa. Last night, Herr von Ribbentrop had a conference with Serrano Suñé, the number 2 man in the Spanish government. Undoubtedly, the Spanish Minister of the Interior was given the full plans of the Axis powers as they relate to Spain. Now there are unconfirmed reports that Count Ciano has to come up from Rome, arriving here on Thursday. No doubt he will also confer with Signor Suñé on Herr von Ribbentrop. From the developments, it will appear that Spain is to be fitted into the new political and military plans of Berlin and Rome. Turning the pages of the Burschen Zeitung, my eye was caught by an interesting headline on the last page. It stated, quote, foreign horses must learn German. In the story below, related some of the problems the Germans are having with their war booty. It seems that a lot of French, Belgian, and Dutch horses were captured and taken to Germany. But these horses don't understand the German equivalent of whoa and giddy up. In fact, sometimes these horses do just the reverse of what they're commanded to do. But the paper advises the horses must be treated kindly and with patience. They can be expected to learn something of the German language. There's not the same trouble with 6,500 automobiles which have been taken from the Allied forces, it is reported today. Most of these cars were left behind by the English after the evacuation of Dunkirk. And 4,500 of these vehicles have been repaired and are now in service with the German Army. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
In a moment, we'll take you to London, and following the London report, we'll get a report from our own national capital. Before taking you to London, however, here's a brief dispatch from Rome. British bombing planes have struck hard at Tobruk, Marshal Graziani's main Libyan base, for the Italian offensive against Egypt. The attack killed 15 persons, wounded 70, and caused considerable damage. Here's a dispatch from Vichy. The Vichy government reports officially that French planes bombed Gibraltar for 2 hours yesterday in retaliation for the British shelling of Dakar, West Africa. Columbia takes you now back across the ocean to the British capital for the report of Ben Robertson, Jr. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The west end of London had a tough night last night. The Germans were overhead almost continuously from 9 o'clock until about daylight. The guns banged away and the searchlights glared, but the bombs came on anyhow. I know, for I was out in the midst of part of it with the London Fire Brigade. In one of the city's famous streets, we found several buildings in ruins and 2 others going up in blazes. Soon we saw the searchlights focusing their rays just above our area, and we knew what that meant. The Germans were returning, a favorite habit of the Nazis. They start incendiary fires, and then they come back and drop bombs all over that section. A few moments later, we heard a whistling sound. All of us except the fireman fell flat on our faces. That one fell some distance away. We made our way to a nearby station house, and while sitting in the car in the street, we heard 3 more coming. I sat there in cold terror while the packet hit 1 block and 2 blocks behind us. Next, a piece of shrapnel fell with a dead sort of thud right on top of the car, and I said to the fireman, I've had enough. I told him frankly I was going home. The fireman replied, why, so far this is only a quiet night. So far was right. During the early morning hours, the Germans rained firebombs down on central London. Several hospitals were hit, and fires now out were started at 4 of them. A number of people were killed and some injured when what is believed to be an aerial torpedo fell on one building. Most of the casualties were in another building which took the blast. The torpedo fell almost immediately outside a restaurant where there were a number of people. There was no panic and only a few were hurt. A famous Wren church was hit by an incendiary. An American firm was hit. So were buildings in another famous London street, starting another fire. The fate of General de Gaulle's attempt to rally Dakar to the cause of his free Frenchmen is still a great mystery in London. The General's London headquarters has announced that he has withdrawn his troops and ships because his emissaries had been fired on, and he did not want to be a party to a fight between Frenchmen. Vichy said 6 British attempts to land 2,000 troops near Dakar had been repulsed. These reports were denied in London. Other London reports stated that, quoting, operations by our forces are continuing, unquote. No details are yet available and no official statement has been issued by the British government during the night. The official communique describing last night's raids says that although London was again the main German objective, bombs were also dropped in other parts of England, in Scotland and in Wales. Invasion ports in Berlin were again attacked, but last night's raid on London was so severe that London newspapers have buried the Berlin bombing and played their own story right across the page. Malcolm MacDonald, the Minister of Health, has announced he is arranging for the immediate evacuation of mothers and children from London and also for the removal of all old, infirm, and bedridden people. This morning, the Food Ministry announced that on September 30th, the quarter-pound-a-week butter ration will be cut in half. Margarine and cooking fats can be used to fill in. The reason for the cut is said to be due to the normal decrease in Dominion production at this time of year. It is also announced that there will be a temporary increase in the meat ration by 8 cents more a week. London has had another air raid this morning, but the city went about its business as usual. The Vatican radio announces that His Holiness the Pope, through his apostolic delegate in London, has sent a message of felicitation to Their Majesties the King and Queen, quote, on their happy escape from death and injury when their residence was selected as a military objective for repeated bombing.
We're returning now to CBS in New York.
That was Ben Robertson, Jr., reporting from London. Here is another dispatch from Vichy. Official reports say that the Dakar battle is continuing, with fierce fighting and heavy casualties. The shelling of the city by British ships is reported, but no mention is made of the free French collaboration with the British, or that the leader of the attack is General de Gaulle. Now the news direct from our own national capital, reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Private information coming to the State Department gives confirmation to the idea that Germany and Japan are discussing a diplomatic agreement which amounts to an alliance. Now, that in itself is not especially surprising or unforeseen. Germany would tell Japan to go as far as it pleases in the Far East, and Japan would divert American attention from Europe. Germany, in turn, would attempt to make diversion for the United States in South America. But what is more surprising is this: the diplomatic hint in a well-informed quarter here that Soviet Russia is also sitting in on the deal. In the last 6 weeks, there have been frequent conversations between the State Department and the Soviet ambassador. To observers, it seemed that an effort was being made to solve old problems, perhaps in an effort to have good relations between the United States and Russia stand as a counterbalance to Japanese ambition in the Far East. Now the opinion is developing in the State Department that no help can be expected from Soviet Russia in checking Japan's march of empire so long as it does not strike at Soviet territory. In fact, the reports in diplomatic circles confront the State Department with two situations which give no comfort to officials here. One is that Russia will keep hands off and even encourage Japan to expand southward in Asia. In fact, the Soviet press calls the clash in Indochina just an extension of the imperialist war. The other situation, according to the rumors heard in State Department circles, is that Russia may even cut off the aid and supplies which it is giving China. There are some officials who now believe Russia has such a working arrangement with Germany, or is under such fear that German influence can bring about a recognition of Japan's predominance in Central and Southern Asia. They think perhaps a rough agreement is in sight between Germany, Italy, Russia, and Japan. As for us, there are authoritative signs that the State Department is on the verge of a decision to take penalizing economic action against Japan. It would be no surprise if an announcement were forthcoming in the next few days. If the decision is to act, it may take the form of laying an embargo on the shipment of important commodities to Japan. For some time, there's been a prohibition against the sending of airplanes and high-test aviation gasoline to the Japanese. The President has authority by executive order to extend that embargo and to cut off exports of iron, steel, scrap, and oil. These articles already are subject to a licensing system. The President would need merely to say that these materials are necessary to our national defense. It would also be possible for the President and the Treasury to raise the tariff on articles imported from Japan. Another reinforcement to this type of pressure might be a gesture of naval cooperation between Britain and the United States in the joint use of naval bases in the Far East. One of the bits of information which comes from Africa to administration officials here is that a German mission recently passed through Casablanca in Africa on its way to Dakar. It consisted of a group of port authorities. Perhaps that German interest in Dakar was one of the reasons which led Great Britain to show with warships its own concern over that African port. It supported the possibility of future German use of Dakar as an air base or a transportation center to evade the British blockade. And by the way, one of those new listening posts established by the State Department is already functioning. The American listening post at Dakar is an experienced member of the Foreign Service, Thomas C. Wasson, who arrived there only 10 days ago. We return you now to New York.
And with this news from Washington, Columbia concludes this morning report of national and international developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Ben Robertson, Jr. from London, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Once again at this time, Columbia's correspondents in London, Berlin, and Washington are ready to bring you the latest developments. And while we're waiting to hear from the CBS correspondent in London, Mr. Larry LeSueur, by transatlantic shortwave radio, here is a summary of news from other points. The Japanese press is taking a seemingly bold attitude toward the United States today, following the announcement of the three-power alliance. The Tokyo newspaper, believed to reflect the government's views, claims America's State Department has mismanaged its affairs so badly that it has made an enemy of Japan. At the same time, the Japanese press met the German envoy who negotiated, in proxy for Joachim von Ribbentrop, the three-power alliance as far as Japan is concerned. The envoy is Heinrich von Staumer, and although he has been in Tokyo for some time, the government has prohibited mentioning his name. The effect of an alliance has even been spread to South America. From Buenos Aires, the United Press reports that Latin America fears the United States will be forced, because of the pact, into the war, with South America going to the victor. Another dispatch from Shanghai says that Japan and Russia may come to an agreement similar to the one made by Germany and Russia at the start of the war. Germany is reported to be the middle party. And now, for the report of Larry LeSueur in the British capital, we take you to London. Go ahead, London.
This is London, after a fairly light night. On our 21st all-night raid, the Germans devoted most of their time to merely circling around the center of the city. A number of fires were started, but police reports this morning show that only one central London and two East End districts were actually bombed. However, for the third night in a row, the suburbs got it. North, south, and southeast of the capital. The raid started last night in a sky as black as London ever saw. Fast German bombers zipped overhead and dumped showers of firebombs. Their blazes lit the sky for a while, but the London fire defenses were on the job fast. We could hear their fire guns all night as they streaked through the blacked-out streets. Then toward morning, most of the fires were completely out, and when that happens, the Germans seem to stop bombing. They just don't bother starting any more fires as beacons, because they know they'll have to leave the sky before sunup or else get shot down. The latest communique tells us that the score yesterday was 133 German planes destroyed against 34 British fighters lost. The communique adds that several other parts of Britain were bombed last night, including East Scotland and the Midlands. This may explain why London got it comparatively lightly last night. The Germans apparently have just enough night bombers to keep the pressure on London whenever they devote their attention elsewhere in Britain. It must not be forgotten that no matter how many night bombing planes the Germans possess, They have to give the crews a rest pretty often, just as the Royal Air Force does. Otherwise, the men will crack up. To illustrate how 8 million people of London are on the front line these nights and days, all the drivers and conductors of London's bus system are going to get protective helmets. They won't be exactly new to a lot of the busmen. Many of them now wear their World War decorations on their white smocks. We've had one air raid warning just after breakfast this morning. The planes came over high, but we have no details of damage yet. The Germans seem to be continuing their tactics of first trying to destroy aircraft factories here, and secondly, clear out the number of existing Royal Air Force fighters in the attempt. One of the prominent British air experts says this morning that the news that the United States is already sending more airplanes to Britain than are being lost in the blitzkrieg sounds very encouraging. But Britain must avoid undue optimism. He says that, quote, nothing in America is at present fit for anything other than advanced training of pilots. He says Britain bought the American Lockheed Hudson just to train pilots to fly twin-engine jobs. But, and I'm quoting, with our talent for improvisation, we made the Hudson into quite a useful reconnaissance machine and bomber. And we armed it in our curiously ingenious way until it became dangerous to attack. But it is not a modern airplane, unquote. This expert continues to say that German airline pilots have for years been recognized as equal to the best bad weather pilots in the world. He says German airplanes can continue to come over here in bad weather, get their position more or less fixed over industrial areas by radio from the German-occupied countries, and drop their bombs blind through clouds or fog. The only answer to that, he says, is bombers and more bombers to stop the German bombers at their source. And speaking of bombers, here's what the influential English magazine Airplane has to say about America's flying fortresses. I quote, by British standards, the Boeing B-17 bombers are most poorly armed, and because of their size, should make easy targets in the air or on the ground. Their maximum speed of 268 miles an hour is too slow to offset their poor defense, and they will be easily shot down by day. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesueur reporting from London. Back in New York, here is a dispatch from Rome. 2 British airplanes bombed 2 points in Libya and killed 2 natives and wounded 5 Italians, a communique said today. Italian planes, it was asserted, shot down 2 British planes and probably 3 others. And now for the report of Edwin Hartridge in the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. According to the reports we have here this morning from the DND, air attacks of the German Luftwaffe against England are continuing on a large scale. We are told that in the last 36 hours, more than 1,000 tons of bombs have been dropped from German planes on targets in South and Middle England. The attacks are described as very heavy. And the DNB adds that yesterday afternoon and last night, the German Air Force large-scale attacks were directed against military objectives in South and Central England, particularly against harbors and industrial works. Strong forces of planes also raided London, dropping their bombs over a large area. The German radio news gives us further details. It states that great fires and violent explosions resulted from raids on London, and several ships were sunk in the dark areas, while quays and harbor facilities were badly damaged. And apart from London, this report states industrial objectives in Derby, Birmingham, Manchester, and Bristol were also attacked yesterday. While the harbors of Newcastle and Hull were also raided. In the Irish Sea, 2 convoys were scattered by a single flight of German bombers when the ships attempted to put into Liverpool, says this report. And the last airplane score we have from the High Command is 75 British planes shot down, while 23 German planes are reported as missing. The attacks on London are continuing this morning, but we have no further details. We have some follow-up news regarding the signing of the, quote, military alliance, unquote, between Germany, Italy, and Japan in Berlin yesterday noon. Herr Hitler has awarded the Grand Cross of the Order of the German Eagle to the Japanese Foreign Affairs Minister, Monsieur Matsuoka, and to his Berlin ambassador, Monsieur Kirisu. The newspapers in Berlin tell us that the pact has created, quote, an enormous sensation throughout the world, unquote. And the news of the German, Italian, Japanese alliance has
quote, exploded like a bomb in the United States, unquote. According to a DNB report from New York, certain sections of the American press, which are described as the war press, unquote, are hardly able to conceal their rage and consternation. Included in this category are those circles in America which have been attempting to prevent this alliance from coming into effect, states the DNB. However, in Berlin, the alliance is placed in another light. We are told that it is a natural marriage of, quote, three young people who know neither capitulation nor compromise, unquote. And the papers point out that all the peoples in the world who feel like the Germans, Italians, and Japanese about reconstructing a new world order, or who sympathize with such totalitarian aspirations, are invited to, quote, cooperate, unquote. And the papers further editorialize that this alliance is not directed against any single power, but just against those who oppose, quote, this revolution against an obsolete world, unquote. Thus, there is no direct mention of the United States as being the direct object of this major diplomatic development. But Berliners are not hesitant to admit privately that this alliance is directed to prevent the United States from entering the war with Britain against these signatory powers. And there are reports which cannot be confirmed or which can be evaluated at this moment that Spain may enter this group of Germany, Italy, and Japan within a week or two. We have been hearing reports that Spain was joining Axis powers in the war against Great Britain. Then suddenly, we discovered yesterday that it was Spain who joined the fold, it was Japan who joined the fold, and not Spain. Solano Suñé, the Spanish delegate of General Franco, is reported to be staying on in Berlin, but he may go back to Madrid shortly to make a personal report on these developments to his government. For one thing, the alliance is causing disturbance in the American colony in Berlin. Many people who I've talked to feel that they should now make preparations to return to the States. They don't know what may result, but they feel that there is a distinct possibility, as viewed from this capital, that the United States may enter the war. And the problem of getting home is a difficult one. The Spanish government will not issue transit visas to Americans to pass through Spain and out to Lisbon without referring each application to Madrid for special consideration. Then, with Japan becoming a partner of the Axis, the Trans-Siberian route through Moscow to the Pacific was out of its picture. And that means exits from Petsamo, the Arctic port, which freezes in the winter, and through the Balkans to some Mediterranean port, where it may soon be impossible to get a ship connection to the United States. This is Edmund Hartridge. I return now to Columbia in New York.
That was Berlin. Next, the news from our own nation's capital as reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Another name, that of Lewis Johnson, former Assistant Secretary of War, crops up as a possibility for National Director of the Draft. Lieutenant Colonel Hershey and Judge Advocate General Gullion of the Army are other names which have been mentioned. Mr. Johnson, an effective executive when he was in the War Department, has retired to the private practice of law in West Virginia, but he's back in Washington today, and his presence here gives impetus to the speculation over his name. Certain divisional officers in the Selective Service Organization are quite frank in saying that their work is being held up by the delay in appointing a director. Plans can only be developed to a semi-final stage before they require the official approval of the head of the organization. If this situation is general, a bottleneck will develop at the director's desk because of the amount of material awaiting his sanction. The appointment may come today. One result of the triple alliance of Italy, Germany, and Japan was almost overlooked yesterday, but it's of a good deal of importance to congressmen, at least. The triple alliance undid the work of Vice President John Garner. It blasted his hopes to induce Congress to adjourn. In one day, the Vice President, apparently in line with the desires of President Roosevelt, did yeoman's work in the cause of adjournment, and then Hitler foiled Garner, too. With the crystallization of international danger, there were messages to Congress advising its members to stay on. Now, eager as many of the congressmen are to get back to their homes and political fences, a vote for adjournment seemed more of a political liability than campaigning under the handicap of commuting to Washington. Senator Thomas of Utah, an administration Democrat, said, "It's common sense that we stay. These are serious times. No president would want the responsibility of remaining on duty alone," he added. Unless there is another change of heart, the majority leaders of Congress will have the choice of either short,
3-day recesses or a month's recess until just after Election Day. The initial reaction to the Triple Alliance, as was reported last night, had almost the opposite effect in Washington, if the object was either to deter the United States from aiding Great Britain or to stop the United States from exercising pressure against Japanese aggression. There will be no let-up in the efforts to stay Japan. There will be further aid to Britain. The transfer of big naval bombing planes comes to the front as a possibility. There was also this reaction, a belief in administration quarters that the treaty recognized the probability Britain would last through the winter and had rebuffed the initial threat of German invasion. There would have been no need for an alliance, no object in attempting pressure on the United States if Britain were about to fall, it was pointed out. The second conclusion is that the next drive of Germany and Italy and probably Spain will be directed at the British Empire in the Mediterranean. Secretary Hull referred yesterday to the fact that the Triple Alliance merely put into writing an already existing situation. It's a fact that Mr. Hull, for 2 or 3 years now, has been pointing to the way in which the aggressive powers have played together. There's a story that Mr. Hull summed it up neatly in private to a friend in these words: "If you pull the tail of one of them, you can hear the other grunt." We return you now to New York.
Once again, Columbia has brought you direct reports by transatlantic shortwave radio from its correspondents in London and Berlin, as well as a report from our nation's capital. This morning you heard from Larry Lasser in London, Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, and Albert Warner in Washington. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.